snippets of stories in various areas of life. Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Tinubu appoints new Petroleum Technology Development Fund boss, renews Transmission Company of Nigeria MD's tenure. Court rejects bid to bar Kingibe from ADC. Nearly 1,200 children killed or injured in Yemen despite truce. And 8 countries condemn Israel's one-sided death penalty for Palestinians. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and news in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has appointed Professor Shuaibu Aliyu as Executive Secretary of the Petroleum Technology Development Fund. Aliyu replaces Ahmed Aminu, who resigned his position to pursue the 2027 governorship election in Adamawa State. President Tinubu, in a statement on Thursday by Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, also approved the renewal of the appointment of Sule Abdulaziz as the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of a Transmission Company of Nigeria for a second and final term. Aliyu is a seasoned academic and administrator with extensive experience in research and institutional leadership. His appointment underscores the President's commitment to strengthen key institutions in the petroleum sector and advancing capacity development for Nigeria's energy industry. Tinubu urged both appointees to discharge their duties with diligence and integrity in line with his administration's renewed hope agenda. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, Thursday led heads of security agencies in an on-the-spot assessment of the security situation in Jos Plateau State. Colonel Apollonia Anele, Acting Director, Army Public Relations, said in a statement that the visit forms part of ongoing efforts to restore calm and entrench lasting peace across the state. According to the statement, upon arrival, the COAS was received by the Executive Governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mofwang, in a clear demonstration of strong civil-military cooperation and shared commitment to addressing emerging security challenges. The COAS received a comprehensive operational briefing from the General Officer commanding 3 Division and Commander, Joint Task Force Operation Enduring Peace, Major General Folusho Lola, who highlighted ongoing operations and proactive measures being implemented in synergy with other security agencies to contain threats, protect life and property, and stabilize affected communities. He urged residents to remain calm, vigilant, and supportive of security agencies by complying with a curfew and cooperating fully with ongoing operations and investigations while going about their lawful activities. A 4-day free medical outreach in Umumba community in ENUGU, Achi, in Ojiri, the local government area of Enugu State, has recorded a massive turnout of residents and people from neighboring communities. Initiative sponsored by philanthropist and engineer Christopher Iobi is in honor of his late mother, Harriet Iobi, who passed on at the age of 93. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports that the outreach formed part of activities leading for final burial.
Comprehensive expert medical services were brought to the doorsteps of the Omumba community in ENUGU Achi in Oji River local government area during a full-day medical outreach held at the community primary school Umuoworu. The medical outreach, sponsored by an illustrious son of the community and philanthropist, engineer Christopher Ihiobi, was part of activities lined up in honor of his late mother, Harriet Ihiobi, who passed on at the age of 93. What was meant to be a program for the Umumba community quickly turned into a hub for medical tourism as children, the youth, adults, and the aged from across Oji River local government area and beyond turned out in their numbers to access expert comprehensive Medicare. The outreach featured free expert consultations, laboratory tests, medications, dental and eye care, including surgeries, as well as gynecological and general surgical services. Beneficiaries expressed gratitude to the sponsor, describing the intervention as timely and impactful. At her funeral ceremony for Mama Harriet Ihiobi, attended by people from all walks of life, tributes poured in for a woman of faith who, along with her late husband, gave a parcel of land for the establishment of the Assemblies of God Church in Umuowuru. His first son, a renowned engineer, Christopher Ihiobi, and her daughter-in-law, Joy Ihiobi, spoke at length on the impactful and highly spiritual life of their late mother.
Faithfulness to God and commitment to God. She taught us by example. My father also taught us by example. My father always told me the story that himself, Edward Onusrike, and some other zealous young men in 1919 went and cleared the forest where they say don't enter or don't enter. The evil in that forest will kill you. They cleared it. That's where Anglican Church is sitting today.
Mama said that song continued. And she said, oh Lord, what is this? And she had an answer in her heart and in her spirit. Do you know what the Lord said to Mama? She told me that the Lord told her, this is the clapping, the singing, the choruses of Assemblies of God Church, Umuowuru. And then there was nothing like a church in that place. Although many years ago, my wonderful father-in-law, Benjamin Ihiobi, and my mama here, Harriet Ihiobi, had given that land to Assemblies of God Church.
The funeral service reflected her deep Christian faith as a devoted member of the Assemblies of God Church in Umuowuru, with the preacher urging all to re-examine their lives and depart from their evil ways with eternity in view.
Can we say like Brother Paul, I have fought a good fight, not minding what people are doing. I have fought a good fight, not minding what is happening in the church. I have fought a good fight. So many persons today are in the church, baptized, confirmed, but confused. And yet, there are still those who have determined in their own very heart, comes rain, comes sun, I must fight, I must run this race to the very end.
Family members and loved ones paid their final respects in a solemn but symbolic procession around the casket. Emotions ran high as her remains were laid to rest amid prayers and emotional farewells. Mama Harriet Ihobi Ni Ezeme was widely regarded as a highly spiritual woman who demonstrated an uncommon dedication, devotion, and commitment to the things of God throughout her lifetime. Born in 1932, she passed away on October 21, 2025, surrounded by loved ones and grounded in faith. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The Federal High Court in Abuja on Thursday declined an ex parte application seeking to bar Senator Ireti Kingibe from participating in the activities of the African Democratic Congress. Justice Peter Lifu, in a ruling, refused the request by some ward leaders of the party in Wuse Federal Capital Territory, who alleged that the senator had been suspended over anti-party activities. Instead, the court directed the plaintiffs to put the lawmaker on notice to enable her to respond to the allegations and join issues with them. The ward leaders said to be loyal to the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and approached the court to restrain Kingibe from parading himself as a member of the party and from participating in its activities. Ruling on application, Justice Lifu held that the court must exercise its discretion judicially and judiciously, particularly in political matters, stated that justice would only be served if both parties were given the opportunity to present their cases on merit. Adjourned the matter till April 20, 2026 for the hearing of all pending applications. The River State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has approved the release of 100 million naira as immediate relief support to residents of Bile Kingdom in Degema local government area following the ongoing gas emissions affecting the community. Fubara was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Dagogo Wokoma, during a working visit to the area, said the amount is to provide urgent relief through supply of potable water and essential medical services. He emphasized that a 100 million naira intervention is a temporary measure, adding that the state government is working towards identifying and resolving the root cause of the gas emissions.
Was very passionate about ancient Bile Kingdom. He called back to show you how serious His Excellency is about this place. Yes, it's a federal government project, ENUGU, but you are our own. You are our own. We cannot leave you like that. And when we heard that this thing started in October, you said no, you told me October. And nothing has happened since last year. Everybody is coming to take test day away, go test day. And you people are suffering. Look at the water I saw here. And under seconds, not less than, not up to even 10 seconds. The guy was calculating. White bottle turned to black. Tell me what he could have done. The government has had their cry. Said I should come and see for myself. I've seen by myself. Before I came, I said that I'm fasting to go around. We have videoed everything. And by the grace of God, He's going to reach you. As we find out what is happening, then there will be solution to it. Permanent solution, not just scratching on top.
Chairman of the Council of Chiefs in Bile Kingdom, Bennett Dokubo, commended the state government official for the visit, describing the governor as a responsive leader. The Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, West Africa, launched a 5-year strategic plan to strengthen democracy, foster accountability, and resolve regional crises in Africa. Members of civil society organizations, government agencies, and the private sector witnessed the launch in Abuja. Correspondent Nasir Usman reports.
It's surely a crisis of confidence in democratic governance in Africa, especially in West Africa, with the military providing alternative governance narrative. At the launch of the strategic plan in Abuja, organizers told the participants that despite the ongoing crisis, the plan will provide alternatives best for sustaining good governance and development in the region.
CDD West Africa seeks to leverage its 2026-2030 strategic plan to act boldly to secure democracy, silence the guns, and unleash people-centered development. Its history of change is revised, its theory of change is revised to tackle the challenges identified, focusing on democracy backsliding, conflict, and inequality in a manner that strengthens political institutions, boosts civic engagement, and improves socioeconomic conditions.
We have still not achieved that peaceful, prosperous, stable, democratic West Africa. And that is why the job is not finished. We've got to continue to push in that direction and provide the necessary tools of engagement to the organization to work towards that goal. It's a journey, it's not a destination.
To foster sustainable development, it is essential to empower marginalized communities and combat disinformation. CDD West Africa updated strategy plan responds to these realities as it seeks to confront regional complexities and reinforce its commitment to promoting democracy and sustainability.
Despite the democratic imbalance in Africa and ongoing coup in some Sahel states, how can the West African regional body, ECOWAS, resolve governance issues in the region?
In the last 5 years, our region experienced 7 military coups d'etats. This is not also mentioning those perpetuated by our so-called elected presidents of our member states. Our call on CDD and similar think tanks, and I think the executive director mentioned do tanks in his preface, to develop a mechanism like the African peer review mechanism for West Africa, so that leaders who tend to govern their states by personal estates will be called out and also will ensure accountability.
To everyone gathered in this room today, let us not allow this occasion to be merely a passing moment. Let us allow it to be a beginning of deeper commitment, bolder collaborations, and a more determined collective resolve to build the Africa that our people deserve. One where our democracy is strong, inclusive, and delivers its dividends in forms of lasting peace, enduring security, and meaningful development.
The organizers stated the essence of the strategic plan that will run for 5 years.
This strategic plan is looking at how to consolidate democracy, how to improve participation by citizens, how to ensure that democracy leads to development, and more importantly, how to ensure that there is accountability.
The Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, is a non-profit organization with headquarters in Abuja, Nigeria. It aims to promote the values of democracy, peace, and human rights, particularly in the West African sub-region. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
A university professor, Sylvester Emeka Igwe, has called for an active maternal lifestyle during the childbearing years to help promote healthier pregnancy outcomes and motherhood in Nigeria. Professor Igwe made a call at a 237th inaugural lecture of University of Nigeria in Nsukka, which was held at the CBN Center for Economic and Finance Auditorium, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
Inaugural lectures continue to serve as a vital pillar of university tradition, offering distinguished scholars a platform to present their research, interrogate prevailing assumptions, and contribute meaningfully to public discourse. At the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, attention was directed toward maternal active lifestyle during the childbearing year. What began in 1976 as a modest academic lecture has grown into a sustained public academic health campaign spanning for decades. The 237th inaugural lecture of Professor Sylvester Emeka Igwe drew a diverse audience, including health professionals, academics, policymakers, business executives, students, community members, as well as children of the inaugural lecturer. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoanya, represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Dr. Josephat Omowere, while welcoming attendees, expressed happiness that the inaugural lecture is heavily loaded with intellectuals.
Our inaugural lectures are heavily loaded, heavily supported, very intellectual, very colorful. I welcome you all to this occasion, and on that note, I declare this inaugural lecture open. Thank you very much.
The inaugural lecturer, Professor Sylvester Emeka Igwe, is a sound academic whose expertise lies primarily in reproductive health, general physiotherapy, and medical rehabilitation. With over 25 years of experience, Professor Igwe is a dedicated teacher, researcher, and mentor who has supervised and trained students across multiple levels. A 5-time head of Department of Medical Rehabilitation, University of Nigeria, the longest HOD the department has produced so far. This rare experience and exposure came to the fore in his lecture titled The Magic of Maternal Active Lifestyle During the Childbearing Year, leveraging on the gains for healthier motherhood in Nigeria. Professor Igwe highlighted the vital role of an active maternal lifestyle during the childbearing years in promoting healthier pregnancy outcomes and motherhood in Nigeria.
So the childbearing year we talked about is from early onset of menstruation to menopause. And during this period, a woman is capable of reproduction. And pregnancy is a critical phase of that period. So what we need is for the women to do their own part.
The professor, who is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Physiotherapy and the Institute of Industrial Administration, and currently serves as fellow and chair of the Faculty of Pelvic/Women's Health at the Postgraduate Physiotherapy College of Nigeria, talked about the Hebrew women's myth among pregnant women.
What every woman will want is shortened labor. So many women will want to claim it. according to the way it is in Exodus 1:13-19, because the thing is God's grace. But the myth is that God helps those who help themselves. So once you know the right thing to do and do it to assist in your miracle, to the government, my request for them is for them to make the women's health, pregnant women's exercise program to be compulsory, so that it will not look like people will do it at will. So if it is compulsory, people will gain. Yeah, because in Nigeria, once something is not compulsory, you just do it, you leave it.
Colleagues in academia praised the depth of the lecture and the relevance of his research to everyday health.
Yeah, I know Professor Igwe is a very good, decent, and cultured academician. I didn't expect anything less from what he delivered today. In fact, he is rooted on culture and people's behavior in most of the things he does.
Today he exposed the miracles of women delivering, like Hebrew women, spontaneously without much complications. He explained the benefit of physical exercises in relation to normal delivery. So he explained so many procedures, so many exercises that pregnant women could adopt.
Family members also shared in the joy of the moment. His wife, Dr. Lady Magdalene Obi Igwe, expressed her love and endless support for her husband as he keeps soaring higher, while his son, Winston Igwe, expressed pride in his father, whom he said has raised the bar for him and his siblings.
I know that my support will make it go a long way. Based on that, I'm there for you.
The event featured the presentation of awards and gifts to the inaugural lecturer. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Nearly 1,200 children killed or injured in Yemen despite truce. 8 countries condemn Israel's one-sided death penalty for Palestinians. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Out on the streets of Chitungwiza, Zimbabwe's third largest urban center, the sun is blazing, just like the tempers inside a fully packed hall at the town's main aquatic complex. At the entrance stands a small mob, including a combative woman in a cream floral dress, who heckles every speaker, championing plans to approve an amendment to the country's constitution. If approved, the amendment will extend the term of the current president, Emmerson Mnangagwa, to 2030. The bill, among other things, changes presidential and legislative terms from 5 to 7 years, while giving Parliament the power to elect the president. Currently, the president is chosen through a popular vote in direct elections and can only serve 2 terms. But while Mnangagwa is in his second term, his ZANU-PF party dominates parliament with a firm majority, and critics fear that the amendments could make it even harder for anyone other than a leader from the party to become president in the future. This week, at venues across Zimbabwe, Parliament hosted 4 days of public hearings to discuss the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment No. 3 Bill, popularly known as CAB3, to collect people's views on the proposed changes. NGO shelling, gunfire, landmines, and other explosive remnants of war have killed or injured nearly 1,200 children in Yemen, Save the Children has found. despite a United Nations-led ceasefire 4 years ago, largely reducing hostilities. Since the truce brokered on April 2, 2022, at least 339 children have been killed and 843 injured, some in life-altering ways. The United Kingdom-based humanitarian organization said in an analysis of data from the Civilian Impact Monitoring Project released on Thursday. The organization also found that 511, nearly 1 in 2 children casualties, were due to landmines and explosive remnants of war. The data collected by CIMP, a monitoring mechanism under the UN Protection Cluster, suggested that children were more than 3 times likely than adults to be killed or injured by explosive remnants. 8 Muslim-majority countries have issued a joint statement that strongly condemned Israel's one-sided bill to impose the death penalty on Palestinians convicted of fatal attacks. Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Indonesia, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates condemned increasingly discriminatory, escalating Israeli practices that entrench a system of apartheid, according to the joint statement released by Islamabad on Thursday. Israel's parliament, the Knesset, passed the controversial bill on Monday, a one-sided law that will not impose the same penalty on Jewish Israelis convicted of killings. Its passage marks a major victory for Israel's far right, with National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir having pushed for its enactment as one of the main conditions of its Otzma Yehudit Jewish Power Party's coalition agreement with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The 8 countries also expressed deep concern over the conditions of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli detention, warning of mounting risks amid reports of ongoing abuses, including torture, inhumane and degrading treatment, starvation, and the denial of basic rights. And that's it on the foreign news.
Next is entertainment news.
Nollywood actor and producer Olaide Olabanji has accused his colleague Mercy Aigbe of ingratitude, alleging that she repaid his support with wickedness after he introduced her to the film industry. Speaking during a recent interview with media personality Oyimomo, Olabanji alleged that Aigbe's attitude towards him changed significantly after she rose to fame. He said she does not only become distant but also blocked him on social media. According to him, the actress, who was once friendly and approachable, now acts cold and hostile whenever they encounter each other. Olabanji further alleged that Aigbe harbors deep resentment towards him and even went as far as wishing him harm. Afrobeat star Omale has shared his thoughts on a relationship within the Nigerian music industry, describing it as one filled with strong egos. Speaking on a recent episode of the Nando League podcast, the singer-born Oma Stanley Didia said his personality sets him apart, noting that he does not rely on eternal validation and that he is comfortable maintaining a small circle of friends. Omale described himself as naturally reserved, but admitted that he has a large ego. He said he, however, makes a conscious effort to stay humble at times, as he believes an inflated ego can ultimately hinder personal growth and progress. Now, Nollywood actress and award-winning filmmaker Funke Akindele has shared her perspective on Brazilian butt lift, BBL, revealing that while she admires the procedure, she is not open to undergoing it due to her low tolerance for pain. The Jennifer star noted that she has no issue with women choosing to enhance their bodies through cosmetic surgery, but stressed the importance of moderation and carefully weighing the risk involved. Akindele also spoke about the impact of fame on her personal life, describing herself as someone who is intense in her emotions and relationships. She said her strict and disciplined nature has at times led her to distance herself from people she once cared deeply about. The actress expressed that maintaining success often comes with sense of isolation, and staying at the top requires a high level of discipline, caution, and personal boundaries, which can limit close relationships. She added that she is still learning how to better manage her relationships while prioritizing her mental health above all else. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nwokonta's Signature TV News.
The sounds of our package. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observe
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Right, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observe
Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning. And today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. I know a lot of people are already getting ready and anticipating the Easter celebration coming on Sunday. I mean, today is a public holiday, and Monday as well will be a public holiday for you to rest and celebrate with friends and loved ones on the Easter celebration. Today is the 3rd day of April 2026. It's a pleasure to have you join us once again. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and now we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll look at what the headlines have for us this morning on our dailies. All right, we're back to look at the headlines on the newspapers this morning, and we'll start with the Daily Trust. Let's look at what we have. On the headlines of the Daily Trust, it says, INEC in the eye of the storm. All right, EFCC seeks final forfeiture of 57 properties linked to Malami. 34,000 applicants chase 1,000 police jobs in Benue. Killings. Tinubu visits Plateau, meets victims' families at airports. How Alkali's resignation alters Gombe governorship race. Gunmen abduct 9, injure 2 in Sokoto community. And finally, on the Daily Trust newspaper, it says how core member was killed in Jos. Now to the Nation newspaper, looking at the major headlines, it says Tinubu orders deployment of AI-enabled cameras in Plateau. Attacks won't happen again. Army moves in additional 850 troops. ADC rejects INEC's action on Mark-led NWC. Party seeks dissolution of INEC. Electoral agency defends decision. Page 27 says IG presents 184.9 million naira insurance benefits to families of 16 fallen police officers. On page 2, Nigeria-Chad deepen security alliance, and on page 3, just beside it, President to inaugurate projects in Lagos, Ogun. Above the mast, it says, First Lady, child nutrition is national emergency. EFCC seeks final forfeiture of 57 assets linked to Malami. Court dismisses Showore suit against DSS others, and maritime agencies revenue jumped to 1.83 trillion naira last year. All right, we've covered the headlines on The Nation. Now over to the Punch newspaper, looking at the major headlines. Pages 2 and 28 says 2027 battle. INEC under fire as ADC crisis worsens with riders. INEC defends Mark Arebeshola's derecognition. Opposition leaders demand Amupiton's sack. ADC defies INEC. Insists convention will hold as planned. Utomi, Ezekwesili, others warn INEC, APC against stifling opposition. Beside the mast, Makinde insists on Ali's crowning today, despite Ibadan Oba's boycott. Easter, NSCDC deploys 57,000 personnel nationwide. World Bank injects $500 million into Nigeria farms. EFCC moves to seize 57 Malami-linked properties. And if you look below the paper, Plateau bloodshed. Tinubu visits victims, sends 850 soldiers. Governors Dangote commit 66 billion naira to Oluremi Tinubu's food bank. Ogun shuts school over suspected gas leak. And finally, on the Punch, 2027, Falana Adams predict one candidate presidential poll. All right, the Nigerian Tribune, it says on pages 4 and 5 as the major headlines on the newspaper, ADC fumes, knocks INEC, asks Amupiton to quit. Looking at the riders, it says vows to proceed with party congresses, says agenda is to make Tinubu only option for electorate in 2027. Democracy at risk, Turaki-led PDP warns. PRP, SDP, Wu Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, others. You are the architect of your misfortune. APC replies ADC. Call for Amupito's removal a distraction, assault on our independence. This is from INEC. And still on the issue of plateau killings, Tinubu insists killers must be identified, orders 5,000 CCTV cameras for state. With riders, Mutfwang thanks President for approval of 1,000 forest guards. Recent attack ploy to sabotage 2027 election, former governor, Jano. Enough of condemnations now, act now, Sharia Council tells government security agencies. Olubadan Palace reveals Ali, 2 others won't be available for coronation today, denies rift with Makinde. Gridlock cripples Lokoja Abuja X highway, travelers stranded for over 24 hours. All right, that is it for the Nigerian Tribune. Now over to the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard says Nigeria worse today than Abacha era, Utomi, Falana, others allege. CBN, banks, fintechs launch joint platform to fix payment gaps. Uncertainty over planned defection of Bala Mohammed. I was not deported. Alex Barber, American Christian activist, alleges smear campaign. Page 33, the Middle East war, Nigeria 39 others meet on Hormuz Strait. Ghost voters, INEC to embark on nationwide voter revalidation. Stealing of catalytic converters, China made alternatives offer relief on page 16. Appeal court dismisses MBC's bid to overturn judgment, restraining it from imposing fines. And finally on the Vanguard, EFCC seeks final forfeiture of 57 properties linked to Malami. Now, the Guardian newspaper says on the big story pages 4 and 5, legacy of waste. Inside Nigeria's mega refineries, gulping billions, producing nothing. 813 hostages rescued as 197 insurgents surrender in March. Nigeria targets 10% global oil palm market in 6 years. FG governors Dangote NNPCL of 4 commit 65 billion naira to food bank. Easter, Lagos, Ondo warn residents to be security conscious. Outrage over Tinubu's 10-minute airport-only visit to Plateau. Flutterwave secures Nigerian banking license to accelerate efficiency. Opposition alleges threats to democracy as INEC cakes clarifies voter revalidation. And finally on the Guardian newspaper, Olubadan's absence may mar coronation of high chiefs in Ibadan. That is the headlines we have on the Guardian newspaper as well as on the newspaper headlines this morning. And we have Chris Maduka in the studio for our review as always. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Lucia. And good morning, our dear people of the world. Welcome to another day on Signature Morning Newspaper Review. For our Christian brothers, which I'm part of, I'm a Christian father. We say Good Friday, Happy Good Friday. And when we look at the significance and the essence of Friday, this particular Friday we are doing today, as part of the passion of our Lord Jesus Christ. A lot of argument has come to say, why should it be Good Friday? When it was a day somebody led his life to save the world. But be that as it may, I agree, that's what my faith is preaching. So happy Good Friday to everybody. May the death of our Lord Jesus Christ today bring us peace. And this is the resurrection in a few days' time, bring us
new minds of having humanity, caring for humanity, less bloodshed, because it doesn't pay us to do so. Let's go.
That was a very good. That was a very good intro. To
you know, the Gen Zs, like you were thinking about Friday, and I was listening. You didn't remember today's good Friday, but that's Friday. Okay.
Right. So looking at the headline, 2027 still INEC under fire, and this time around, opposition leaders are demanding Amupiton's sack.
Yeah. When you are in leadership position in anywhere, not even to talk about leadership position that is as big as INEC, which is a national umpire, called the national referee on Nigerian political system. And when, you know, imagine when 11 players from each team get into the football field, and then from the word go where the referee is reading the rules of the game and the way he's treating one team and another, the other team will start suspecting that this particular referee will not deliver objective result, and they start making noise. You know that game is already lost. A lot of things are involved in such things. The referee will feel so bad. Okay, you say I am not qualified to do this game, but you're already suspecting. Okay, let's see how it goes out. I hold the knife and the gun and the yam. I'm going to cut it the way I want. But that's how messy it is. We have been on this seat for a long time crying that it seems that the political situation in Nigeria is skewed against the opposition. And the worst is, you're not talking about political parties and the oppositions. They can go to any extent to play their opposition and play their politics the way they want to tell you. It is when the referee is suspected that the rules is laying for the game is against one of the football teams or against the opposing football teams. Let's say somebody is holding the cup and is returning it for another competition to see whether he will return the cup. And then the teams that are playing, they find that the referee is already showing some element of compromise. He's not like, you know, there's one Igbo says that when you blow, you show your palms to show you are not holding stone. INEC has not shown that they don't have stone in their palms while they are hitting the blow. One of the our fathers, the heroes of the past, the Venerable Nnamdi Azikiwe of blessed memory, he said, and I quote, "I cannot hit below the belt to gain any political advantage." You know, that's how people reason differently. Nnamdi Azikiwe reason that way. He's him and his team are the originators of Accord Concordia. Let us have peace and move on as unity, as one Nigeria. But the likes of Dim Ojukwu said, when he was having issues with Jim Nwobodo, he said, if you hit me, I hit you. He said, go and tell Jim Nwobodo that I did not pass through the hell of war to come and succumb to the excesses of a megalomaniac pimp. You know, whatever that means. But that will tell you different reasoning. It's not everybody that will take when INEC is not showing some signs that and by the way, they are saying that a lot of Nigerians should go and read the Electoral Act in details, because there are other things and boot traps that might have been embedded in that, and people think that their names will appear on the voters register. You are better, if you really want to vote in 2027 as a Nigerian, better go and grab that copy, both soft copy and depending in Nigeria, some soft copy might be the padded, while the original copy might be, you know, in Nigeria is where you hear such things. But whichever copy you get, make sure you have an idea of reading or getting somebody to interpret it for us, because we might be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. We might be sitting on a mat laid over a very deep pit, thinking that in 2027 you come out and go to your polling booth, you find your name. Let us begin now to look at, because There is a high level of distrust among Nigerians and their leadership. Quote me anywhere. People seem to have given up. They don't trust leadership because what some of the leadership structures of Nigeria realize is not what they do. Let's leave it at that. INEC in the eye of the storm. It is a shame that instead of political party being in the eye of the storm, it is INEC that is in the eye of the storm. And when you are in the eye of the storm, it's either the storm sweep you off or you keep pushing the storm back and leave the duty you come to do. Why should INEC, who have come to do election in Nigeria, be in the eye of storm? One way or the other, something is wrong.
All right. Now, following Tinubu's visit to Plateau State, he has ordered about 5,000 AI CCTV cameras in the state. And people are also, against his visit, saying that it was just a 10-minute airport visit with the victims, coming to the airport to meet with him very briefly.
That's good. He appeared at the airport and he came down for 10 minutes and people who were, their relations were killed in Angwa, Rukua, whatever that part of Jos, probably have to transport themselves for about 30 minutes drive to the Jos airport to receive our president, our dear president, the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Jagaban. Just because he has come to, just once he sees you, if you see him for 10 minutes, like the woman who had the issue of blood in the Bible, once you see him for 10 minutes, all the people, your victims that were killed, all your relatives that were murdered in cold blood, they will all resurrect. He came, and his own is even better. The governor of the state came with the armor tank and peeped through the armor tank and told them, wait, our papa is coming. And when the papa came, he came on 10 minutes visit at the airport, and all is well now. Good luck to Nigeria. What am I saying? Full cameras, political contractors will supply cameras. Nobody will follow up like they did in Abuja. The issue of cameras in Abuja is still an issue today. Some politicians are being called in ICPC or SDC, almost 20 years after, to come and answer, because they mounted some samples of the cameras some places. In all the places of Abuja, you don't find the cameras, or they mount and at night they'll come and pick it back or send people to pick it. If you mount the reactive position of Nigeria in all things, you face just now and start mounting camera. Wait, the bandits and terror will shift to another side and attack. You will shift attention to that side, mounting cameras and talking. They are visiting for 10 minutes. They will go back to Jos to attack. Before you come back to Jos and mount your mounting camera now, before you station army and remote cars, they will move to Bauchi. Why don't we think about comprehensive emergency response that is nationally coordinated with all the agencies coordinated at once, and they begin to be in charge of narrative instead of following bandits and terrorists' reaction and the way they feel. If they attack in Kwara, everybody will move to Kwara and the army will station there. How many number of army do we have? So by the time you move 800 army to Kwara, they will attack in another place. You move. How are you going to be moving like that? So is it like that the bandits and terrorists are moving Nigeria like what they call a chess pawn in the chessboard? We know when we go here, this is what they're going to do. We go here. Why are those people we are fighting able to predict Nigeria and our actions against them? It doesn't sound well for me, but at the point I operate, I'm a bloody civilian, ordinary man. They're the people who have the capacity to do better things we can feel and say, yes, this is why we put you guys there. I don't have anything to offer. But I don't think cameras and that are there, because just attack didn't start today. Just attack has lasted for about 3 decades. And this one now, the Palm Sunday, is a record. And I don't think it's over. From all that is going on, has come to stay, and is a big issue in Nigeria, which is beyond these reactive responses. We should be more proactive and look at the foundation of these things and try to solve it. Otherwise,
exactly. Now, the Guardian newspaper has a major headline on the big story pages talking about legacy of waste inside Nigeria's mega refineries, gulping billions and producing nothing.
You know, this is what I've been shouting about. If NNPCL has done turnaround maintenance and had a very moribund refinery for 28 years, why are we still funding? Why are they still in charge? Why are they handing baton of failure? I think early this year or last year, late last year, there was change of baton from the management of all board of directors and everything about NNPCL. Everybody shouted. And they came back and sat down and stood on the sheet of another generation of shit that has gotten root. It's not yielding anything. They're waiting for who to say. Incidentally, why people are not even saying much is that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is the substantial minister of oil and gas. So the buck still stops on his desk. Don't mind the minister of state, minister of this in petrol and gas. Our president is still the substantial. So what are we going to say? Anything you say will mean that are you saying our president doesn't know what he's doing? From the height he operates, the view is clear, I know what he's doing. But we on the ground are saying the sooner these things are resolved, because NNPCL is a conduit pipe of waste. And the funniest thing is that this money we are investing in NNPCL would have gotten us some refineries like Dangote, at least to show up the monopoly that Dangote has been handed over about oil and gas in Nigeria. Whether it's deliberate or by design, we are watching. But no matter what you do for your girlfriend's son, he will never call you Papa. No matter how we hand the individuals over things to fund, build in Nigeria, it can never be like a national asset. NNPCL for 30 years producing nothing, but they are managing our oil and gas. And we have investment where they even return zero revenue to government. And government will have to go somewhere, probably go to agriculture, take money and put in oil and gas. And we are in Nigeria. If you don't even mind, the people will expect that the federal government will go and borrow to go and fund oil and gas. Nothing is impossible in Nigeria, but we're here. It's an error. We live in the beach and we wash our hands with saliva. It's an error. Whoever did this to us, it not go better for that person. How long can this continue? How long can Nigeria go on this and think we are making progress? If any sector is not working, let the effort given to that sector diminish. We go to the ones that are looking viable and promising, instead of keep sinking and keep sinking and keep sinking and nothing is gone. We have sunk so much money in electricity, that so much that even the Asorok lost interest in and went and did solar. That's what they have told Nigerians, and this is an underlying lesson they've told us, that the power grid and the power sector, public power sector, is failing. So if you can afford to install a solar system, do it now, because it's no more work. That's what the federal government has told us, coming from the Asorok, what they did. And it's on history. See the amount of money they used to put solar there. But you know that solar is only at the beginning, you spend that kind of money. Over time, it begins to yield. But whatever it means that some of these public things we sat around and why not decentralize NNPCL? Why not bring in PPP, the public-private partnership, into it? Because a lot of all these people who are making sure, because it's all government doesn't work, when it's PPP and they have their interest there, probably they will make it work. Because the Bible said where you lay down your wealth is where your mind is.
Now, let's take one more. We see that Makinde insists on Ali's crowning today despite Ibadan Oba's boycott. And the palace reveals that Ali and two others, won't be available for the coronation today.
It will be an error that the people who will give you a crown are not going to be there, and you still go when it be obvious they are going to boycott, and then you still insist to go and go. I wonder who is he going to have ghost coronation? Who will the people who give you the coronation, I mean, install you as any title and probably give you the blessings, have declared they will not be there. So who are you going to go there? So even the man they are going to, and become, if you notice, has become so controversial, he will now ask himself. There are so many communities who are begging you to come and take chieftaincy title, even if for the rice. That's what big men in Nigeria now do. Once you just bring them to any community, tell them you're giving them title, everybody will eat rice for that day, and that's it. They will take the title and go. So many communities around are begging for people who come and take their local titles, and they cook rice for them to eat, and they will stampede and kill some people, and then the man will come in bulletproof car and then go. They will hail him for the new title. Why should you go to where your own is controversial? They're already saying, don't come, I will give you, I don't give you. Governor is talking from this side. The traditional council and those hierarchy are still talking from that side. And then you are the person they will give title. You put your head there. I think it's wise that he has decided not to go. Or the news has said he will not be available. So that is as well as let Makinde go and fight up what is happening in PDP. Instead of going into the traditional rulers council issue or traditional stool to go there and forcing people for title taking, and how many battles is he going to fight? I don't think it's good fight. In Igbo land, they say, Ayuno. When you start the home war is the most dangerous war. You better go outside to go and fight, because that's why they have Ikemba. In Igbo land, there is a good title. If you go outside and win wars and come back, you will be given title. Now when you stay at home, to start fighting you fight your neighbor, you fight your papa, fight your mama, fight your niece, nephews, cousins, aunties, kids and kin, and then when you win them, you say you are Odogu, they give you title. You are empty. Because my father told me, when you chop your breakfast and go to sleep for dinner, you went to bed on empty stomach. And that's what Nigerian politicians and leaders have been doing. They think they are Odogu. When the chips are down, they find out they're empty. When they leave the position they are holding, they run to exile, self-exile, or they will decide to go into the hibernation. You will never see them again. Okay. What kind of life is that?
Well, Chris, I think we'll have to end it here at
this point. We have to. Today is Good Friday, as our Lord Jesus has paid for our sins with his life. I hope that Nigerian people and the people of the world we realize this, because he has paid for once. He won't pay again. Anybody who does now will pay with his own, pay for his own sins. And because Jesus will come back, it is a symbolic celebration. But the salvation he brought us is still potent, as far as you are willing to accept it. So God bless you all as we enjoy the Good Friday. Let's hope in passion, holy passion, that in the next 3 days, our Lord Jesus will rise again from death and continue to be our living Savior. God bless you. God bless all of us. God bless Signature TV. God bless me too. But remember that even in everything, that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for your review. As always, we've come to the end of our newspaper headlines and review segment, and we'll be back in a moment to continue Signature Morning.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level performing in agriculture export, we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, starting with our first discussion this morning, we know that the INEC is supposed to act as an impartial umpire. However, looking at the recent disputes, particularly with events leading up to the 2027 election, it has raised a lot of questions about the commission and what exactly they are doing or their role is when it comes to the electoral system. And so this morning we ask, is INEC stance fueling opposition parties' claim of suppression in Nigeria? And this discussion will be had with Dr. Emmanuel Onyeka, who is a public affairs analyst, here to give us his thoughts on this particular issue. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning. Dr. Onyeka, can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you now.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We're still with Dr. Emmanuel Onyeka. If you
Hello,
can
I
hear
can
me,
hear
good
you.
morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I can hear you.
Right, I can hear you now. Thank you once again. Now, looking at what is happening with the INEC. First of all, we see that INEC has been on the headlines, on the news recently, particularly with a lot of controversy with ADC and just 2027 election build up in general. So I want you to tell us, what do you think so far about INEC's involvement in all of these things and how they are handling issues around political parties and preparations for 2027 election?
All right. Thank you very much. I feel regret. I feel it's a worrisome development that INEC could carry itself in a way that the public will begin to make it a public discourse, will begin to cast suspicions around that very important institution. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello? All right, so it is very disturbing. So it's expected that since the matter between is within ADC and it is in court, and several precedences have shown that matters within the parties are to be left to be handled by the parties. So for the swift action by INEC and the attendant responses from the public opinion shows a whole lot of thing to be desired. It shows a whole lot to be desired, and then we expect that INEC will have to do a quick rethink.
So would you say that this administrative control of INEC, particularly over party records and candidate validation, would you say that it has shifted, power away from political parties themselves now to INEC?
Well, if we say that, it doesn't really portray a very fine, constitutional demands on the part of INEC. Because from the word go, INEC is expected to be a supervisor of the political parties and not to take sides. So if INEC is beginning to be seen as being biased, then it's already weakening the public trust regarding the 2027 election. So INEC is supposed to be a supervisor of the political parties and not to be seen as a meddlesome partner of any sort. So right now, people are already losing hope and trust that INEC may not do its constitutional bidding come 2027.
Now, let's bring it down to what is actually happening now, particularly what has been, all over the news and all over the papers, which is, the whole issue around ADC. Now, looking at what has happened so far, would you say that INEC's stance is temporarily paralyzing the ADC as a political factor, as a strong political opponent come 2027?
Yes, what INEC is doing presently will weaken the corporate psychology. It will weaken the corporate psychology of INEC. Corporate psychology of the political party ADC, because it's still at its consolidation or possibly, if you like, formation stage to become a very formidable opposition political party in Nigeria, since a PDP that was supposed to bring a formidable force had gone drowning. And happening now, I believe that it is not going to give a good composure to ADC, and that is not good for our democratic development.
All right, but do you think that, if you can hear me, Dr. Onyeka,
I can hear you.
Still on this issue, do you think that INEC could have chosen a less disruptive reaction, or a less disruptive or an alternative interpretation of, the court order, before deciding who is going to be I recognized, for maybe maintaining both factions pending the judgment? Do you think that they could have taken an alternative decision apart from the decision that has been taken already?
No, in matters concerning court does not have alternative decision. It has to be taken the way the court's judgment has stated it. The thing there is that INEC should have waited until the substantial matter before the Court of Appeal is determined, then for them to be preemptive, for them to have gone ahead to begin to sanction ADC is where the suspicion lies. So there shouldn't have been an alternative route other than allow party to conclude allow the court to conclude the adjudication. And as it is presently, it will be very difficult for INEC to redeem its image, because one political party that they should have been very careful with is the ADC. PDP having destroyed itself, the only hope for Nigerians to monitor, to be a watchdog to the happenings around the ruling party would have been the ADC. So there shouldn't be any form of alternative communication, alternative decision, apart from that has to follow judicial procedure. And having, truncated the process, having gone ahead to begin to make assertions or statements that weaken opposition, it leaves a whole lot to be desired around the image of INEC.
And of course, this has also brought about accusations that INEC could be acting under external pressures. Now, what do you think about this idea? Do you think that that is a credible claim to make, or do you think that there could be other factors that are influencing INEC's actions?
INEC by now, if they were not under some kind of external influences, should have come out to speak out, because its image, its reputation as a very important institution in Nigeria is under threat. So in the past 24 hours, we've not heard the INEC spokesperson come up to say that, or even the legal team or the legal department has not come up to say exactly what is going on. And of course, there were some protests around INEC national headquarters a day ago or so. And up to now, they have not come to say anything. So there is the suspicion that they have there is external influence within the institution of INEC is very allowed, because how could one explain is that he said this is the only political party that has filed, that has done not through the content of the law. So, and other precedences, other judgments before now, I've always said that, look, all political parties, you go home and treat your matter as an internal domestic affair. So at which point, where did INEC derive his powers to begin to say that political parties cannot be, taking care of INEC? So it all indicates that INEC does not have a stand of its own by externalities.
And seeing that ADC is, currently is positioning itself as a strong, coalition and opposition party, the timing of INEC's decision, do you think that it could impact on, ADC positioning itself as that strong coalition or that strong opposition party to challenge the ruling party? Do you think that it could have some form of impact or influence on their turnout?
We're looking at the strong personalities and psychologists of the persons making up the INEC. There are already some men that are used to the Nigerian political terrain. I'm sure they are also working out their own modalities to counter this, institutional attack on them. I believe that it will, in a way, weaken them, but I believe with resilience and their wide range of experience put into force, it's likely to be a very temporary setback. And that what we are saying as Nigerians, as constitutional citizens, is not that we are saying that ADC is better than APC or APC is better than ADC. After all, some of them that are in ADC were staunch members or even founding fathers of the ADC. But what we are saying is that democracy should be allowed to thrive. There should not be any form of suffocation or intimidation of any constitutional legal group that want to present candidates to political leadership. So ADC should be allowed on fettered grounds to operate. And that is where the civil society stands. That is where the common voice of Nigerians or those who are advocates of democracy stand. We expect that INEC should renege, INEC should repent of its words, the statements issued, and all the actions it has taken so far, because the matter is still in court. And although we cannot hold that, there has been hearsay, of documented evidences of resignations of the former holder of the office of the chairman of the party of ADC. So all that you are saying is that the forces that be in the state that is talking about Nigeria should allow opposition to thrive. The opposition cannot take over from the incumbent if the incumbent is actually doing what they are expected to do. They should be more in the innovation of how Nigerians could have a better welfare, instead of innovating how voices that are rising against them will be downed.
All right, but looking at, from what you've said about these opposition parties not being suffocated, now looking at what we have on ground in our Nigerian political space, particularly using this this most recent incident with the ADC as an example, would you now say that opposition parties suffer issues around suppression and suffocation in Nigeria, particularly during election periods?
Yes, I think so, because our political party not grounded, because we cannot be talking about a country where as we speak right now, we don't have any refinery in Nigeria that is owned by government or seriously managed. We just have the monopolistic refinery, that is one item refinery by Dangote, and that we are grateful for. We thank him for his business resilience. The energy sector is nothing to write home about. We do not have a substantial minister of petroleum and natural resources. It is in the office of the president, and we expect that the reason for taking such positions to the office of the president should be to better the lot of the people in that line. And that is not to deviate, but it is to say that Nigerian leaders, the political leaders, are not even doing what they are expected to do. They are frivolous in terms of spending the people's money. They borrow without recourse to budgetary estimations, and all of this should bother them. The suffering, the misery index, the unemployment rate in Nigeria, how the rich sector of manufacturing and agriculture is almost going moribund. We're only surviving only on the service sector. All of these issues should have bothered the present government, and not to behave in a way that the public will begin to suspect that they are stifling opposition. So in all, we are saying that anyhow it has to go in line with the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. The federal government or the government of the day should allow opposition to thrive. They should be allowed their say. If they feel, if the incumbent in power believes that they have the people, they are doing the right thing, they should allow a smooth sail to the field of the pools, and not to look for other crafty means of making sure that nobody that is of strong voice comes out to contest against them.
Now, you've mentioned a lot about public trust and how the public will perceive the government, and that brings me to ask you about what you think about public trust when it comes to the electoral system in Nigeria. And still drawing on this recent incident, we see that this issue has led to protests, has led to security lockdown at its headquarters, and the citizens, everybody is seeing what is going on. Do you think that this could influence public trust, or rather, how do you think this could influence public trust and voter turnout, and just faith and trust in the voting and electoral system in Nigeria?
Yes, the public trust is already debilitated. it shrank to the unbearable form. We Nigerian people, apart from not having public trust, they are also disenchanted and almost distant, from the happenings around government quarters. A situation where simple matters regarding welfare of citizens are treated as very complex leaves a lot to be desired. And you can see that also happening, the things that happened around PDP, the things that is now about happening to ADC, will make the people begin to feel that all that matters to these people is to grab the power. And whatever they do with the power should not bother the populace. And that should give all of us concern, because you shouldn't have any business stifling opposition. And there are a whole lot of questions people are asking around the judicial system, our Nigerian judiciary. We have three levels of power. We have the judiciary, we have the executive, and we have the legislature. So if at any instance, at any point, one arm of the government becomes so powerful than the other parties, than the other arms, it's also autocratic in a way of mentioning it. So I insist that the trust level is below, expectation. The people do not have trust at all. The people are not even, the way it is going, I'm not sure any Nigerian will come out of it, because it's already looking like a predetermined result. And if you also look at the body language of INEC itself and the legislature, you will see that it looks like a script that is being acted. Because during the electoral reform bill passed by the National Assembly, we had expected that bodies like the National Communication Commission should have been invited to give us first-hand information on the telecom capabilities of Nigeria in terms of transmission of results real time. We didn't hear that. It was later on we started hearing them talk about it. These are the key stakeholders, key partners to INEC in respect of that. And you see how things were swiftly done. And right now we are hearing about the ADC that people have been, in this center, you can hardly hear people say this government policy is this government policy, because almost all the governors that were in the other party have joined the APC. So we are expecting that at least the only voice that Nigerians could extend to the people who appear to be in very thick walls that ears or sounds can no longer penetrate would have been the ADC. And I can assure you that nobody is happy with this present development.
All right. Now, looking at this, would you say that there is a pattern? Because INEC has, previously deregistered parties and, repeatedly been drawn into party leadership disputes and the likes. So now, when you place this ADC incident alongside INEC's history of, deregistering parties and recognizing factions in dispute, would you say that there is a pattern? There is a pattern going on here when it comes to INEC and how they handle party disputes or internal party disputes or problems. Would you say that there is a pattern? And what does that mean, for you?
INEC is a framework-oriented institution. INEC is constitutionally enabled institution and doesn't operate by the whiskers. They operate by rules. And, one of the rules around the registration of political parties will mean the influence they're able to yield in the public, such as how can you continue to allow political parties that cannot even produce a councillor? They can't have their presence in the state House of Assembly, let alone the national or even booth of a governor. So such political parties just make our parties party numbers very huge, and then without impact. That cannot also be said around the ADC. Around some places, some big shots around the National Assembly are beginning to defect. One or two of them are defecting already. Even when ADC, as it were, has not, as the refurbished ADC has not even gone into political contest, have not gone into elections, and are beginning to have that kind of influence. So these are parties that you should be allowed to exhaust every logical judicial reason before you take any decision, because it doesn't fall under the deregistration, framework allowed INEC as an institution that should be in charge of election in Nigeria.
You mentioned the issue around defections, and that brings me to ask you, what do you think about defections and how they have influenced or impacted in this internal party crisis and party dynamics that even lead to this issue with INEC? Do you think that this issue of defections, cross defections from one party to another is also an influence?
The political system in Nigeria and defection shows the weakness in the system. Nigeria is almost systemless. Nigeria is almost institutionless, because then the political parties are almost manifesto free. What will change is personalities, which big Oga is where he is. So let's queue behind him and and share down the line. That is just the central focus. Because if you say that what could have made the number of political governors defect to APC within a year, what was the reason? Because they feel that there could be a force against them, that there's what they call the federal might, or if he says you are not going, you are not going. But it's just that taking away the voice from the people to the early political elites. That is what we are suffering in Nigeria. At any defection, any form of defection is political calculation in their own rating. So they are not defecting because they want to better the lot of the people. They are defecting because they are calculating chances. They do their SWOT analysis. What are our strengths and weaknesses? What are the threats here? What are the opportunities if I go over to the ruling political party? So when they check all of this and see, hey, this is where it's better for me, so what am I doing here? Who are those who are going to write the result? Of course, you know that elections in Nigeria is shambolic. INEC has been a joker. I don't regret using the word joker. INEC over the years have been a joker institution in Nigeria. You see where professors of high merit will come and begin to read papers. You are only hired to read papers for 1 minute. And what is that? Why will you hire professors? All that they do is you call them returning officers. It's making INEC and Nigeria a joke of a place. So, and you look at the huge volume of budget allocated to INEC on annual basis to conduct or intermittent basis to conduct elections. There's what they call sensitive materials, and sensitive materials is paper. How can you call a paper sensitive material? All of this is orchestrated to deceive the public, So if we now begin to do the right thing, we can go electronic. There was one innovative INEC that came on board and brought what they called device. Yeah. So he brought that to an cured accreditation problem. It cured accreditation. So you use the device technology here to cure count problem. The major problem why politicians are defecting is because INEC has not been able to has not been able to provide the count technology. Yeah, and that is what we call the electronic transmission, electronic count. If once that is done, anybody can go ahead and say, I want to contest as a governor or House of Assembly member in my state. Anybody that has good rapport, with the public can go ahead and say, I want to contest. But you can't try that now, because whoever the president or whoever the governor tips and say, this is the person that is going for us, that's the person that will win. And that has been the trend and pattern in Nigeria. So we are only saying that INEC should live up to its union. The public, the people of Nigeria believes that the only way out of these issues we are having, where people are distant from, look at what is happening in Abia State. Did you ever think that Nigeria can have such a place? It's like the man speak the language of the people. So why are the other people not speaking the language of the people? We believe that it is largely to the fact that the governor of Abia State is an independent thinker. He's allowed alone to think. But most of these governors and state house assembly members appear to be oriented, appear to have a vendor kind of exercise of their brain. And that should worry all of us. That should worry all of us. INEC should be disbanded if we want to go forward. We shouldn't have anything called INEC. Let's have an electoral institution where all political parties should be members of that election regulator. So if we do that, we'll proceed. Now, everybody, all hands, all eyes on INEC, and INEC is not going to do well. INEC is not going to give us a good outing of election in 2027 because they don't have what it takes. All that they talk about is logistics. Logistics for what? Logistics to do what? And you ask citizens not to go out on a certain day because of election. Now, you say power issues, you say transmission issues. Tell me which part of Nigeria that people are not using POS. Or even to the most adjoint point, you can go to use POS. A POS is a telecom technology. It's enabled. It's bandwidth here and there. And why can't we expand it? Will Nigeria keep borrowing money? Have we invested money on bandwidth? Have we invested the monies we are borrowing on agriculture or tech?
All right,
what do we use the money for? You see, so it's a very frustrating country,
Of course. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, Dr. Emmanuel Onyeka, talking on INEC and suppression of opposition parties in Nigeria. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your insights. We hope to have you back again some other time. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back shortly to continue Signature Morning with more interesting discussions. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 Justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge. in which case the president can go outside, you know, the shores of the already existing justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, you know, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports, let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is giving that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
Okay, cervical cancer is a cancer of the lowest part of the womb, where we call the cervix, like the opening of the womb. In medical terms, we call it uterus. So the cervix is the mouth, the opening of the uterus. So cervical cancer is a growth that cannot be contained. In other words, it's malignant. Yes. It can spread, that's the meaning. It does not stay in one place. So it can start from that place, from the mouth of the womb, and spread to other parts of the womb, and go into other parts of the pelvic region, affect even the bladder, it can affect the stomach, it can go up and go to the chest. And typically, malignant cells can even travel through the lymphatic system. In other words, it can get very far from where it started. So it is caused by what is called the human papilloma virus. There are the HPV for short. There are many strains of it, so many strains of it. In other words, many types of human papilloma virus. And this is a cancer, incidentally, this is a cancer that has a known organism that causes it, unlike many other cancers. So it is helpful in the sense that if there is an organism that is known to cause it, something can be done if that organism can be arrested. So in trying to prevent it, children at a certain age who have not had any sexual contact can receive a vaccine, the human papilloma virus vaccine, that will prevent if that organism comes into their body now, their antibodies will now fight it, and they will not come down with the cancer. And it's not for adults who have been engaged in sexual activity. So talking about finding it out early, like in cancers, early detection is usually the best form of treatment. So we do certain things like pap smear. Something is taken from that portion in a female. And may I just say something before I get to that? It affects only females, but males can also harbor that virus. Yes, males can harbor the papilloma virus, the human papilloma virus. Males can harbor it in their body, but they will not suffer from it because they don't have a cervix, they don't have a womb, but they can transmit it effectively to as many women as possible. Yes, and that is why one of the ways of preventing it is not having multiple sexual partners, maintaining a good sexual life. Then doing the preventive, which is going for screening for pap smear in designated places like the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital or cancer centers by the Medical Women Association of the ENUGU State. I think they also do that, and some other private institutions do that. So the treatment for that, if detected early, the womb that place can be removed. That is surgery. A radiotherapy can be done. Chemotherapy using drugs to kill the cancer cells can be done if it hasn't advanced much. That's why early detection is very important. So generally, the awareness that should be created is for parents to know that their girl child can receive the vaccine and have that cancer prevented. Because if I'm not wrong, it's about the second most lethal cancer. It kills, in statistics, it is after breast cancer. That is next. After breast cancer, that is next. But a child can be prevented at an early stage by receiving the vaccine. Then, like I said before, people should not be engaged in multiple sexual activities. They should maintain a partner. And screening also can be done. I'm not quite sure about screening on men to know if they have it. I believe that there might be, let me not say what I'm not very sure of right now. Then, in conclusion, we need support for cancer patients because there is a lot of there are places that the fund of Nigeria or the global world or WHO goes into that are not really so necessary. Their health is not given priority. Women with cancer, you find out that majority of women with cancer, cervical cancer, are paupers. Yes, they are paupers because sometimes their lifestyle is due to poverty. Even if you are so rich, treatment for cancer is quite expensive. So it depletes the purses of people. So funding and support to cervical cancer patients and other cancer cases is very necessary.
Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that affects the cell cervix. So it's close to the lower abdomen, which is the vagina. So cervical cancer, it has affected more than 90% of women in this country. So I think that talking about cervical cancer, we need solutions to cervical cancer. First of all, some people don't know the solutions. They don't even know anything about cervical cancer. Therefore, the government needs to create awareness to the women. Even if we cannot create it in a very big way, it can be introduced in the secondary school, university, or even in primary school in order for people to know about it.
Awareness of cervical cancer. So I think government should create more awareness. Not just government, even schools, they should teach about cervical cancer because I myself, I don't really know much about cervical cancer. So government should create awareness in hospitals, even the society, they should talk more about cervical cancer and the dangers of cervical cancer because it kills women and some women don't even know about cervical cancer. Also in hospitals, there should be vaccines for cervical cancer because in my secondary school, I think a hospital came and we actually had to pay and they gave girls vaccine for cervical cancer. So I think it should be talked about often.
I believe if the government put more efforts on the issue of cervical cancer, for example, HIV is widely known, kidney problems are widely known, but cervical cancer, I don't believe a lot of women knows about it. So if the government can concentrate on that area and put more this thing on that area, I believe it will make people be aware of it, and a lot of women will not die ignorantly because it's when it gets to the dangerous stage that a lot of them know about it. So if the government can concentrate the way they concentrate on HIV, kidney problem, even malaria, on cervical cancer issues, I believe there will be a little bit of solution on that.
Nollywood actor and producer Olaide Olabanji has accused his colleague Mercy Aigbe of ingratitude, alleging that she repaid his support with wickedness after he introduced her to the film industry. Speaking during a recent interview with media personality Oyimomo, Olabanji alleged that Aigbe's attitude towards him changed significantly after she rose to fame. He said she does not only become distant but also blocked him on social media. According to him, the actress, who was once friendly and approachable, now acts cold and hostile whenever they encounter each other. Olabanji further alleged that Aigbe harbors deep resentment towards him and even went as far as wishing him harm. Afrobeat star Omale has shared his thoughts on a relationship within the Nigerian music industry, describing it as one filled with strong egos. Speaking on a recent episode of the Nando League podcast, the singer-born Oma Stanley Didia said his personality sets him apart, noting that he does not rely on eternal validation and that he is comfortable maintaining a small circle of friends. Omale described himself as naturally reserved, but admitted that he has a large ego. He said he, however, makes a conscious effort to stay humble at times, as he believes an inflated ego can ultimately hinder personal growth and progress. Now, Nollywood actress and award-winning filmmaker Funke Akindele has shared her perspective on Brazilian butt lift, BBL, revealing that while she admires the procedure, she is not open to undergoing it due to her low tolerance for pain. The Jennifer star noted that she has no issue with women choosing to enhance their bodies through cosmetic surgery, but stressed the importance of moderation and carefully weighing the risk involved. Akindele also spoke about the impact of fame on her personal life, describing herself as someone who is intense in her emotions and relationships. She said her strict and disciplined nature has at times led her to distance herself from people she once cared deeply about. The actress expressed that maintaining success often comes with sense of isolation, and staying at the top requires a high level of discipline, caution, and personal boundaries, which can limit close relationships. She added that she is still learning how to better manage her relationships while prioritizing her mental health above all else. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta's Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now on to our next conversation. We know that Nigeria faces recurring disasters and crises, yet the response systems remain uneven and often termed as or seen as reactive. And so this morning we are looking at the need for national response systems in Nigeria. And joining us via Zoom, we have Nick Agule. You're welcome, Nick. Welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so very much. Can you hear me?
Of course, I can hear you. Good morning. Now,
Good
looking at
morning.
Nigerian response system or national response system in Nigeria, we know that we have a lot of emergency institutions like NEMA and SEMA, but we still see, that the country lacks a truly integrated national response system. So I want to know, in your opinion, from your perspective, what would you say constitutes a functional national response system, particularly in a country like Nigeria?
Thank you very much. This is an area of much interest to me because I find it very odd that a country like Nigeria in the 21st century, with advances in technology, with the resources that we have, and the human capital available to us, and the scale of challenges that we have in the country, including security and others, that we don't have an integrated and functional national emergency response system. Because in every nation you go to, where there is semblance of development, anything development is happening, one of the first things they put in place is to have a national emergency response system. Now, a national emergency response system is very important for any nation because it helps us, the citizens, to be part of the emergency response. So imagine that Nigeria has 200 million people and we have over 220 million telephones. If we install a national emergency response system, it means that every Nigerian having access to a phone becomes part of the national emergency response architecture. It is like the government is recruiting 200 million of us without paying us, and we are working for the national emergency response. Because the national emergency response is organized in layers. So the first layer is where you have the alert system, the reporting system. In fact, before I even go to that layer, let me say that before you even go to the alert system, you must first put the infrastructure in place for the national emergency system to work. And the infrastructure is very simple. You just organize a command and control center. Look, you can have one nationally, or you can have one per state or per region. But that national emergency response command center must be put in place. Once you put it in place, then you ask the GSM companies, the MTNs, the Airtels, and the Glos, and the T2s to connect their networks to that emergency response infrastructure. So that is the first stage. What that means is that anybody with a mobile phone in Nigeria, once you pick that mobile phone and you call a dedicated national emergency response number, maybe 999 or 911 or 112 or 222, is usually a 3-digit number, which is easy to memorize and easy to call. They make it very easy, because if it is like 999, you just need to locate the 9 on your phone and hit it 3 times. And once you hit that number, it goes to that command and control center immediately, so that they will now know what is it that you want. Usually, there are 3 things that you want. You either want an immediate security response, or you want an ambulance if there is a medical emergency, or you want a fire service if it is a fire emergency. So that will be the first layer. Second layer is that put the response teams in place. And putting the response teams in place means you are not going to have a fire service in all corners of Nigeria ready to respond. You are going to have ambulances in all corners of Nigeria ready to respond. You have a security at different layers of security ready to respond. So what then that means is that citizens are scattered all over the country. Every village, town, and city, the citizens are there, and now they are part of this architecture. The citizens have their eyes, they have their ears, they are seeing what is happening around them. So immediately they see something, they just dial that number 999 and they call attention immediately of the response teams. So if, for instance, you know that the criminals know that, oh, there is this system in place. So if I want to go to a shop and go and rob it, before I will even break the padlock on the shop, citizens will call 999 and police will just appear there immediately. Do you know that the criminals will not go and do that thing? How can you go and do something that you know that you won't get away with? By installing this system, 50% of crime in Nigeria will be solved without anybody shooting a bullet. By simply having that system in place, that system will become a deterrent. A lot of the crimes will not happen because the people know that, the criminals know that, once I do it, the citizens are going to call, and if they call, police will come immediately. Usually, that response is that the first responders, we call them first responders. So if you take your phone and call that 999, the operator will immediately take your call. And the operator will ask you, is this security, fire, or ambulance that you want? If you not tell them it is security, they will say, okay, what is the issue? You will say, oh, we see some criminals, they are climbing one fence, and some of them are breaking a door. As immediately you tell them that, the first security response has already departed, and it's heading there. And when they go there as first responders, they will see it and say, oh, these people are armed, though they have arms. They will not call the responder has arms. If they have a machine gun, they will call the response that has machine gun. So the response will be depending on the threat that they are seeing. I am telling you that Nigeria can solve our security problem 50% by installing this system. Then if it is ambulance, in Nigeria today, you will see a lot of times where there's an accident now on the road. Then you will see citizens, they will carry axes and all sorts of metals. They are trying to force the vehicle open so that they can retrieve the accident victims. In the process of doing that, because they are not experts in handling such trauma injuries, they end up killing the victims. But if this system is in place and that accident happens, immediately citizens will dial the code and they will say, no, there is an accident that just happened at Ogidi area. In fact, immediately you call them, the command and control center already knows where you're calling them from. So they will now start sending ambulances to race to the place. When the ambulances arrive with paramedics, the paramedics are trained to handle accident victims. They have all sorts of equipment that they can use in cutting that vehicle and removing the accident victims in a very careful and professional way that will not kill them, aggravate their injuries. The same thing with fire. Once you see the smoke, you call 999. They say, what is the issue? You say, oh, there is a fire in this building at Independence Layout. They already know where you're calling. Ambulances will just race to the place and solve it. This is what you do as a nation. And I'm surprised that Nigeria, we don't even have a system like this. How can we operate as a country?
All right, Mr. Agule, now you've mentioned the way these systems should work and the ideal emergency response system that we should have in Nigeria. But now looking at what is obtainable here, I mean, we have NEMA, we also have the state emergency management agencies. How well would you say that they are doing so far when it comes to fulfilling these this mandate or these jobs that they are supposed to do when it comes to responding to emergencies in Nigeria? How well would you say that they have been able to fulfill their mandates?
So what I'm describing now, what I'm describing now, ideally to just have NEMA as part of the architecture. NEMA or SEMA at the states is not the fullness of what I'm discussing. What I'm discussing is very integrated. For instance, if there is an emergency, like there is flooding, and the citizens call 999, then you expect immediate response of a set of engineers that will go and immediately use equipment to channel the water, to divert the water, and then they begin to lift people who are in danger out of the danger zone and all of that. And then an organization like NEMA or SEMA will now come in and start bringing shelter, bringing blankets, bringing food, bringing all of that to the people who have been evacuated. You know, so the same way, assuming you have a fire, it is not NEMA or SEMA that will go and fight the fire. It is a fire service that will go and fight the fire. But the victims of that fire, because they are now homeless and they need food, all their food has gone, that is when NEMA and SEMA will come in. If it is tent, they will bring tent for their shelter, they will bring food, they will bring medicines, they will bring clothing, blankets, and all of that. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying in terms of how these agencies are expected to work in collaboration, right? The same thing, if it is a security incident, right? It is not NEMA or SEMA that will respond. It is the security architecture that will respond. And after they have dealt with the threat and suppressed and arrested it, NEMA and SEMA can come in and start attending to the victims and meeting up their needs and all of that. You know, so the system I am describing, NEMA and SEMA is supposed to be part of it, but it is not the whole system. The real whole system should be there. In fact, this emergency response system is also a very good tool for intelligence gathering. It's not just to respond to a crisis or an incident that has already happened. Because the citizens already have this system available to them. The citizens can look at the next house to them and they see the kind of movement in and out of that house. And they feel suspicious that something is happening in that house. The citizens will carry their phone and call that 999. When they take the phone, they will not give the information. They see this house, number so on this street. We don't understand what is happening there. Then the government is not going to respond with uniform security. Government will send intelligence people who come in civilian clothes. They will start investigating that house. They will start mingling with the community. They will start knowing what is happening there. And if it is actually something that they are planning, they will now nip it in the bud before it ever happens. You know, the security in Nigeria is all chasing something that has already happened. Like in a Plateau State now, the president was there yesterday. After the people have been slaughtered, the president is chasing after shadows. But assuming the citizen had a 999 system, you know that those bandits that came to slaughter people in Plateau, they didn't fall from heaven. Why am I saying even heaven? They didn't fall from hell. They didn't fall from hell. Those bandits actually grouped themselves. They started to regroup. They started to bring the arms together. They started to organize themselves. The citizens were seeing it all, but the citizens don't have a platform to inform the government that this is what is happening here until those bandits got ready and they traveled from wherever they were and arrived in those communities in Plateau State and they carried out what they carried out. Assuming we have this system that I'm describing in place, immediately they started to gather. They started to bring arms. They started to do some movement where citizens now knew that these people are preparing for an operation. The citizen would have just called 999 and intelligence people would have gone to that place to go and check out what is happening. And immediately the intelligence people noticed that, oh, bandits are getting together. They must be planning an attack. They will now call proper security with guns. And those proper security will reach there and will surround the place and we give those people two options. Surrender immediately now, let us pick you up, or we fix you an appointment with God. That means what happened in Plateau State would have been arrested before it happened. But let us even say that the government missed it. The intelligence community missed it. Even the citizens didn't know what was happening. They didn't report. But immediately the first gun or cutlass was used on somebody, the citizens would have called 999. And by that time, they are saying that bandits have started to attack a community. And the security would have responded immediately to the place. That would not have led to this kind of death toll that we're talking about. You
Very
know,
good
so
point
this is
you're
the kind of
making,
system that I'm talking
Mr.
about.
Agule, concerning how this can work out, particularly using what happened in Plateau State. So seeing that we do not have the kind of response system that you're talking about, what needs to be put in place for us to arrive at that point where people can easily dial a number like 999 or whatever number that they can dial for the adequate response systems to be made available to them? What can we do to, get this going? What's the way forward?
The way forward is to put the system in place. You know, for me, I feel very sad that our leaders continue to do the same thing over and over again. Let's go back to Plateau State. Because the government could not stop the bandits from grouping to come and strike. Because the government did not even stop them when they were striking. After they have killed Nigerians, what was the response? The governor of Plateau State now went to the place. You know, the man entered armored car. He stood inside armored car and was talking to the people. If the governor himself does not feel safe, how did he expect that the people who are living in that place will feel safe? So the governor sat in the armored car, stood in the armored car. The people say, we are not going to listen to you unless you come down. He came down and spoke to them. He carried himself and with his security went back to Jos. The president went there yesterday and made promises. The president, after doing that, has now left on his holiday. If those bandits come back today, as we are speaking now, to that same community to attack them, what has been put in place by the governor and the president to stop it? Nothing. They only went and made speeches and left the place. So what they need to do is that stop this speech making. Stop this going to go and visit the community after the attack has happened. Sit back in your offices and organize a national emergency response system that is comprising of a central command and control center, that is comprising of an alert system to the telephone companies, that is comprising of you setting up all the response teams, the security teams, the fire teams, and the security teams, the fire teams, and the ambulance teams. Set them up all over Nigeria. Every local government should have the teams in the local government. In fact, it shouldn't take more than 1 to 2 kilometers of traveling for you to see a team. So that immediately citizens call, your response to the place is quick. Instead, they have roadblocks. What are those people doing on checkpoints? They are there permanently. They are not ready to respond to anything. So the government must stop paying lip service to securing Nigerians. The government must stop going to see communities after their people have already been killed. They need to set up this system. What will it cost to set up this system? It will cost nothing. You know, is it the manpower we don't have? We have the manpower. One thing happened yesterday. You know, I wrote an article about this emergency response system. I published the article. Yesterday, when the president went to Plateau State, it's as if somebody forwarded my article to him. The president picked up on one thing in my article, which is the absence of CCTV cameras around Nigeria. And the president said in Plateau State yesterday that he has asked the Minister for Communication and Digital Economy to go and install 5,000 CCTV cameras in Plateau State. But whilst the president at least has taken a step in the right direction, he did it in a very wrong way. Because you cannot just go and isolate one of the things I wrote and go and implement it. What needs to be implemented is holistic, integrated. Because if that camera harvests information, what are you doing with that information? That's the president didn't talk about. That information must be acted upon. If that camera picks up intelligence information, meaning he's seeing some people carrying arms and heading to a particular direction, there has to be an alert system that will now mobilize security to go and confront that thing. Or if that camera picks up people who are actively hitting people, butchering them, There must be a rescue system in place for security to go and stop it. The president didn't go that far. It's not just about going to install camera. If you install camera like that, people will just come and they remove the camera itself. But if you have that response system in place, like for instance, you have cameras and then you have a 999 number. Immediately, criminals come to a community and they are trying to remove the camera. The citizens will just put a 999 call through. What is the problem? There are some people who have come and they are removing our CCTV camera, and then the security response is quick. This thing must be integrated, Mr. President. You can't just go and pick one aspect of it and start implementing it. Because in that article, I wrote the kind of things that security agencies elsewhere use in preventing crime. Or if crime happens, they tackle it. Number one, I talked about fingerprint database. Security elsewhere, they gather fingerprints of people. If you have anything to do with the police, if the police arrest you or stop you or anything, the first thing they do is that they take your fingerprint. So that database, when a crime happens, like for instance, if a house is robbed, robbery happened in the house, the police will come and condone the place, and they will harvest the fingerprint because the law price must have put their hand on something. Either they put their hand on the door to force the door to open, and then when they enter the house, maybe they were searching bags and all that. Their fingerprints are on those things. And when the police harvest that thing and go and put it in the fingerprint, they will know exactly the people that were in that house. Exactly, because no human being fingerprint is the same. Of the 8 billion people in the world, no human fingerprint is the same. So God has already given us that fingerprint as a security tool. Why are we not using it? And like I said, if criminals in Nigeria know that, if I go and rob that house and they come and carry my fingerprint, they will know that I am the one that went to do the robbery. You know that more than 50% of robbery will not happen. They will advise themselves not to go and do it. More than 50%. And then, of course, the other thing is that if you now arrest people who are doing the wrong thing, regardless of their position in society, if the government enforces the law and puts those people through the judicial process and they actually get them punished, 45% of crime will not happen. Because what then that means is that the people saw a traditional ruler or a politician or a military officer or a policeman, any high influential person, they did something wrong and they really put them through the law and they went and judged them. When people see that, 45% of the people will not go and do the wrong thing. Then that means you have solved 50% with deterrence, 45% by law enforcement. It's only 5% of crime that will happen. And in all nations, that 5% happens. Anywhere in the world, that 5% happens. But the security will be on top of that 5% because it's so small. They will deal with it. In Nigeria, we don't have deterrence and we're not enforcing the law. So 100% of people want to commit crime, they go out to commit it. This is why the security architecture is overwhelmed.
Now, Mr. Gule, you've mentioned, some of the ways that this can work, but let's also look at some of the gaps, particularly when it comes to infrastructure and technology gaps. Most of these things depend on things like early warning signs, good communication network, and transport infrastructure. Now, looking at the country, how well developed would you say these components are in Nigeria today to enable this framework to work seamlessly without issues or other external factors that may hinder the seamless execution of this framework?
What you have identified is correct, and that is what the government needs to put in place. What you have identified that is not there is not going to fall from somewhere, from the skies. The government must put it in place. It's the government that will set up the infrastructure. And let me tell you, this system I'm talking about, this 99 system, is not today's technology. This thing has existed for over 100 years. There are countries in the world that have used this system for over 100 years. So the technology is there. You can even buy the technology off the shelf. Off the shelf, you can buy it. Is it having a building where you will house the central command and control center that will be a problem. We have buildings in Nigeria. You understand? There are some of the buildings you will see, they will go and mark EFCC, keep off. And the thing will be there for 10 years, 20 years. Why? Convert such a building to a central command and control center. Put the technology inside and ask the GSM companies to link their networks to that technology. So that once you dial 999, it goes straight to that central command and control center. That is phase one. The other phase is put the response teams in place. If we want to buy ambulances and place ambulances in different parts of every city in Nigeria, is it impossible for us to do? Is it removing all the police and the army that are harassing people on checkpoints? Put them inside response teams. Scatter them all over Nigeria so that once they call them, they will leave where they are, go and solve the problem and come back to where they are. Because do you know that leaving them on checkpoints is already a risk to them? There are many of these people at the checkpoint that bad guys come to the checkpoint, they kill them and carry their arms, and you leave the families bereaved without a father, without a brother, without an uncle. But if you remove them from the checkpoint and go and house them in a fortified and secure place, and they only leave that place when they call them, and then they go and deal with the matter. When they finish, they go and keep themselves safe where they are. All this security they have been killing, it will not happen. You know, is it to organize the ambulance teams, buy fire trucks, and scatter them around the country that is too much for us? How much are they? You understand? You know that the former central bank governor, they said he built one estate. There's one estate that was linked to him. The estate had like 734 houses. Do you know that the cost of one house there will buy an ambulance? One house will buy an ambulance. And since we have 774 local government, the cost of one house there will buy an ambulance per local government in Nigeria. So why are we not doing things like that? And you know, one other good thing with this technology, which I would like to talk about, is that you see the mobile phone that is in your hand. Even if it does not have battery, the battery has drained, and you dial that 999, it will go. Why will it go? Because the battery has drained for you not to use the phone, but the phone has an internal memory and is retaining an internal battery that is using that memory. That is the battery, the internal battery that 999 system uses. It will go and use it and dial. Do you know that even if you don't have GSM network, your GSM signal is 0, the system will still go, because immediately you dial and there is no GSM network, it will pick up satellite and send your number through. Do you know? And do you know that when you dial that number, the other side, the number never gets busy, because the government will employ like 50,000 people and create 50,000 lines to receive calls, so that at any point in time you call, somebody will receive your call. And that takes me to the other side. By setting up this infrastructure, the command center will maybe like 50,000 people recruited, then the ambulance teams, the fire teams, the security team. You are creating jobs for Nigerians all over Nigeria. Creating jobs for our young people who are lazing about. It is lack of job that is even causing some of the security problems we have. It's lack of job. But if you see them smartly dressed in their uniform, you ask him in the morning, where are you going? Oh, I work for ambulance service in a social local government. That's where I'm going to work. That man, that guy, that young man or woman will not be available for crime. Because he works in the morning, he's going to go and do his ambulance job. He's going to go and do his fire service job. He's going to do his security job. He's going to do his command and control center job. And yet, we're keeping the nation safe.
I mean, this is a conversation that we need to continue even after today, but this is the much we can take for this particular segment of our conversation. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you as always, and I look forward to continuing this conversation with you on another day. Thank you so much, Mr. Nick Agule.
Thank you, and good Friday to all of our viewers and yours in the studios. Thank you.
Thank you for your good wishes. And that is Mr. Nick Agule talking on the emergency response system in Nigeria. And thank you so much as well for staying with us and for engaging in our conversation and for being a part of Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and don't forget, we'll be connecting to our Abuja studios for more interesting conversations and packages coming your way. Have a nice day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, and thanks for joining us on this special interview on Signature TV. My name is Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, and I have the pleasure of hosting today Ambassador Joe Keshi. Ambassador Joe Keshi is a very distinguished Nigerian diplomat. Ambassador Keshi, who today is the chairman of Africa Growth Foundation, was also the permanent secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Keshi, in the course of his career, had been to several places, taking several positions, but one I remember so vividly was as Deputy High Commissioner to Sierra Leone and being part of the negotiation to bring back peace in Sierra Leone. Ambassador Keshi, my pleasure to have you on our program.
Thank you very much, and may I say congratulations to you for having your own TV outlet, and I think it's a very good thing. The more the merrier, and situated here in the historic city of Enugu, I sincerely hope that you are enjoying the support and the encouragement of both the government and the people of both Enugu and the region.
Thank you, Your Excellency. One of the big issues in the world today is the Iran war. Before the Iran war, there's been a lot of concern about how power is being used in the world today. The United Nations came so many decades ago to stop wars like this, for us to have more multilateral conversations about issues that concern the world. But today we see this war in Iran, where so many experts think is a war that could have been avoided.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What is your position, sir?
Well, I share that common view that the war should have been avoided in the first instance. You know, this is a war that is being fought more on ego, more on the fact that we have the power and we can do whatever we like. And it's so unfortunate that the two people who are destabilizing the world today are two of the major superpowers. You have Russia destroying Ukraine, and you have the United States of America, along with Israel, more or less destroying the Middle East. And what is the issue? The issue is that Iran should not have a nuclear capability or capacity. But the question I often ask is, who decides who has what? Israel has nuclear capability or capacity. And the tragedy of it all, or the worst part of the story, is that you are not even allowed to mention it. We are not even allowed to mention that Israel is, is a member of the nuclear power. You are not even allowed to say that Israel did not sign the nuclear, proliferation agreement. It's a taboo. Nobody mentions it. But now you come up and decide that Israel, another country in that same region, must not have it. For goodness sake, who decides these things? And then to make matters worse, every now and then, look, President Obama signed an agreement to curtail the development of nuclear technology in Iran. President Trump came and abrogated it. And that's what has led to this war. The same Trump, a few months ago, decided that he was going to use the heaviest, the most sophisticated American military arsenal. And he was boasting that nobody has that kind of this thing. And he was boasting of the destruction.
Obliteration.
Obliteration. Thank you. That was the word he did. That they have obliterated Iranian nuclear capability. And then a few months later, because Israel wanted, Netanyahu actually, not Israel, came back. And then because you heard Israel was going to attack some of these other facilities, you decided to get involved. This is a man who actually confessed that he has sent some of the best American warships to that region, and the Iranians are not moving. So the question you should ask yourself, you should ask your colleagues, your advisors, in a situation like this, do you think it's right for us to go to war? You did not consult your allies. You did not even seek the advice of your allies.
Not even your Congress.
Not even your Congress. And now you are abusing the same allies that they are cowards. When George Bush went to Afghanistan and Iran, he formed the coalition of the willing. Look, diplomacy is not conducted on the pages of newspapers. Diplomacy it's a very intricate, involves intricate negotiations that could take quite, number of days, weeks, and years, and things like that. So you must have the patience for it. The problem is Trump does not have patience for diplomacy.
Let me go to a word you used when you started. You said that this is a war that you could say is based on ego.
Yeah, and I could explain look, Netanyahu has been portrayed, number one, Netanyahu wants to make sure that they're perpetually in war.
So that he can remain
prime minister. Look, has always wanted to be the longest prime minister. Now he wants to be the prime minister that saved Israel, probably another modern Moses. And the truth of the matter is that Israel itself does not have leaders who think about the future. They just think that, we have all the military arsenals to do whatever we want. But the truth of the matter is that you've been fighting these wars for 70 years and you have not succeeded. Shouldn't conventional wisdom, critical thinking say to you, somewhere along the line, you must make peace with your neighbors? And Iran, bear in mind that Iran has not in reality as a nation in any way attacked Israel or the United States. After 9/11 and when they were talking of going to war, I took part in a conversation in one of the universities in Georgia. And everybody in America was saying, Iran, Saddam Hussein wants to destroy us. And I said to them, have you guys ever looked at the map of the world?
And where they are.
And where they are. Saddam Hussein does not have the means. They say, oh, he has a nuclear... I said, no, he doesn't. And the problem with the United States, you know, people won't believe this, but of all the people in the world, the people of America, Americans are the least informed about the world outside their environment. And you don't blame them. When you watch American TV, 99% of the program in American TV is all about America. Very few about the rest of the world until CNN and the rest. In fact, CNN possibly the only one, but even the CNN we watch in Nigeria is CNN International, which operates from London. It's different from CNN America, which also completely runs an American program. So the average American just thinks only about. So it's difficult for them, except the researchers, the intellectuals, who honestly understand the issues, and they keep trying to do their best to inform the American people that this is not true, or the government is misbehaving, or things like that. But the last thing I would say, you know, when you have done, look, it is said that when you repeat something consistently and it's failure, it's called insanity or something like that. The Americans went to Afghanistan again, they failed. They wanted the regime, you know, they failed. They went to Iraq, they failed. They are now they went to Libya, they failed. And now the same thing. And in all this thing, what have they left behind? Chaos and destruction. Lives lost. Institutions destroyed. Libya has not known peace since Gaddafi was killed. The same with Iraq. Afghanistan, even today, Afghanistan and their former friends are fighting. And now you have Iran. And see the consequences because of the Strait of Hormuz. Here, inflation, by next week, inflation will creep into Nigeria.
Okay. Let's go to Israel. You know, United Nations, through several resolutions, some experts preach peace for security.
Yeah.
Israel preaches security for peace. In other words, if we don't guarantee our security, there won't be peace. But United Nations resolutions, which had also advocated for a two-state solution, that is the official United Nations position, a two-state solution in that area of the Middle East. Why is it so difficult for America and Israel to agree with that two-state solution, which in 1973, when we had the peace accord, and a lot of people thought it was something was going to come out of it.
Is the death of leadership in Israel. Look at it this way. I'm trying to remember the Israeli prime minister that made a leader and was eventually assassinated.
Yes.
Since that assassination, nobody wants to make peace in Israel. Nobody has had the courage to say, listen, guys, we've been fighting for so many years. We need to make peace with our neighbors. On the other side, the American side, is that those who control the United States of America are the Israelis. They own the top of the businesses, they own the newspapers, they own the television, and then they are the ones who also promote the politicians or sponsor the politicians. So until Israel signs on that we are going to make peace, America is unlikely to sign on for peace. The only fellow who has tried to push America towards a negotiation Barack Obama, and that is why the people of Israel, led by Netanyahu, hates Barack Obama. Because look, Barack Obama made one simple explanation to them, and which is, when they were talking of making Israel permanently a Jewish state, Barack Obama said, no, you cannot make Israel completely a Jewish state, because the population of the Arab Israelis are growing higher than your population. So, but if you want to do it an exclusively Jewish state, why don't you allow these fellows to go and, as has been, you mentioned the United Nations, this thing, the West Bank, let it become part of the state of Palestine, and this is over. And they refused. That's where we are. Until they sign on to a peace deal. America today is not with Trump, but it also shows you the depth of leadership, the lack of patience for diplomacy. If President Trump, no, Clinton can bring together Arafat and an Israeli prime minister to make peace. These negotiations are not something which is what is wrong today with diplomacy under Trump. These are negotiations that you send the negotiators to both sides, and until you begin to find a common ground, persuasion, reasoning with this, reasoning with that, and then when you now say that,
and yes, supposed to be in front of camera.
Yes, yeah. When you now begin to say that, only one issue is involved, and you go to the president and say, as an official, you go to the president and say, I think we're in a position now. There's only one small issue. You can resolve it. Get these two guys and your friends to a conference and resolve it. That was what was done under Clinton that led to the agreement between Arafat and the other man who was, who was assassinated. The point I'm trying to make, you no longer have leaders who have the courage, the tenacity, and the preparedness to go into these negotiations and force the two sides to the negotiating table. You could also say the same thing about Russia and Ukraine. This other man, and you see the danger of what they are doing is that when Putin went into this war, he never imagined that the war would last 3 years. It was like, we have the capacity, we have the power, we get into Ukraine and then annex. 3 years or 4 years on, it's
like somebody
now,
said, you know how a war starts, you don't know how
but
it
you don't
ends.
know. And, in one of my interviews, I said to, I think it was Ruben Abati or somebody, I said, it's also lack of institutional memory, or people have forgotten that a former chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff in the name of Collins Powell wrote a book based on his Vietnam experience and also based on his role during the Gulf War. 3 things he said. I always remember, I can't remember the title, but the first thing is that you do not go to war anymore without clearly defining your objectives. And it must be clearly defined. 2, you overwhelm your opponent with air power. I can't remember the third one, but it's interesting. I can't remember the. But the 4th one is the one that, before you go to war, you must also plan your exit strategy. In Russia, they have no exit strategy. Today, the United States has no exit strategy. And this is why Trump wakes up one morning and said to us, the war is almost coming to an end. We have achieved our objectives. The next day, he changes his mind. It could last 8 weeks or something like that. You have a young inexperience, and for me, it's probably the worst Secretary of State for Defense, who comes in, he doesn't even say anything in comparison to those I know that have been defense secretaries in the United. He can't even measure up to them. All he says
is Secretary for War.
Yeah, the president has said this, and we are doing this, we are doing this. He just wants to talk like Trump and behave like Trump.
Like Trump, yeah.
But I also tell people, if anybody has a problem with what I'm saying, I urge them to read the Cuban Missile Crisis.
The Bay of Pigs.
Yes. How a young American president that the Russians were moving, nuclear something
Missiles.
to missiles to Cuba. And look, he went into, yes, he issued an ultimatum to the Russians, but he went into diplomacy, backdoor channel to the Russians, consultation with his team, including his brother. At one time, any information the CIA brought to him, the president gets very upset, beginning to wonder, look, whether this information is even correct. In fact, at some point, he felt they were undermining him. They were undermining him, or they were not giving him the proper information. But he did not immediately go to war. They kept finding, through the back channel, how do we end this crisis? While preparing that if it doesn't end, and things like that. On the other end, the Russians were also thinking, is it worth it? But today, you do not have such statesmen anymore. And look, it's all over the world. Quite frankly, it's all over the world. So when you watch this movie, The Queen, which tells a very interesting history of the late Queen Elizabeth. No, sorry, not the Queen, The Crown. You would also see that somewhere along the line, the Queen felt that some of his prime ministers were useless, but some, like Winston Churchill, were the real statesman.
So where does all this leave the United Nations? Because decades ago, United Nations was like a stabilizing force. It was like that institution, that had a check on everybody, But today, that multilateralism that the world embraced after World War II is almost dead.
I might be wrong, but I have consistently blamed what is happening with the United Nations now with the inactive posturing of the current leadership of the institution. Look, the first Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld, died while trying to negotiate the crisis in the Congo. And subsequently, successive Secretary Generals have always been active and getting involved. If you remember, when Trump went to the United Nations last year, one of the things he said to the UN, to the Secretary General was, I'm trying to make peace around the world, you are not even helping me. What does that tell you? Nobody has heard the side of the United Nations, whether he has, the United Nations Secretary General, whether he has made overtures or something like that. But I have not seen him saying, I'm traveling to this part of the world to have a meeting. I know he has a problem. The Israelis don't like him. But whether he's talking to American officials, I've never read it anywhere that he has spoken to any American official, or that, I think only once he went to Russia. But I remember Kofi Annan, I remember the Egyptian, and I remember previously saying that.
Boutros Ghali.
But yes, that they were always traveling to these, hotspots, trying to get peace agreement and so on. But these ones, honestly, I don't have a record or read anywhere that they moved that. But every time he's making statements, appealing for peace. No, issues like this, you really have to go out. Where a president like Trump says, the United Nations is not even helping me, it tells you a lot. And I think that is a fundamental problem they are having. Well, we propose an African for the next Secretary General of the United Nations. I sincerely hope that he is going to have a lot of problem trying to bring the United Nations back to its previous position as a global peacemaker. But as it is today, I fear that the global system. You know, the tragedy of all this discussion we are having is that the same people who establish the system, the international system that has lasted over 70 or 70 plus years, they are the same people destroying it.
Yeah, because I was going to say that from the first tenure of Trump, that one of his objectives was to undermine the United Nations. He thought that the United Nations was just in name only, and you even saw it in withdrawing monies to
the United Nations, killing all the, withdrawing from all the institutions and things like that. But look, that one, if I have a feeling that might not be, again, that will depend on who comes on after Trump. If the Democrats can win the presidency again, I want to believe that they will try and stabilize the international system, because they are not just liberal, but they are internationalists. And they love working because they get everything they want to do through the United Nations. But the problem with Trump is the ego. Look, this is a man who tells everybody that he's going to do this. He's not going to listen to the United States.
Is it ego or inexperience?
No, it's more of an ego thing. You know, as we say in this part of the world, the power of the shakam. You know, a whole me, Trump, president, and I'm let's take, even his staff can't advise him. They can't. You can see that every day he's making policies on social media without consulting his team. He gets to the office in the morning. The first thing he does is bring all the reporters and start answering questions and telling them what he would do and things like that. How? And that is what gets out. Some of his secretaries of state, they hear these things when they read his social media and when they see the interview going on. Or the cabinet, he calls, you know.
And then they have to defend it.
And they have to defend it. What betide you if you do not defend it? The man who resigned last week, or this week actually, you know, was one of his greatest fans. And the man said, look, there was no cause to go to war, which we all know that there was no cause to go to war. And the vice president, a week before this war, the vice president has told the world that the negotiations between the Americans and the Iranians was going reasonably well. Why did he get involved? Because he heard that Israel was not too sure whether the Americans would be involved. And they thought they can do a preemptive thing. He decided that no, Israel cannot do it.
Cannot take the glory.
Cannot take the glory. And if you notice, which most people do not notice, anybody, you can check it, you are in this business. Immediately that war started, for the first 3-4 days, it was the Israeli prime minister that was, you know, dictating the tone, informing nations, the world, what they've done and so on. Our top was that, oh, we have done this and so on, and then they disappeared. You look at it, suddenly Trump realized that, this man is taking all the glory. Forcefully, he came back, and now the Israeli prime minister has withdrawn. It's only him every day.
But you know, Your Excellency, you spent so many, a good number of years in the U.S. Did anyone think that America in this century will be playing the role it's playing in world politics?
Yeah, in a way, again, I say so many things have gone wrong in America, to be frank. The Americans, quite a number of them have lost their way. You know, one of the reasons why the Democrats lost was that they got involved in a lot of cultural issues. And this was happening against the background of the protests, the anger of white, uneducated, rural America, who felt, with the collapse of the industries, who felt that the economy has left them, the new economy being propelled by technology has left them behind. And so Trump tapped into that anger and became president. And that's exactly why. But the truth of the matter is that, look, if you really know America very well and you see those who are making America what it is today, they are all immigrants. I don't know what it is now, but I do know that as of last year, when you look at the heads of all the major tech companies in the world, they are not Americans. But even though they came, lived in America, grew up, started this business, they are mostly probably from India.
Let's look at the two big powers you talked about, America and the United Nations. And the United States. Leading the
destruction of the international system.
The destruction of the international system. Can there be a third force?
As of today, no. There can't be a third force. And this is one of the arguments I made when the war started. When the war started, we were at the Institute of International Affairs, and it was just in the second week of this war, and we had a lot of professors in the hall. And because I was in Lagos, I attended based on the fact that Professor Akinyemi, who is the chairman of the institute, asked me to attend. And I attended and I was listening to all the professors. And they were all saying about the same thing. America is breaking international law. America is doing this. It's against this convention. It's against that convention, and so on. Then Professor Akinyemi insisted that I must speak. So I had no test. What I said to the audience was that, I find it very funny listening to professors here today, that they are saying America broke the law, this is against that convention, this is against that convention. It is sounding as if they are saying America do not know the law. I said, but listen, it was the Americans who led in the formation, in the writing of the laws. They were the ones who helped establish the United Nations and crafted the rules. And not necessarily in their favor, but over the years, those rules have guided the international community to where we are today. But we could also say that what has happened over the years is the fact that inadvertently, we also have empowered America, that America now sees itself as the policeman of the world. And I gave examples. I said, there's crisis in this place. Who do we call upon to help resolve it? Because they have air power. They have the capacity to lead troops and everything. It falls on America. They do it. There's crisis in this place. Who goes in there? America. There's crisis in this place. Who goes in there? America. I said the international globe has more or less empowered America. And then the consequence is that a country under the leadership of a man like Trump now feels that he actually can be the chief policeman of the world. And so anything that happens, he doesn't like one country, he decides what to do, and that's what he's going to do. Nobody's going to restrain him. The allies themselves have been too dependent on the United States that today they themselves are trying to find a new way out of
that dependency. This is why they are increasing their defense, but none of them is going to try and build up that military capability that like America or Russia has. And that's the honest truth. The only fellow that is doing that is Russia. But Russia only has one reason for all its military advancement: to take over Taiwan. China?
China, yes. Once it can do that, China will not, for whatever reason, be the policeman or act like the policeman of the world. China's interest is to dominate the world economically, pure and simple.
Which might dovetail to dominating the world militarily, because as they grow technology, they get richer.
No. As you see, they have had their own experience of war. So what has happened in the last, should we say 30 years or 40 years? While America has spent all its time, energy, resources fighting war, building military arsenals that they will never use. And that's why Trump actually, Trump acted like a child. Because you see the way he was speaking, boasting. All he wanted to do was to show off that aircraft, that he can penetrate anything. All he wanted to do was just show it off, to show American capability. And that's all. That is not something you use for any little war. And by the way, after all this war, that plane will never fly to anywhere again. So you can't use it.
He might use it in Cuba. He said it.
No. It's not going to. Cuba has nothing where. No, there's nothing that aircraft. Look, one drop of that aircraft will destroy the whole of Cuba. No, that's not the intention.
So, but why does he want to go to Cuba?
No, you see, you have to understand what has happened in Cuba. When Fidel Castro took over in the 60s, I think 58 or 1960, before then, America has become the Cuba, particularly Havana, has become the playground of the rich and the famous, particularly Americans. They build the hotels, the casinos, and everything, and so on. But when the Cuban Revolution came, they all left. And Cuba nationalized everything.
All the assets.
All the assets. That is still the problem today. And that's why successive American presidents have imposed sanctions on, And then when you look at this thing, look, you impose sanctions on these countries. And then people in these countries try to leave and then come to America, and you continue to welcome them. You destroy the Middle East. The same people now began to find a way to get to the United States, and then you accommodate them. Now you are turning around to complain about immigrants. But you've forgotten that you caused the rise of migration as we know it today. So for more than 80 years, not up to, just about that, Cuba has been under sanctions. But under Fidel Castro, and with the help of the rest of the world, they really built a country that they were proud of, the world was proud of, to the extent that during the liberation struggle, all the liberation fighters in Africa were getting arms, medical supply from Cuba. And by the way, Americans were going to Cuba for operation because it was cheaper. And the Cubans had the best doctor around that time in the world.
Some people say that what Trump, with the Trump leadership in America, that America has started a decline. Is this something you see too?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But you see, the decline of a nation is not sudden. The decline of a nation is a gradual process. Look at where Britain was some years ago. Look at where Germany was some years ago. Look at where Japan was some years ago. And I say this to you, when we were growing up, if you look at all the indices of development at that time, America was always number one in almost everything, including sports, but particularly education. America was number one for many years. Let me speak like Trump. Nobody came close. Today, when you look at the indices of development, America is about number 16 or 17 or 18 when it comes to education. Those who are making it today, who are keeping America going, are immigrants from other parts of the world, well-educated, well-schooled. If you go to that's again the problem Trump has. if you go to any Ivy League university, you find more foreigners than Americans. So if they spend all their years fighting, and then when you know, some of these problems America has today that Trump, by the way, in fairness to him, is trying to solve, like bringing back, rebuilding American manufacturing capacity.
It home.
It was caused by what you could call the own American greed and the whole belief in capitalism. I give you an example. It was the Americans who started fanning out outsourcing. It was the Americans who decided that America was too expensive for them to produce a cup like this. Where in America you probably could produce a cup like this for $2. In China or anywhere in those parts of the world, you can produce them for 5 cents. And you remember one time they were saying that all these watch and phones that we know, they are made for $20 in China, and there's some parts of and then they come and sell them for $700 in the United States. Some of these iPhones are being made cheaper, below 100, and now they are sold for 1,000, 3,000 plus in America. And that's why everybody is saying, look, Trump is imposing taxes.
And tariffs.
But the truth of the matter is that those who will be affected are also American companies. And that whatever he's doing now will not materialize before the end of his administration. Because look, Apple is not going to uproot its factories outside the United States and put it in America.
In 1 year or 6
months? In 1 year or no, even in 4 years. So they were the ones, out of greed, capitalism, they began outsourcing. A couple of years when this outsourcing started with India, the Americans, of course, the Indians were involved too. The Americans went to India, trained the Indian people, and began to outsource so many things to them. So when you make a phone call, for example, you watch your medical records and you wanted to, the fellow who is giving you that medical record, because he has all the information, is in India. It took quite a lot of work because initially, because of the time factor, most of the work is done at night. I mean, most of these recruits, particularly young girls, go to work at night and things like that. And parents were worried, thinking that they were doing prostitution. It took them quite a number of time to understand that, no, this is something like a new business, and that they are working at night because the rest of the world they are trying to attend to, that's when they sleep. So when you are awake, they are sleeping. When they are sleeping, you are awake. So they started this. And in doing that, they also transferred technology to India.
And China.
And there was a time, one of the jokes we make is that, and again, at the time we in this country stopped giving scholarship to Nigerians to study in America or abroad, the Chinese today are still giving their people scholarship to go and study in European countries, and they all return back and continue to help the growth of China. We have stopped doing that. And that reminds me, I will say this, even though you've not asked me that question, about the president's visit to Britain. I've been wondering in my mind, what exactly did we bring back? Apart from the news of the glamour, the dinner, it's not Buckingham Palace, it's a Windsor Castle, and all that kind of thing. The only thing that has been established is the loan that has been in the works for more than 5 years, that has been given to Tinubu's friend, Chaguri, about the development of the ports. But I say this, when the Indian Prime Minister visited also had a state visit, which was more glamorous than this, in 2015, I think. He signed an agreement with the British to train 1 million Indians in ICT. If you go and Google the Indian Prime Minister visits and the outcome, you will see that since that 2015, the Prime Minister has been back to England about 3 or 4 times on an official visit. Every time you see that technology, ICT, is what the British are helping India with.
But our president signed an agreement to bring back our people.
Our president signed an agreement.
Who have been...
yes. And you know, the danger of that agreement is that sometimes when you are arrested in this sense for not having the legal papers, you are expected to go to court to challenge it and give your reasons. The embassy is supposed to give you, we have had this relationship where we give you traveling document. But suddenly somebody just came up and said, no, bring them home. I think it's heartless.
Okay, so where does all this leave Africa? You know, of course, I can tell you right away that the war that is taking place in faraway Iran between America, Israel, and Iran is already impacting us in Nigeria.
Seriously, and that's why, you know, Africa must. If there's any lesson to be learned from this war, Africa should take itself seriously. The leaders in Africa need to do a rethink about the future because, as I said earlier on, you could say that this is another round of the war. I can't even know. You know, when you are in, I think, boxing, they have 15 rounds and 12 rounds. I don't even know which round this one is. But I predict that in a few years from now, there will be another war in that Middle East until the leaders come together and find a way to make peace. If that happens again, we'll be back to square one. Like Nigeria, we need to build our, what do they call it, strategic oil reserves, so that when it happens again, we will not be seriously affected. You can release the products and help maintain stability, at least price-wise, in the country. But beyond that, we also need to come together and begin to say, listen, these guys cannot destroy the world. So we must find a way of becoming, you use the word, a third force. In fact, the Canadian Prime Minister actually did suggest something like that. Professor Akiyemi suggested the concept of medium powers.
So many years ago.
So many years ago. This is the time to rethink and to reconsider some of these things. That no, one country cannot get up overnight and then throw the whole world upside down.
And that leads me to something I've thought about so many times. Why is it so difficult for us to have a robust intra-African trade? I mean, because when you look at the trade relationship between Nigeria and America, Nigeria and China, Nigeria and India, Nigeria and Britain, you see that everything is tilting towards that area. And the common Nigeria to Ghana, Nigeria to Mali is not working.
Yeah,
even airlines don't even
know, because for many years and even up to today, we are an import-dependent nation, and so also many African countries.
But Ambassador, what I'm saying is that there's comparative advantage.
No, but now
yeah,
we are under the NAFTA. You know, we are beginning to develop that capacity to trade among ourselves. But the truth of the matter is that we are still far away from where we should be.
How can this be intentionally promoted or engineered?
Become productive. Look, ships come to Nigeria. They bring, what do they call them? What's this thing they use in bringing goods?
The containers.
Containers. The containers are heavily laden with, you just name it, any type of things you want in the world, Nigerians import.
But they go back empty.
But they go back empty. Incidentally, I cannot confirm this, but when this came up in a conference we just finished in Port Harcourt, someone told us that some of those ships go back, that some of those containers are actually filled with sand to help stabilize the ship.
As it's going back.
As it's going back. So what do we therefore do? What does that tell you? That we have to become productive and have something to sell the world. So that's the problem, that you go and sign all these agreements, but you cannot meet them because you have practically very little to sell. So as Mr. P2B will say, we have to move away from consumption to production. It's as simple as that. And we can do that. We can actually do this transition, you know, even in the area of agriculture. We can do this thing by not exporting all our, for example, palm oil out of this country, but making it such that there is value added, which will now be, which will enable us to have, create jobs and things like that. So when you are sending these things out, you are sending it as finished products, which means that you have to build the factories in Nigeria. You want to export cocoa, you do the same thing. You export chocolate, or even if you do it halfway and send it, why can't we have all these chocolate companies in Nigeria to utilize and then create jobs in this country? So when you export these things raw, you're exporting jobs as well. Because, oh, by the way, again, going back to the president's visit, the money they are giving us, 700 and something million, about 50% or 60% of it is going to be used to buy steel.
From them.
From them. And the same British are telling us how that will create jobs in their own country. You see how
Your Excellency, we have very short time to go. And the question I'd like to ask is, so how do we move forward? How should the world move forward? What should we do to have a peaceful world, to have leaders that think about tomorrow? And what should we do so that this tension, I hear a lot of people talk about the Third World War, all this can, you know.
Yeah. No, I think that we all have to realize that elections have consequences. If we all over the country, all over the world realize that elections have consequences.
Who you put on the chair?
Who do you put on the chair? If you put a madman, you get some of the things.
You get great ideas.
You get great ideas. You know, when you listen to the Canadian Prime Minister speak, I mean, the Canadian Prime Minister is a delight for me to listen to. You know that, as they say in this part of the world, Ojela Kuko, well educated. This is a man who has been governor of Central Bank of Canada for more than 10 years. He was governor of the Central Bank of England for more than 10 years, or about 10 years, and helped to stabilize the economy, particularly during the COVID period. Today, that man is the Prime Minister of Canada. And that's why he's able to confront Trump in what we call, diplomatic language, but making his point very, very clear. And that's the fact that he's the leader today is frustrating to Trump, because they can't just get anything to do with Canada, because Canada is look, before now, The volume of trade between Canada and something is more than $3 billion a day. Part of Canada supply electricity to the neighboring states in the United States. Part of the steels they use comes from Canada. Some of the vehicles they make are cheaper for the Americans to buy, and all that have just ceased.
Because of the kind of leadership.
Because of the type of leadership. So at the end of the day, for me, it would depend on the leaders in these countries. We need a new generation of leaders who understand not just what leadership is all about, but also the fact that in terms of the global peace, that we all need world peace to survive.
Ambassador, that would be a beautiful way to end our conversation. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful. I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
be here. And wish you your team great success in your endeavor.
Yes, we've been talking with Ambassador Joe Keshi, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we've been looking at the state of the world. I've been Martin Obiora, Ilo in Enugu, Nigeria. Thanks for joining us, and let's do this again soon.
Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A friend was starting an NGO for people who were suicidal. And then I told them my story. I didn't know that there were some pressmen who were hanging around. All the inspiration, all the good things I said, they left it out. They just put the thing out on all media. ONG contemplate suicide. Bam! My friend was not speaking to me for years. Called me from America. Why now? Why you don't want to kill yourself? Why? Now broke you broke. We go help you. I said, now broke, I broke. You will not tell them we will help you. Now broke you broke. I said, yeah, we will help you. Okay, we'll see how we feel help you, eh? Up to today, never help me.
My brother and friend, the comedian, filmmaker, actor, and musician ONG is my guest today. ONG is a true pioneer. He, is one of the pioneers of the skit culture in Nigeria from as far back as 2001. And I was happy when Talma told me. She said she was 11 or 12, and my skit was one of the first things she ever saw. That's amazing.
And said, I want to do this. I think I can do this like this man. Wole Agba said every time my skit was being played, because my montage, you'd hear a funny dog chasing a comedian is running home to go and watch. So every time he hears that sound, it goes, to one and says, man, I want to do this. So those things inspire me. So many others, they act as if you didn't start it, and I can't go up and down saying I started this gangster shit. It's just the thanks I get for all the, but it's good. This is the man who tells me that he left his own wedding, left his wife dancing to go and do a show. One of the banks had called me Thursday. Are you available? I said, yes, I'm available. Only for me to remember that at the wed, when they told me the amount, and I knew how much I needed to balance.
For the festivities.
For the festivities. I said, I go run them. I'll be there. Trust me. And my wife she just leaned over and said, what time is your event? I said, in the next 30 minutes. She said, okay. Once we cut cake, as soon as they declare dance, you just disappear. Now let me go dance for this. And that was what happened. Yeah. As soon as I say it's time for this, I just acted as if I wanted to ease myself. Because I could not tell anybody.
We talk about how that marriage has evolved, with him being Niger Delta and she being Yoruba, he being Christian and she being Muslim, watcher of NSPPD.
Let me shock you. Every morning, you cannot take my wife away from NSPPD. 7 to 8:10. I say 8:10 because by 8:10 is when the man will now put account and say, that is when the Lagos Island in my wife comes out. Say, you know, me the man every day. He being a hardcore rap fan and she being, you know, a Muslim who also listens only to Fuji music. I am a strict hip hop guy.
Yes.
247. Yeah. My wife has always been a Fuji person.
Yes.
My wife keeps telling me that we're not going to renew our vow until I am rich enough for her to pay Kwam1.
I support it.
To sing at her traditional wedding.
Then we talk about 2018 or so when he wanted to take his life because everything had gone. Everything, he had lost everything.
The sleeping pills, yellow sleeping pills. If you take one now, you can wake up next tomorrow. You won't know what happened tomorrow.
In 2 days, yes.
So imagine having 11.
Like dying.
Yes. Imagine having 11, 12 of those, and you still have more. So I looked at it and I was like, okay. And then while I was thinking, and my smallest son came out. And someone said, Daddy, I want to drink water. Went to the dispenser, I poured water in a cup. I gave it to him. He drank the water. When he finished, he drank. He hugged me. Thank you, Daddy. And then he walked back. And one voice came to me and said, if you do this today, who is going to give this boy water tomorrow? I packed the thing. Yeah, pack him. I said, may I not put him where I go see if he see him use. I flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I went back to God and I said, I'm sorry for being a fool.
It was a funny show. We started it laughing and we ended it in a place of reflection, of lessons, and of beauty. Welcome to With Chide.
Come for me. Make I wake up.
Her 24th tattoo, I will.
Who do do tattoo?
My next guest.
Well, we not fit to. Not fit do tattoo.
You did fear?
My wife told me she wanted to do a tattoo. Kept insisting. Because for her birthday this year, she's going to be 45.
Right.
So she wanted a tattoo. I said, don't leave all this one. Say she want tattoo my name. I say, why? You know whether me and you go quarrel. Go separate. You can't carry down and they go show people up and down. See the idiot. I see tattoo in name for my body. The man see they do anyhow. I say, I beg. No. She say, oh, so you have it in mind to quarrel with me. I say, you know, see, when there's no money, you will not know the real attitude of a man.
Yes.
I don't get money now. And with the kind of blessing God is preparing for me,
yes,
I don't know what I might do.
I love it.
You understand? God might just shock me. And I will look down. This woman, you've been with me for donkey years, Armageddon. You have suffered, you've washed clothes. Let's bring in one small girl to come and be assisting you. You understand? You know, all those kind of things.
Yes, she won't be stressed.
You understand? You say, no. I say, it's not good for you. You've suffered. You know, you should just be traveling all over the world, spending my money. While you are doing that, let one small girl be at home. Just be doing all of this little thing, cleaning house before you come back. By then you now say you've tattooed my name on your back. No, don't do it.
So she didn't do it?
No, so leave tattoo. Don't worry.
Let's start with that.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with your wife, because you and your wife have a fantastic story.
Yes.
So first I want to talk about the scandalous part. If they never hear before, maybe they hear.
Yeah.
Say, during your wedding, you left your wedding.
Yes.
To go and MC an event.
Yes. It was like that then, because as at the time when I was marrying my wife, it wasn't about all of the whole society wedding thing. It was just, you know, wanting to marry the person that you love. You didn't care what form it took place. So it wasn't something elaborate. It was something big. It was a normal, okay, let's go to the registry, Ikoyi. From the registry, we'll now go over to the reception. But incidentally, a week to the wedding, one of the banks had called me. I was running a promo then. It was a sharp promo, you know. one of those 1 hour promos that they will just do raffle, you know me, and they like the way I just spice it up when I do my thing. So they call me and say, so the Thursday, are you available? I said, yes, I'm available. Why not? So, only for me to remember that I did wed that particular. So I now called back. And the first thing I asked them is, how much will they pay this time? So when they told me the amount, and I knew how much I needed to balance.
For the festivities.
For the festivities. I said, I go run them. I'll be there. Trust me. And so, after we'd finished everything, we'd gotten there, we had dancing, we had sat down, and my wife she just leaned over and said, what time is your event? I said, in the next 30 minutes. She said, okay. Once we cut cake, as soon as they declare dance, you just disappear. Now let me go dance for this. And that was what happened. Yeah. As soon as I say it's time for this, I just acted as if I wanted to ease myself. Because I could not tell anybody. And I just disappeared. PM. So I got there, I was in my, tuxedo with the bow tie and they were looking like, man, you're looking so sharp. So immediately I started saying, you welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and honor to you. I'd like to welcome you to the blah, 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 blah promo draw. In fact, I'd like you all to congratulate me. I'm just coming from my own wedding reception. I got married today. They started laughing. They thought it was a joke. Like, you can't be serious. They took it as one of my. I said, okay. So I started telling them, as I'm standing here in front of you, I have a retinue of people waiting for me who don't know where I've actually gone to. I know today is going to be war for me and some of my friends. My in-laws don't even know what's happening. In fact, the only person who knows that I'm actually here is my wife. And they're like, this guy can't be serious. And then I did the thing. By the time I got back, it was just about 2 of my friends. My wife was still dancing, and the rest, they're still just spraying her, and the rest. So when I came in, I could see that frown on my face. So my wife, so I just went to meet her. I said, how far? I said, everything went on. Okay. So I just continued dancing with her. And then from then on, I carried on, we went home. And we've been happy ever since. Yeah. She has never mentioned it. There has never been any mention of it. And I'm hoping that when I finally hit that money, get that big endorsement, get that big money, like the type of money you have, I'm hoping.
We receive it.
Amen. We've seen your views on YouTube. That's why we are here. We've seen the views. We've seen this way be like play. The first time I saw you doing, I said, today are very, I keep telling people about how far we go. Yeah. Right from your NYSC days in the oil company. And brilliant. But today you get brain. Jesus. If today writes for you, write this thing. I purposely used to just avoid you. Then don't brief me. Don't even be the one to talk to me. So that my head will not blow. Yeah. And we saw the views and the rest. So when I finally blow, collect YouTube money like you, I'm hoping I could renew my vow with her. You understand? And that day I'll make an announcement before the reception. No organization should call me whatsoever. In fact, I'll do it on a Monday morning.
When they do board meeting?
You understand? 7 a.m.
You are one of the original skit makers.
Yes, sir.
You started with skits, like, creating them. Those are the things that made you blow. Yeah. Are you fascinated now by how skit culture has overtaken everything?
Thank you for having to acknowledge that. Very few people try to acknowledge it. Mm-hmm. And my friend Kofi, a Boston friend, would always say, why don't you like giving yourself the proper credits that you deserve? You have worked. I say, it is not in my right. I'm not used to bragging. Because I want my helpers to locate me. Helpers always like to see you like your hand like this. They don't like to see your hand like this. You can't meet your helper now and say, Alpha. When you see your helper, say, Baba. Let me just tell you about the whole skit thing, how it started. It was in the mid-2000s. I think it was it 2004, 2005? I started watching some foreign films again because I started out earlier on in life knowing I was going to be an entertainer. Very young, at 8 years. It was even 2. I started as a dancer at 2. But my father used to take me to parties and would use me to win bets. with his friends. My pikin fit dance past your pikin. They stake money. My father will win.
Yeah.
When he win, he's the one to drink beer.
I love it.
When I was getting 9, 10, I used to watch some mothers who have Frank Spencer. And I had a quick flair for just learning how to imitate. That is one thing I want to go back to doing now. I love mimicry. You know, I've not tried it in a while. As I was coming, I was just trying. I said, you should be able to start doing mimicry again. You know, if I just come, for example, now and say, hey, children, all this time where you dey talk, say my husband no fit to be president. Now they don't give you man wey strong pass you, your eye don't clear. Children, now only you waka come. There is God, oh. Children, there is God, oh. You know?
Yeah.
But when I say, look, let me children, let me tell you something. Look, enough is enough. Tell your gods to come and see me. Stop putting juju. Stop putting juju on the road. Open your eye every day. Newspaper. They say wicked. Afternoon wicked. Evening wicked. Child, Chude. Is that why we are here? I can't believe it. People have been carrying a lot of rumors about me, but they don't know how talented I am. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You know.
For those who are not following, we've moved from Patient Jonathan to Governor Wike to Julius Agu.
And then it's just like that. If you don't get money, go face swallow. I go by the name Portable Amalalami, aka Zazu Pokoto Amememe Ministry. If you don't get money, go face. You get passport, now get money, they there. Kini ma faja, kini ma wo. Wala. You get money, they make mouth. Now you get Zazu. Now you.
As I woke up this morning, my motivational speech for this morning was from Portable. I just watched a full interview. I said, I'm ready to face life now.
He motivated me.
Yes, he motivated me. Yes, I'm ready to now face life. But let's continue back to the story.
So I now thought, okay, I said, I was seeing things that people like Chris Rock were doing, Martin Lawrence, and I was fascinated. I'd watch their sitcoms, I'd watch all those short things that they were doing. I was like, okay, I think I can start doing short 2, 3, 4 minutes plays or something, you know, just do them in form of funny videos. It doesn't always have to be just hold the mic alone and talk. I could shoot these things and then we could put them, you know, into small videos and put them on TV. So I said, okay, it was possible, but I didn't have the resources. I didn't have the cameras, and I only had the ideas. So I took the ideas then, and then I started going around. There were not too many TV stations then, so I went to a couple of them. I went to Galaxy, I went to AIT, I went to MBI. You know, I was turned down a lot. They couldn't understand the concept of what I wanted to do. So then myself and Kofi were already friends. I discussed it with him, I discussed it with Bumi Davis. And I said, okay, let's try something out. So we started a little program called Comedy Zone. It wasn't still in the line of skits. It was, you know, there's a difference between skits and sketches.
Right.
You know, skits are what is on now. Sketches is you assuming different characters, standing on a stage to do something, and then you can also just video that person sitting down. You know, I can sit here now and assume different characters while sitting here, you know, and put that out. That's a sketch. But the skit is when I bring in 2 or 3 people and then we try and play the whole scenarios out. So it wasn't still what I wanted to do.
A few years ago, you shocked people when you shared the story of a time when you were suicidal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people were shocked because, first of all, you're a funny man. Secondly, you've had a blast in this industry. You know, so people cannot imagine it. What was going on then?
It was a lot of bad moments. I had invested a lot in the arts, and I hadn't gotten the return backs. I was losing on and I had worked my ass off. You know, I was broke to bankruptcy. I was tired. I was fagged out. I had given every single thing. The industry, people, everything I've been, up until now, today, there has never been any projects I have done that I have gotten sponsorship to do. I just mentioned one now. Think of how much it has cost me, millions of my money. I have approached sponsors. Nobody wants to invest in what will not yield for them immediately. Yeah. And life can't be like that. I wasn't seeing any light again. You know, I was making people laugh, but I wasn't laughing. And I was like, man, honestly, I'd gone as far as I was stupid. That's what I'll call it. I was stupid. I came out, I prayed to God because I love to pray. And I told God, I said, Father, Lord, it's time for me to come on. I want to come and give you the best show in heaven. I said, I'm going to crack, the angels are going to laugh so hard. There's a lot I have to tell you. You go. I said, every day is going to be a comedy performance in heaven. I'm going to shake the place. But it's just time. As you know, one great help me. Make a young come. May I come be with you. May we say, they look how we feel help some other people. So I had the pills and I had everything. I prayed from like 1 to like 3 a.m.
You were praying while you had the pills?
Yeah, our pills were there. So I was praying, telling God, I'm coming. I beg. It's not what. So right at 3, I had made up my mind. I sat down. I like, let me just think about this for 3 minutes. That 3 minutes was for me to think. My wife was sleeping. My kids were sleeping. Because I'd stylishly been telling my wife, if anything should happen to me, don't stay a widow for the rest of your life. In fact, don't even stay more than 1 year. Look for somebody you really love. I've gone. Move on. Marry. Be happy. Take care of my kids. Live your life. She was crying with me, you are a useless man. What are you talking? If you were drinking, to say you drink, now go say now drink. Why are you talking this rubbish? She didn't know what I had in mind. Yeah. You know, so I now thought of her. I said, this woman will cry, oh, this woman will. So I looked at the stuffs, the sleeping pills, yellow sleeping pills. I don't know the name. I don't want to call it now so that people who are will not go. You know, yeah, yes. But when you take that, those pills, when you take only one, the sleep is always, it's for depressed people. The sleep is always so sweet today. Oh, you can, if you take one now, you can wake up next tomorrow. You won't know what happened tomorrow.
2 days, yes.
So imagine having 11,
like
yes. Yeah. Imagine having 11, 12 of those, and you still have more. So I looked at it and I was like, okay. And then while I was thinking, and my smallest son came out. He just came out. His eyes were, he came out, and someone said, Daddy, I want to drink water. So I stood up. I said, you want to drink water? Yeah. So I stood up. I took him. He held my hand. Went to the dispenser. I poured water in a cup. I gave it to him. He drank the water. When he finished, he drank. He hugged me. Thank you, Daddy. And then he walked back. And one voice came to me and said, if you do this today, who is going to give this boy water tomorrow? Who will give him water? I packed the thing. Pack him. I said, me I not put him where I go see if he see him use. I flushed the whole thing down the toilet. I went back to God and I said, I'm sorry for being a fool. I was selfish. I was thinking about myself alone. I have millions of people to mentor. I have people to feed. I have people to inspire. I have a family to take care of. Just use me as I am. From now on, irrespective of what happened, I just want to be happy. I will not put anything to heart again. And then that was how I packed. So even my wife, nobody knew. So a friend was starting an NGO for people who were suicidal. And then he brought me in as, a spokesperson. You've gone through this. You've come and inspire them. Come and talk to them. So he brought them. And then when they first saw me there and the rest, they thought it was going to be entertainment. I cracked them up, jokes, and then I told them my story. How I was them. How I overcame it. I didn't know that there were some pressmen who were hanging around. Those pressmen, all the inspiration, all the good things I said, they left it out. They just put the thing out on all media. ONG contemplate suicide. Bam! My parents read it. My family members read it. I was saying this, that you want to disgrace our family. You want to kill yourself and go. You don't want to inherit your father's property. You are wicked. You are I couldn't. So, in fact, that was one of the last times I stopped doing those kind of public things, truly coming out to speak about my problems. In this part of the world, the press, social media, they will amplify it. They will turn the story upside down. They don't see the inspirational parts. They don't see the part where you are trying to help somebody. So they just ended up creating more problems. Because something where I don't forget, I hide them. You don't go. People come again, they call me. My friend called me from, my friend was not speaking to me for years. Called me from America. Why now? Why you go want kill yourself? Why? Now broke you broke. We go help you. I said, now broke, I broke. You will not tell us we will help you. Now broke you broke. I said, yeah, we will help you. Okay, we'll see how we feel help you, eh? Up to today, never help me. Up to today. That's life for me.
This life.
This life.
My brother. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
You know, I'm so glad you brought just everything I thought this conversation was going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my love to your fantastic wife.
My brother.
And to your beautiful children.
God bless you. Thank you so much. You know that you're the only person who I've known for like more than 15 years who sends me a birthday message on every of my birthday, March 6th. You never meet. I know in my heart that today would wish me happy birthday. You would either call, but that message, that shop banker, I must get it. This last one, you don't send me. We get quarrel. This is the first time in over.
Sorry, I did retreat that time. I was in a 2-week retreat. I swear, when I came back, I saw, oh, I have not wished overdue, but I can't say now overdue now.
Because I just sit down. You know, say, once you know, I can't sit down and say, okay, I can't say, I not collect you the wife. We not quarrel. Why do they not send me message? Like 3 days. I go, why do they not? I don't know who to ask because when you send, I don't show anybody. Should they not send me? So I beg, send them.
Thank you, sir. I'll go do it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to Things Should Know, the show where we listen, learn, and we grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they definitely would do better. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Nwato and I'm your host on the TSK show. And today we'll be discussing a very important topic. Are you a teenager? Are you a parent? Please come forward, sit down, and listen attentively. Many teenagers are trying to figure out life while constantly hearing the question, what do you want to become? Or what are you doing? What do you intend for yourself? And for some teenagers, purpose feels exciting, and while for others, it feels like pressure or confusion, especially when it seems like you're supposed to have everything figured out so very early, maybe at 12 or at 15 or at worst by 18. But discovering purpose isn't about having all the answers at once. is a journey, and it can start earlier than many people think. So today we are talking about what it really means to begin that journey early, how teenagers can start discovering direction, and how parents can support them along the way. So we'll be looking at finding purpose early as a teenager. So if you're a teen watching, this conversation is for you. We'll go on a short break now, and after the break, we are going to meet our guest for today's episode. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back to the TSK show. And if you're just joining us, we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So joining us today on the TSK show is a dedicated young man with a strong commitment to the holistic development of young people. His passion is for nurturing the potentials of young people, and this passion began during his National Youth Service year in Katsina State, Nigeria. And since then, he has consistently organized seminars and training programs for young people with a special focus on reaching young people in remote communities. He holds a degree in biochemistry from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Beyond his professional work, he's also a devoted family man and a wonderful father. So today, welcome to the TSK show, Mr. Tochukwu Eze.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. You know, when I was talking about UNN, I said it's the prestigious, the prestigious UNN.
There's no argument about
Are you sure?
Yes.
But I heard they are now living in their past glory.
Forget that.
Okay, it's not true.
Yes.
When I was introducing you, I made mention of your passion started while you were doing your National Youth Service in Katsina State. What was the drive? What was the motion? What was the motivation behind that?
Okay, thank you for the question. When I was serving in Kankara local government precisely, I discovered that a lot of young people don't even know why they are here. I was having some conversations with them. I discovered that some of them who are not offering physics and chemistry want to become medical doctors. And I was like,
easy magic.
Yes. So I now decided to create a platform where we will be having
an
interaction session after school to properly guide them on the requirements for each course of study.
Okay.
And that also made me to start looking at putting them in a pamphlet.
Okay.
So that even after I am
you've gone,
yes, so
they will have something to fall
exactly
back on. Okay.
And they can also use it for the younger generations to guide them.
Okay, I think that's why also your interest is more on young people that are in remote and rural communities.
Yes.
Okay, so
let's. Most times they feel neglected.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at what we are talking about today: finding purpose early. So, for you, when you hear the word purpose, what do you think it means to a teenager?
Okay, what it means to me personally. Let me start from what it means to me. Is identifying the original intent of your creation.
Okay.
What does God have in mind when you were being created? What challenge are you sent to come and address? What passion, what is driving you that you want to contribute your own quota in global development? So for me, I feel in fact, simply put, is the essence of living.
The essence of existence.
And existence, yes.
But do you think young people see it that way?
Most of them don't see it that way. And that is why I have devoted myself, my time, my resources to reach those that have not been able to understand this thing clearly. And as much as I could, guide them properly.
Okay. Do you believe that teenagers are too young to start thinking about fulfilling purpose? Because some of them think they still have all the time. Let me just go to school first before I start figuring out what life should be or what I should become. Do you think it's too early for a teenager to start living their life towards their purpose?
I don't think it's too early, because I'm a Christian. And if I take my reference from the Holy Bible, you discover that at age 12, Jesus was already attracted to his purpose. You know, when they went to Jerusalem for the Passover, his parents left and discovered that he was not with them 24 hours later. So after 3 days, he was found. And they found him in the temple. And my question is, what was so attractive that made him? It's possible he did not eat for that 3 days.
And he didn't even think of his parents.
Yes.
He was
So
not even
anybody.
He was not even eager to go home.
Exactly.
He was not even exhausted from the day's worship.
If they did not return for him, he would have stayed there for the rest of his life.
He found fulfillment in what he was doing.
Exactly. So at 12, because I know that this teenage age we're talking about is between the age of 13 to 19. So if Jesus at 12 had already discovered his own purpose, I don't think it's too early for any teenager
to start thinking about
that.
Okay, let's also look at it from this angle. There are some teenagers who are already feeling pressured, while some are nonchalant. Some are already feeling pressured to find purpose. And how can they find purpose without feeling overwhelmed? Because, you know, sometimes family, society is expecting much from some of them. Like there are some people who come from a family where their parents did not go to school, and they're expecting this child, you just go to school, do this thing and start making money. You need to bring value. You need to sustain the family name and all of that. And you see some of them, they come to you, they will tell you, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. But yet that confusion, they become overwhelmed, and it's like a pressure on them. They are not meeting up a particular expectation or target. So how can they start exploring these things without feeling overwhelmed?
First and foremost, they need to understand that it's a step-by-step approach. They shouldn't be pressured. And that is one of the challenges we have in our time. Most of these young people, because of the pressure and the challenge, they go the wrong route.
Yes.
You know, and before you know it, they are doomed. So they should understand that every step counts in this thing. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's something that will take patience. It's going to take a lot of discipline. Don't allow anybody, even the society, your parents. In fact, that's why I would want the church to come in and begin to sensitize these young people that nobody needs to pressure you, including your parents. Because just like you said, most of them are not educated.
Yes.
So they have a way of comparing you with some of your age mates. And let's bear in mind that we have different weights of destinies. Do you understand? So somebody who is going through the process of becoming a global figure, it will take time for the person to
get to that stage.
Exactly. So it's a step by step. They should not be in a haste. If you rush it, you may make mistake along the line.
Okay.
And I'm also advising that they should find people, if you have already identified where you are going, because some of the challenges they also have, especially those that are multi-talented, is that they don't even know which one to go
follow.
after. Just like me, I do a lot of things very well. I can play football very well. I can play table tennis very well.
Wow.
So it became a problem. Should I become a professional footballer? Should I go to school? Should I become a professional this or that? So, but I had somebody who guided me.
Okay.
And I was able to harness my own potential, because this purpose you're talking about is inherent.
Yes.
So you also need God to help you, because nobody knows, nobody understands the product more than the manufacturer.
Exactly.
So that is.
And that will bring me to the next question. Are there any signs that a teenager is already working in purpose? Early signs that somebody can see and say, okay, maybe this is what I am called to do. Like you said, some are talented in many areas, but is there anything that you can say, okay, yes, this is where you are called to solve this problem?
Okay, thank you. How you are going to identify that is that you discover that there is this particular one that you are passionate about, even if it's not bringing money, even if it's not, the only thing that you enjoy there is that it gives you satisfaction and fulfillment. So you can spend time, just like I gave you an example with our Master Jesus Christ. You can spend time doing it without feeling bored. Do you understand me? And so you can begin to channel your attention deliberately on that thing, because and you will not lose your peace doing it. Even if you have not eaten for days
and nobody is giving you money
and nothing. I know of a friend. He can play football. When we were young, he can play football from morning till night, and we thought
it was distraction.
Wasting his time. Others were going to school. We were always in the field playing football. But in 2003, he was invited to come and represent Nigeria in Finland. 2003 on the 17 Junior World Cup.
Wow.
And from there, he became a professional footballer. He played in some clubs in Europe. So, but if he was not encouraged at that level, maybe he would have ended up as a roadside mechanic.
Okay, I'm actually enjoying this conversation, but we are going to go on a short break. Then when we come back, we are going to talk about this boy that plays football, because you know sometimes they dump their education to pursue their passion, and let's see how we can strike a balance. So we are going to go on a short break now, and when we return, we continue with this conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back, and if you're just joining us, this is the TSK show, and today we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So I was saying something about balancing education and passion, because you know a young person who leaves the class to go and play ball all through the day, this is something parents will never support. So if there's a young person watching us at this point, and the parent is just sitting by, you know, maybe the boy is a footballer and the parent is already giving him this bombastic side eye, not because Mr. Tochukwu is on TV saying you can go and play football. You can go and play football from morning till night. So I want to ask, how can parents guide teenagers into purpose and without being too controlling and projecting their, you know, sometimes I've discovered working with young people that sometimes what parents want their children to do is not because of the child, it's because of their interest as a parent. We've seen people who want their children to study medicine, not because the child is good in that field, but because they want to answer mama or papa doctor. So let's use this football now. So how can a parent encourage a teenager into purpose without controlling?
Okay. That is possible, and this is how it is possible. You know, sometimes, just like you mentioned, most parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams.
Unfulfilled,
yes.
That's the word.
Yes.
through their children.
Kids. So
unfulfilled.
Most times you think you are doing the best thing for the child. Just like I keep telling people that very soon some of the courses that we call professional courses will no longer matter. People just study a key aspect of tech. But years back, we studied computer science as a whole. But some people now, focus on a small aspect of tech, and they blow with it.
Yes.
So the parents watching us, I want to advise you. Your role is to guide the teenager, not to dictate for him or for her. As a teenager, he or she is bound to make mistakes.
Of course.
That is where you come in, to guide them, not to enforce that you must be this. It's common amongst
Nigerian parents.
Eziago parents. Almost all the family in Eziago will want to have a priest, a Catholic priest.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was thinking I was telling somebody recently that almost every family in MBC have a reverend priest. I don't know if it's happening
it's also
in
applicable in Eziago. So
oh wow.
Some of them, I have some of them as friends
okay.
that confided in me that they
never wanted
to become this. But because the mother, especially the mothers, they want to answer mama, father. So they keep pushing and pressuring the boys to become priests. So the balance is you watch the child, observe the inherent potentials, know how to strike the balance. Using that football, for instance, I don't encourage a child to abandon school for football. Two of them can go hand in hand, because those days in the university we play interfaculty matches.
Okay.
And some football scouts, they come there to identify talents. And when they pick those talents, they don't pick them away from school. They also even give scholarships to some of those wonderful footballers. So they also organize football competition at national level, ENUGU. So talents were picked that also represented Nigeria. So the key word here is finding balance.
Yeah.
So that
one does not suffer.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, this is a very interesting conversation, and I'm actually enjoying it, especially this part of the parents, because many parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their children. So, and one thing is already clear from the discussion today, and is that one thing is that purpose is not pressure, is direction, and is a step. So teenagers don't need to have everything figured out. What they really need is awareness, they need exposure and the right support. And it's better when it's coming from the home, before we even talk about coaches outside and all of that. So we are going to go on a break now, and after the break we'll get more practical about how teenagers can start discovering their strengths and how parents can create environments where purpose grows naturally. Please stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
Right, welcome back. Before the break, we talked about understanding purpose and removing the pressure around it. So now we are going to go a little bit deeper, because it's one thing to talk about purpose, is another thing to live intentionally as a teenager. So this part is for every teen who feels uncertain and every parent who wants to guide wisely without overpowering and being too controlling. So our guest is here. He's a youth advocate and he has worked with young people at different levels for years. So, and we'll continue with this conversation. So in one sentence, what is the biggest lie that teenagers have about purpose discovery?
For me, I think that the biggest lie is feeling that they are too young to discover or pursue
their purpose.
And it's common here in Africa, because over there you see some children that are not even in that category of teenagers. You can call them young adolescents. I don't know,
twins.
So you see them doing marvelous technological works, and when you sit down with them, you see, they don't even speak like children because of exposure, because of guidance and mentorship. But down here, you see somebody who is above 18 years still behaving as a child.
Still trying to figure out what to do.
Some of them are not even trying to figure out. Some of them are just flowing. Let's be going.
Okay.
You know, my experience has taught me that. So let's be going. One day we'll all leave this world. Nobody cares about whether you fulfill destiny. So that's the challenge we have.
Okay, if you could design one habit every teenager should practice like every day in the course of purpose discovery, what should that be? I know some teenagers are asking, okay, since you said we should not be living anyhow, what should I be doing at this point?
They should devote more time to research. And they must have some virtues like discipline, perseverance. They should know where the world is at the moment, where the world is going, so that they will not be left behind.
Okay.
Because there's this popular saying that when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So they need to sit down and have a kind of self-reflection to understand what that is required of them. And they also need to know that they will give account
of everything,
of their stewardship here. So if God had already ordained me, for example, now, as someone who is going to bring liberation in the area of science, and I just leave it and be eating away and drinking away my time, when I return to my maker, I will present my report of how I used my time, my energy, my resources, and God's investment upon my life when I was here on earth.
Okay, you said something like, when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So let's do this one now. Just finish this sentence. If a teenager doesn't understand, or a teenager who understands their purpose early, will do what?
Make wiser choices.
Wiser choices in life. So if you're a teenager and you're yet to discover your purpose, that means you've not started making wise choices. Oh, thank you so much for coming on the TSK show. I enjoyed every bit of this conversation. And thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your ideas, your thoughts. And I believe that every teenager watching us have learned one or two things, including the parents, especially those who want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their teenagers. So conversations like this matter because many teenagers are talented but still searching for direction. Finding purpose early doesn't mean having everything figured out. It means having awareness, guidance, and the freedom to explore. To every teenager watching, give yourself room to grow, and parents, please support and understand these teenagers as you guide them as well. Remember, knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. My name is Ifeoma the Prof Nwato, and I'm your host on the TSK Show. And for today's episode is a wrap. Thank you for joining us on the TSK Show. See you next time.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU Command disburses 52.9 million naira to families of fallen officers to mark 2026 Police Week. Tinubu orders 5,000 surveillance cameras after Jos killings. Trump removes U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. And GCC chief urges UN to halt Iranian attacks, protect Gulf waterways. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU State Police Command has disbursed 52.9 million naira to families of officers who paid the supreme price in the service of the nation. The presentation of the checks, which took place at the State Criminal Investigation Department in ENUGU, marked the grand finale of the 2026 National Police Week in the state. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam has the report.
Activities marking the 2026 National Police Week have been drawn to a close with the honoring of fallen officers whose families received financial assistance. At the event, the Commissioner of Police, Maman Giwa, described the initiative as part of an annual program instituted to appreciate the sacrifices of officers, particularly those who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. The Commissioner, who represented the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, at the event, presented checks to families of deceased officers. He urged the beneficiaries to make prudent use of the funds and to invest in meaningful ventures while exercising great caution due to the rising case of fraud in the society.
So I want to appeal to you that when you collect these checks, when you go back, you reflect, pray over it, for God to give you direction as to which business you are supposed to do, so that you'll be able to add value to yourself.
The week-long activities began with sanitation exercises across the states, followed by a health walk tagged Walk Cutting and public sensitization campaigns. The officers visited motor parks, bus stops, and area command headquarters, where they educated citizens on the dangers of electoral violence, road safety, and compliance with traffic regulations. The outreach, held simultaneously across divisions, was aimed at strengthening public trust and fostering cooperation between police and the communities they serve. Speaking on behalf of the families, Igwe Charles Ugwago expressed gratitude to the police command for remembering the families of the fallen officers and providing them the much-needed support.
We thank you for hard work you people are doing and for the regard you people have for our deceased members of the family.
The event underscored the commitment of the Nigerian police force to the welfare of its personnel and their families and reinforced the importance of building trust through community partnership in ENUGU. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
President Bola Tinubu has directed the installation of more than 5,000 surveillance cameras across Plateau State in response to the recent killings in Jos. Tinubu issued the directive during a meeting with political and traditional leaders in Jos, coming days after the Palm Sunday attack in Angwan Rukuba that claimed over 27 lives. The president said the initiative would strengthen security operations by enabling law enforcement agencies to swiftly identify and track perpetrators, told the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosu Tijani, to provide details of the plan. While acknowledging the pain of affected families, Tinubu noted that no amount of compensation could replace lost lives, but assured that the government would provide necessary support to victims. The president further announced plans to establish a committee to assess the extent of losses suffered by victims and recommend appropriate compensation. The Minister of Communications, Bosu Tijani, said the surveillance system would be powered by artificial intelligence and rolled out across the state, beginning with Jos. According to him, the technology will enhance real-time monitoring and enable quicker responses to security threats. The Kano State Police Command has distributed checks amounting to 8.4 million naira to 18 next of kin and 1 police officer, beneficiaries of the Group Life Assurance, Group Personnel Accidents and IGP Welfare Scheme. According to a statement on Friday by the Command's Public Relations Officer, SP Abdullahi Haruna, the State's Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, presented the checks to the beneficiaries at the command's headquarters, Bompai, Kano. The beneficiaries comprising families of injured police officers, officers who were victims of accidents, and relatives of those who died in the line of duty, received the financial support as a gesture of the Nigerian police force's care and concern for their well-being. A 4-day free medical outreach in Umumba community, ENUGU in Oji River local government area of Enugu State, has recorded a massive turnout of residents and people from neighboring communities. The initiative, sponsored by philanthropist and engineer Christopher Ihobi, is in honor of his late mother, Harriet Ihobi, who passed on at the age of 93. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports that the outreach formed part of activities leading to her final burial.
Comprehensive expert medical services were brought to the doorsteps of the Omumba community in ENUGU in Oji River local government area during a full-day medical outreach held at the community primary school Umuoworu. The medical outreach, sponsored by an illustrious son of the community and philanthropist, engineer Christopher Ihiobi, was part of activities lined up in honor of his late mother, Harriet Ihiobi, who passed on at the age of 93. What was meant to be a program for the Umumba community quickly turned into a hub for medical tourism as children, the youth, adults, and the aged from across Oji River local government area and beyond turned out in their numbers to access expert comprehensive Medicare. The outreach featured funeral ceremony for Mama Harriet Eve on the impactful and highly spiritual life of their late mother.
Faithfulness to God and commitment to God. She taught us by example. My father also taught us by example. My father always told me the story that himself, Edward Onuzwike, and some other zealous young men in 1919 went and cleared the forest where they say don't enter or don't enter. The evil in that forest will kill you. They cleared it. That's where Anglican Church is sitting today.
Mama said that song continued. And she said, oh Lord, what is this? And she had an answer in her heart and in her spirit. Do you know what the Lord said to Mama? She told me that the Lord told her, this is the clapping, the singing, the choruses of Assemblies of God Church, Umuoworu. And then there was nothing like a church in that place. Although many years ago, my wonderful father-in-law, Benjamin Ihiobi, and my mama here, Harriet Ihiobi, had given that land to Assemblies of God Church.
The funeral service reflected her deep Christian faith as a devoted member of the Assemblies of God Church in Umuoworu, with the preacher urging all to re-examine their lives and depart from their evil ways with eternity in view.
Can we say like Brother Paul, I have fought a good fight, not minding what people are doing. I have fought a good fight, not minding what is happening in the church. I have fought a good fight. So many persons today are in the church, baptized, confirmed, but confused. And yet, there are still those who have determined in their own very heart, comes rain, comes sun. I must fight. I must run this race to the very end.
Family members and loved ones paid their final respects in a solemn but symbolic procession around the caskets. Emotions ran high as her remains were laid to rest amid prayers and emotional farewells. Mama Harriet Ihiobi Ni Ezeme was widely regarded as a highly spiritual woman who demonstrated an uncommon dedication, devotion, and commitment to the things of God throughout her lifetime. Born in 1932, she passed away on October 21, 2025, surrounded by loved ones and grounded in faith. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
A university professor, Sylvester Emeka Igwe, has called for an active maternal lifestyle during the childbearing years to help promote healthier pregnancy outcomes and motherhood in Nigeria. Professor Igwe made the call at the 237th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, which was held at the CBN Center for Economic and Finance Auditorium, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
Inaugural lectures continue to serve as a vital pillar of university tradition, offering distinguished scholars a platform to present their research, interrogate prevailing assumptions, and contribute meaningfully to public discourse. At the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, attention was directed toward maternal active lifestyle during the childbearing year. What began in 1976 as a modest academic lecture has grown into a sustained public academic health campaign spanning for decades. The 237th inaugural lecture of Professor Sylvester Emeka Igwe drew a diverse audience, including health professionals, academics, policymakers, business executives, students, community members, as well as children of the inaugural lecturer. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoanya, represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Dr. Josephat Omowere, while welcoming attendees, expressed happiness that the inaugural lecture is heavily loaded with intellectuals.
Our inaugural lectures are heavily loaded, heavily supported, very intellectual, very colorful. I welcome you all to this occasion, and on that note, I declare this inaugural lecture open. Thank you very much.
The inaugural lecturer, Professor Sylvester Emeka Igwe, is a sound academic whose expertise lies primarily in reproductive health, general physiotherapy, and medical rehabilitation. With over 25 years of experience, Professor Igwe is a dedicated teacher, researcher, and mentor who has supervised and trained students across multiple levels. A 5-time head of Department of Medical Rehabilitation, University of Nigeria, the longest HOD the department has produced so far. This rare experience and exposure came to the fore in his lecture titled The Magic of Maternal Active Lifestyle During the Childbearing Year, leveraging on the gains for healthier motherhood in Nigeria. Professor Igwe highlighted the vital role of an active maternal lifestyle during the childbearing years in promoting healthier pregnancy outcomes and motherhood in Nigeria.
So the childbearing year we talked about is from early onset of menstruation to menopause. And during this period, a woman is capable of reproduction. And pregnancy is a critical phase of that period. So what we need is for the women to do their own part.
Colleagues in academia praised the depth of the lecture and the relevance of his research to everyday health.
Yeah, I know Professor Igwe is a very good, decent, and cultured academician. I didn't expect anything less from what he delivered today. In fact, he is rooted on culture and people's behavior in most of the things he does.
Today he exposed the miracles of women delivering, like Hebrew women, spontaneously without much complications. He explained the benefit of physical exercises in relation to normal delivery. So he explained so many procedures, so many exercises.
Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited has confirmed the electrocution of one of its staff, Isaac Dike, a linesman attached to its Ogui district. The head of communications for the company, Emeka Eze, who disclosed this in a statement in ENUGU, said the incident occurred on Wednesday while the disease was carrying out an activity within a 300 kVA distribution substation located on Giraffe Street, Ekulu East Estate, Zoo Estate, Enugu. Eze said that preliminary findings revealed that the disease had gone to the location with a driver assigned to his team, who claimed to be unaware of the specific work activity that took them to the estate, as well as the identity of the customer who allegedly requested the service. He said the disease did not inform any member of his team about his movement to Ekulu East Estate for any work-related activity, and that no reported fault or record of any complaints from customers in Ekulu East Estate prior to the incident. According to him, the lifeless body was subsequently brought down from the high-tension pole and taken to the emergency unit of the Enugu State University Teaching Hospital, Colliery, Enugu, where he was confirmed dead. The World Bank has approved the $500 million International Development Association credit to boost Nigeria's agricultural sector under a new program targeting smallholder farmers, value chains, and food security. The funding will support the Nigeria Sustainable Agricultural Value Chains for Growth project, also known as AGRO, which aims to improve productivity, strengthen market linkages, and create jobs across the country. A press statement obtained from the World Bank's website on Thursday read, "The World Bank has approved a $500 million International Development Association credit for the Nigeria Sustainable Agricultural Value Chains for Growth project, aimed at increasing smallholder farmers' productivity, strengthening agricultural value chains, and creating jobs while improving food and nutrition security." According to the statement, the AGRO project will support agribusinesses that source produce from smallholder farmers through a results-based matching grant facility. Up next, Trump removes U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. GCC chief urges UN to halt Iranian attacks, protect Gulf waterways. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
U.S. President Donald Trump has removed Attorney General Pam Bondi, a longtime ally and fierce defender of his administration, from her post as America's top law enforcement officer. Trump praised her in a post on Truth Social and said she would be transitioning to a role in the private sector. Bundy's time leading the Justice Department was often overshadowed by its handling of the release of files relating to Jeffrey Epstein and its investigation into the convicted sex offender. She is the second Trump administration officer in recent weeks to be cut off from her post after Kristi Noem was ousted as Homeland Security Chief in March. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked Army Chief of Staff Randy George to step down from his post, according to CBS News. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said in a statement on social media that George will be retiring from his position as the 41st Chief of Staff of the Army effective immediately. The Army Chief normally serves a 4-year term. George, a career military officer who graduated from the West Point Military Academy, was nominated for the role in 2023 by former President Joe Biden. The head of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, has called on the United Nations to act to immediately halt Iranian attacks across the region, condemning the strikes as a flagrant violation of international law and the United Nations Charter. Speaking at the UN Security Council on Thursday, GCC Secretary General Jassim al-Budaiwi urged the Council to take on necessary measures to bring an end to Iran's attack on Gulf countries. He said that the UNSC must take all necessary means to protect maritime corridors and guarantee the uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways in the region. The United States has reiterated that Washington is open to diplomacy with Tehran as the US-Israel war on Iran drags on, and as US President Donald Trump renews his threats to destroy the country's civilian infrastructure. US State Department spokesperson Tommy Bigot told Al Jazeera in a TV interview on Thursday that Trump pursued talks with Iran before the war, but accused Iran of continuing to pursue a nuclear weapon. Trump addressed the nation about Iran late on Wednesday, echoing his past statements that the US is winning the war. President Donald Trump is imposing a new 100% tariff on certain pharmaceutical companies that have not struck deals to sell their drugs directly to consumers as part of his most favored nation pricing initiative, the White House announced on Thursday. The forthcoming tariff will apply to import of patented drugs and their active ingredients in an effort to pressure foreign manufacturers to move their production to the US and negotiate agreements to sell their medicines directly to Americans. And that's it on the foreign news.
Next is entertainment news with Queeneth Mokonta.
Singer Omar Stanley Didia, known simply as Omar Lay, has expressed concern over what he described as a decline in Afrobeats, particularly in Western markets. Omar Lay, who made the remarks during his Lagos Warehouse session Thursday night, noted that the strong international reception the genre enjoyed in previous years appears to be waning. According to the artist, Afrobeats is experiencing a downturn overseas, adding that while Nigerian artists continue to perform impressively, the sound and influence associated with the genre between 2020 and 2024 have evolved and no longer reflects its current state. Omar Lay also revealed that he has been studying his musical influences in a bid to find ways to revive and reposition the Nigerian music scene, and that the forthcoming work is aimed at inspiring fellow artists to elevate their crafts and help restore Afrobeat's global momentum. Afrobeat singer Bella Shmurda has revealed that he nearly went bankrupt as a result of an extravagant lifestyle and poor financial decisions. Speaking during an interview with YouTuber Corti EO, the artist explained that his habits of accommodating and financially supporting friends who lived lavishly also contributed significantly to draining his resources. According to him, he once had substantial earnings but spent recklessly on unnecessary luxuries, including purchasing multiple cars at once and maintaining an expensive social lifestyle. He admitted that he lacked financial wisdom at the time and made impulsive decisions that affected his stability. Bella Shmurda also used the opportunity to advise fellow artists and fans to manage their finances wisely in order to avoid similar challenges and the consequences of poor money management. Nigerian rapper Zlatan Ibile has revealed that his parents were initially skeptical about his sudden rise to wealth and fame. Speaking during a recent episode of the YACN podcast, the Zanko Krona explained that after gaining prominence in 2019, he purchased a house for his parents in the upscale Lekki area of Lagos, which they declined at first due to concern about the source of his sudden wealth. He said the parents were not convinced that his music career alone could fund such expensive property and admitted that their reaction made him feel hurt as he was trying to prioritize their comfort while they questioned his intentions. The rapper also advised parents to take time to understand the source of their children's wealth before accepting expensive gifts, especially when such wealth appears sudden. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, and I quote, "Better Together, 80 years and more of peace, development, and human rights," unquote, is in truth a summons to solidarity and to a shared vision of a brighter future. Our religious conviction, as well as the call of the prophets, rests upon the equality of the rights of all human beings. That which renders man more worthy is piety, namely truthfulness, wisdom, purity, and benevolence. The bedrock of all divine religions and of the human conscience is this golden maxim: that which you would not approve for yourself, do not approve for others. Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, once said, "Act towards others as you would have them act towards you." The Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, said, "None of you is a true believer unless he desires for others what he desires for himself." The sage Hillel, the elder, expressed the essence of the Torah as such: "That which is hateful unto thee, do not do unto thy fellow." In the traditions of the Orient, likewise, the central teaching is this very principle, and secular schools of ethics grounded in reason and conscience have arrived at the same conclusion. Excellencies, Is this the state of our world? Let us behold the past 2 years. The world in these 2 years was witness to genocide in Gaza, was witness to the destruction of homes and repeated violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity in Lebanon, was witness to the devastation of Syria's infrastructure, was witness to assault against the people of Yemen, was witness to the forced starvation of emaciated children in the arms of their mothers, was witness to the assassination of Iran's scientists, was witness to the surreptitious raids infringing upon the sovereignty of nations, violating the territorial integrity of states, and openly targeting leaders of people. And all of this under the full support of the most heavily armed regime in the face of the earth, and under the pretext of self-defense. Would you countenance such things for yourselves? Who is the disturber of the stability of the region and the world? Who is the actual threat against international peace and security? Who is the violator of the golden moral maxim of mankind? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you all bore witness that this past June, my country was subjected to a savage aggression in flagrant contravention of the most elementary principles of international law. The aerial assaults of the Zionist regime and the United States of America against Iran's cities, homes, and infrastructures, precisely at a time when we were treading the path of diplomatic negotiations, constituted a grave betrayal of diplomacy and a subversion of efforts towards the establishment of stability and peace. This brazen act of aggression, in addition to martyring a number of commanders, citizens, children, women, scientists, and intellectual elites of my country, inflicted a grievous blow upon international trust and the very prospect of peace in the region. Should we fail to confront such perilous breaches of international norms, these aberrations shall spread to engulf the world. The assault upon nuclear facilities under safeguards and international supervision, the open attempt to assassinate leaders and duly constituted officials of UN member states, the systematic targeting of journalists and members of the press, and the killing of human beings who solely by the reason of their knowledge and expertise are converted into military targets. Again, would you countenance such acts for yourselves? With this behavior, they have killed at the very least over 35,000 innocent civilians in Gaza. They have deprived them of food, drinking water, medication, and proper health care. Those who have perpetrated such crimes this nation, with a magnanimous spirit and the systematic targeting of journalists and members of the press, and the killing of human beings who solely by the reason of their knowledge and expertise are converted into military targets. Again, would you countenance such acts for yourselves? Those who have perpetrated such crimes must know that Iran, the most ancient continuous civilization upon the face of the earth, has ever stood steadfast against the tempests of history. This nation, with a magnanimous spirit and an eternal will, has time and again demonstrated that it shall never bow before aggressors. And today as well, in the face of the transgressors, it stands upright with reliance upon the power of faith and its national cohesion. In this 12-day defense, the patriotic and valiant people of Iran laid bare before the aggressors the fallacy and self-delusion of their arrogant calculations. The enemies of Iran unwittingly fortified the sacred national unity. The people of Iran, despite the most severe, protracted, and crushing economic sanctions, psychological and media warfare, and persistent efforts to sow discord, at the very instant the first bullet was fired upon their soil, rose in unison in support of their valiant armed forces, and today they continue to honor the blood of their martyrs. Here, in the name of all Iranian people, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all personalities, nations, governments, and international and regional organizations that stood in solidarity with Iran during this war. Ladies and gentlemen, Today, after nearly 2 years of genocide, mass starvation, the perpetuation of apartheid within the occupied territories, and aggression against its neighbors, the ludicrous and delusional scheme of a greater Israel is being proclaimed with brazenness by the highest echelons of that regime. The scheme encompasses vast swaths of the region. The map itself lays bare the true intentions of the Zionist regime, intentions that have, of late, been openly endorsed by its criminal prime minister. None in the world is secure from the aggressive machinations of this regime. It is manifest that the Zionist regime and its sponsors no longer even content themselves with normalization through political means. Rather, they impose their presence through naked force and have styled it peace through strength. Yet, this is neither peace nor power. It is nothing but aggression rooted in coercion and bullying. But we envision our powerful Iran alongside powerful neighbors within a strong region with a radiant future. A future in which we stand together against a grand project that imposes genocide, destruction, and instability upon the region. A future in which collective security is assured through genuine mechanisms of defensive cooperation and joint response to threats. A future in which human dignity and cultural diversity are cherished as foundational values. A future in which collective development is realized through joint investment in infrastructure and modern sciences. A future in which energy security and the equitable use of vital resources from the pillars of economic stability. A future in which the environment is safeguarded for posterity. A future in which national sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states are regarded as non-negotiable principles, a future not in pursuit of peace imposed by force, but founded upon strength derived through peace. In such a strong region, slaughter and bloodshed shall find no place. It is for this very reason that my country has, for many years, been among the staunchest advocates of establishing a region free of weapons of mass destruction. Yet those who themselves possess the largest nuclear arsenals and who in flagrant breach of the NPT make their weapons even deadlier and more destructive have for years subjected our people to pressures on the basis of spurious allegations. Last week, 3 European states, having failed through a decade of bad faith and thereafter by supporting military aggression, to bring the proud people of Iran to their knees, at the behest of the United States of America, sought by means of pressure, coercion, imposition, and manifest abuse to reinstate against Iran the Security Council resolutions that had already been terminated. In doing so, they set aside good faith. They circumvented legal obligations. They sought to portray Iran's lawful remedial measures taken in response to the United States' withdrawal from the JCPOA and to Europe's breach and utter incapacity as a gross violation. They falsely presented themselves as parties of good standing to the agreement, and they disparaged Iran's sincere efforts as insufficient. All of this was in pursuit of nothing less than the destruction of the very JCPOA, which they themselves had once held as the foremost achievement of multilateral diplomacy. This unlawful measure, which has also met the opposition of certain members of the Security Council, possesses no international legitimacy and will not garner the approbation of the international community. I hereby declare once more before this assembly that Iran has never sought and will never seek to build a nuclear bomb. We do not seek nuclear weapons. This is our belief based on the edict issued by the supreme leader and by religious authorities. Therefore, we never sought weapons of mass destruction, nor will we ever seek them. Whereas those who disturb the peace and stability in the region lies in Israel, but Iran is the one that is being punished for those actions. There is a poem that roughly says something to the effect that someone in one side of the world does something to disturb the peace and someone else is punished for those actions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran welcomes peace and stability. We believe that the future of our region and of the world must be built upon cooperation, trust, and shared development. In this framework, Iran supports the peace process between the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Republic of Armenia and hopes that its outcome shall be enduring and serve as a foundation for improved relations between these two neighboring states. Iran also hopes that the efforts to bring an end to the war in Ukraine may result in a just and lasting agreement between Russia and Ukraine and bring solace to the human suffering caused by this crisis. Iran welcomes the defensive pact between the two brotherly Muslim countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, as a beginning for a comprehensive regional security system with the cooperation of the Muslim states of West Asia in the political, security, and defense domains. Finally, Iran condemns the criminal aggression of the Israeli regime against Qatar, which resulted in the martyrdom of a number of Palestinian and Qatari nationals, and declares its support and solidarity with the government and people of Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, true security is not achieved through force, but through confidence building, mutual respect, regional convergence, and multilateralism grounded in international laws. Based on this foundation, a call upon all to practice listening to one another instead of raising voices, to re-examine the intellectual premises of polarization and political violence, which today ensnares not only the international community, but also renders societies internally with tension and turmoil. To uphold as the common denominator of all beliefs and cultures the principles that whatever we do not approve for ourselves, we should not impose upon others, instead of distorting concepts and narratives with biased interpretations. To restore and rehabilitate the credibility of international laws, institutions, and mechanisms, and to commit to the establishment of a regional system of security and cooperation in West Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, we Iranians have extended our power in the world not by producing and employing nuclear weapons, nor by the slaughter of hundreds of thousands in the 20th century, nor by genocide and the imposition of starvation upon the children in Gaza in the 21st century, and not even through the historic empires of Iran, but rather through a culture of human fellowship and the message of empathy of universal sages such as Rumi, Hafiz, Saadi, who 8 centuries ago declared, "Human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is inflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot pertain. Those criminals who bully by murdering children are not worthy of the name human being, and assuredly they shall never prove to be trustworthy partners." Relying upon its time-honored tradition of altruism and human fellowship, Iran is a steadfast partner and a trustworthy companion for all peace-seeking countries, a friendship and a partnership grounded not in fleeting expediency, but in dignity, trust, and a shared future. We, the upright people of Iran, by standing firm against lawless marauders, have surmounted with honor the injustices, discriminations, and double standards imposed upon us. And today, with an opportunity-oriented outlook, we have transformed this historic achievement of the Iranian people into a platform for a leap toward a hopeful future. Let us together, with you, turn threats into opportunities. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly will hear an address by
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays.
Nigeria, it is of course Good Friday, the day our dear Lord Jesus Christ was nailed on the cross. So a whole lot of churches will be having some kind of ceremony today because they're prepping for Easter that will be happening on Sunday, April 5th, 2026. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen and Folkunta. I'll be walking you through interesting stories. And as usual on Fridays, I'll be recommending some interesting movies for you and maybe a little talk about it. So let's delve into what's trending in the entertainment industry. Singer Omalay, born Omar Stanley Didia, has expressed concern over what he described as a deadline in Afrobeats, particularly in Western markets. So he made the remarks during his Lagos Way House session on Thursday night, noting that the strong international reception the genre enjoyed in previous years appears to be waning. According to the artist, Afrobeat is experiencing a downturn overseas, adding that while Nigerian artists continue to perform impressively, the sound and influence associated with the genre between 2020 and 2024 have evolved and no longer reflects its current state. So Malay also revealed that he has been studying his musical influences in a bid to find ways to revive and reposition the Nigerian music scene. He also added that his forthcoming work is aimed at inspiring fellow artists to elevate their craft and help restore Afrobeat's global momentum. Now, he's not the first person saying this. He's not the second person. He's not the third person. But the good thing about him now, he said, is that from 2020 to 2024, we've been performing impressively, not just in Nigeria, globally. And I don't know why they keep saying Afrobeat is dying, Afrobeat is weighing out, Afrobeat is gone, Afrobeat is this and that. I don't know. But when I had the conversation with somebody, he said they are blending Afrobeat with Caribbean kind of beats, amapiano, you know, Afrofusion, you know, Afro is still there, sha. But when they talk about Afrobeat on its own, they're talking about Fela Kuti kind of sound, you know, name them. There's so many beats and sounds that sounds like Afrobeat. So I tend to understand what they say, because there was a time in the year when amapiano looked like it was taking over, and even Nigerian artists were infusing amapiano into their beats. Even the indigenous rappers infused amapiano into their beats. So it's more like we are beginning to lose our genre as Nigerians, where we are known as Afrobeat kind country that, you know, creates such kind of music genre. So I don't blame them when they say over 20 years ago we've lost it, or over 10 years ago, or it's kind of reviving, or is waning out. So he has planned in a way to put music in place. Let's agree that Omalay, even though most times his song sounds as if he's depressed, it sounds as if he's going through a lot, it sounds as if he's about to die, it sounds as if he's heartbroken, he always gives good music that you tend to resonate with. So let's see what he's building and where it's gonna lead to, because it's one thing to say and keep us up there, and another thing to put out what we're expecting. But we pray for Afrobeats that it doesn't go south. All right, so Afrobeat singer Bella Schroeder has revealed that he nearly went bankrupt as a result of an extravagant lifestyle and poor financial decisions. So speaking during an interview with YouTuber Korti EO, the artist explained that his habit of accommodating and financially supporting friends who lived lavishly also contributed significantly to draining his resources. So according to him, he once had substantial earnings but spent recklessly on unnecessary luxuries, including purchasing multiple cars at once and maintaining an expensive social lifestyle. He admitted that he lacked financial wisdom at the time and made impulsive decisions that affected his stability. So he further noted that the experience forced him to reassess his approach to money, adding that he has now become more deliberate and cautious with his spending and investments. But Ashmurda also used the opportunity to advise fellow artists and fans to manage their finances wisely in order to avoid similar challenges and the consequences of poor money management. Let me sound like Gege. Gege said it's financial mistake. It was from him we learned what financial mistake is, right? There was a video I saw one certain time on social media where the person was saying, you think you're a good person until you've touched wealth. You think you are disciplined until you've made money. You think, he was just stating so many things. And I had to read reasons to, because he was giving a whole lot of attributes of things that you can possibly do once you have money. You think someone that bought a Cybertruck worth about how many millions and billions of naira, you think you're wiser than the person. Until you have the money, you will know that you are not wise. It takes discipline and the grace of God to make you not to buy that stuff. You think you have the whole financial strategy that when you have the money, you're not going to buy houses worth hundreds of millions of naira. So when I thought of it, I looked at myself and I said, I'm not even far from this, because why we have such reasoning is because we do not have the money, right? So what do? You pray for God to give you the grace to handle your money properly and not to enter into financial mistake. We're not talking about people making millions and billions of naira. What about salary earners that immediately they get their money, they're thinking of how to buy material things and not even invest in it, right? All this, I'm not talking about using your money to pay bills that are very necessary. I'm talking about using your money to do things that you know is not necessary. It will not yield fruits for you in the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks is too small. It's too small, right? In the next 1 month, it will not. After now, you're gonna be crying, right? That's where financial mistake comes in. He now finds out that aside from him being extravagant, he also had friends that he was supporting financially. I have the money. How much do you need? 10 million. Don't worry. Send your account number. He sends it to them. Maybe a girl comes. I want to go shopping. How much? Take my credit card, things like that, because money has overwhelmed him. But thank God he came back to his senses and realized that, oh my God. And trust me, do you know when you come back to your senses? When the money has finished. It's not when the money is still remaining. It's when the money is, let's say the money is now, it has reduced drastically, and the only thing you have left is to pay your necessary bills, right? So unfortunately, we tend to realize this when it has gotten to here and there's nothing you can do about this. What is he trying to say? He's trying to advise every other entertainer, artist out there that once you hit it big and you tend to see so much money coming in and all, invest it properly, use it properly. Nobody is saying you shouldn't enjoy your life or social lifestyle or whatever, because trust me, fame is another life of its own. So you want to impress your fans, your audience. You like to show them what you're using your money to do and all that, but use it wisely. All right, so moving forward, popular Nigerian rapper Zlatan Ibile has revealed that his parents were initially skeptical about his sudden rise to wealth and fame. So speaking during a recent episode of the YACN podcast, the Zanko Krona explained that after gaining prominence in 2019, he purchased a house for his parents in the upscale Lekki area of Lagos. So, however, they declined the gift at first due to concerns about the source of his income, which seemed sudden to them. According to the rapper, his parents were not convinced that his music career alone could fund such an expensive property, leading to hesitation on them, on their part. Then he admitted that their reaction made him feel hurt, as he was trying to prioritize their comfort while they questioned his intentions. Zlatan further disclosed that his parents requested time to pray and reflect before making a decision. seeking clarity over whether to accept the gift. Now, in response, he provided proof of his earnings by presenting his bank statements and demonstrating that his income was legitimately generated from his music career. He added that the situation was eventually resolved after his parents were satisfied with the explanation and accepted the house. So the rapper also advised parents to take time to understand the source of their children's wealth before accepting expensive gifts, especially when such wealth appears sudden. This is a very critical case because, I mean, trust every parent, not just African, every father, every mother that knows how it got you to this point, and then you finally got there and money is swimming in like water. They will definitely ask you, where did you get this money from? You know, imagine his parents saying they need time to pray and, you know, for clarity to be sure that, oh, this money is... He was hurt because, let's talk about Ashake. When Ashake said when he wanted to go into music, his father was never part, like he was, you know, when your father said, whatever I want to do is none of my business, since you want to be useless in life, get out of my house, you're not my son. You know how African parents can be. He was never part of it. He was not interested. So Ashake has made money. I mean, it's not now that Ashake made money. We know that Ashake, he made money from his first EP and all. And it was just this year that he got his father a car that caused problem on social media because he first of all got his mother a car. Now imagine if Ashake got that car, immediately he got his hit and he decided to maybe buy a car for his father. First of all, his father would not accept that car because his father must have been seeing music as, how do I put it now? He probably be seeing music that, oh, you decided to do things in your leisure time. You've put your hands in fraud. You put your hands in things that are illegal. And now you want me to be part of your wealth. God forbid. Chukwaju. You know, things like that. Mothers would pray. They will start kabashing. A normal African mother. They'll start kabashing. Where have you put your hands into? But he had to take his time. Everybody has a way of showing appreciation to their parents, right? Because the truth is this, a whole lot of youth tend to put their hand or dent their hand on illegal and evil things just to make wealth. So it's important that parents ask. So I like what Zlatan did. He had to show them his bank statements and everything. Oh, I got this kind of amount of money from TikTok because they streamed my music. They used my music to create content. I got this from Spotify. I got this from AudioMac. I got this from Apple Music. I got this from this, that. I had this payment because I went to a concert and you know, things like that. Because if you don't explain this thing to our parents, they still will not understand. And you know the fun fact, they will still ask you, how is TikTok paying you? How is AudioMac? You need to explain this in the language they understand. They are not your age grade. They never grew up in the digital world. They can never understand the language you understand, except you break it down for them. So what are we saying? As long as what you're doing is illegal, it's not a sin for your parents to ask you the source of your income. It's very important. I mean, there are parents that do not give, they don't care. Oh, you've made money. My son is now a billionaire. He bought this, he did that and that and that. And they're already enjoying the money with you. While there are others that they are interested, especially those that are from a very strong Christian, not even all Christian homes. Let me not even go there. But if your parents are interested to know where they will go extra mile. They will reject your gift. In fact, they will tell you to leave their house before you would. An African mother will say, before you would contaminate this house that I have sanctified with the Holy Spirit and holy water. Okay, so moving forward, the 2026 edition of the African Magic Viewers' Choice Award 2026 of African Cinema. The headline story from the nominations is the dominance of Ginger and The Herd. So each earning 9 nominations. The highest for this edition, both films feature prominently across major categories, including Best Movie, Best Director, and several technical awards, underscoring that significant impact on the African film landscape. So close behind is To Kill a Monkey with 8 nominations. I mean, as as expected, followed by My Father's Shadow with 7. Now, reflecting a vibrant year for African storytelling in total, nominees span 32 award categories. 18 jury decided, 11 publicly voted, and 3 special recognition honors. This structure ensures that both industry expertise and audience preferences play a role in shaping the results. The award ceremony is scheduled for May 9, 2026 in Lagos, Nigeria. Of course, yes. So, I love social media so much. So I came across a video and people were like, why is love in every word not part of this? I'm not sure I saw any YouTube movies as part of this award. I'm not sure I did. I think it's mostly cinema movies, Netflix movies, movies from Amazon, movies on Movie Box and all that. And someone was making comment that YouTube movies is a place to gain popularity and of course money, because when you stream and re-upload and all, people watch and then money is tripping in, right? But these people, they take so much time. It's except someone logs into Netflix and pick your own movie. That's when you know that, okay, money is coming. And then maybe someone goes to the cinema and pays to watch your own movie. That's why this whole content thing caused a whole lot of chaos beginning of the year. So now, I mean, Ginger and the Herds deserve it. And you won't even tell me that To Kill a Monkey does not deserve. You can't also tell me that Behind the Scenes do not deserve it. They do. Now, it's not because of the PR they did. When you watch movies like that, even My Father's, what's the name again? They deserve it because this movie tells real life stories. Believe me, that some YouTube movies are also doing exploits with that, but I don't think they've gotten to that standard for you to be able to win an African Magic Viewers Choice Award movie. I mean, when I saw Bisola video when she found out that her movie and she is part of the nomination, she was extremely happy because being nominated is not even easy, to talk more of winning it. Oh my God. We know how competitive the entertainment world is. Every single one of them is very competitive. So if you're even nominated, it means they saw what you did and you stand a chance to win. So mind you, it doesn't mean other movies are not doing what they're supposed to do. This is what they've come together to look at, performances, behind the scenes and everything. And then they tend to see that, okay, this movie did a very good job. Let them be part of the nomination and let's see how people vote for them. So fingers crossed until next month. Let's see who goes home with the award. That's all I have for you in the news segment. This hour we'll go on a short break, and up next is Movie Train. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the movie train segment where we tend to recommend movies for you this weekend. So first on my list is Wura. I mean, if you're very conversant with Showmax movies, you will know this. You know, so Wura is a 2023 Showmax original Nigerian soap opera exclusively produced by Rogers Ofime. Now, the series is best known to be Nigerian first longest Showmax original series. And that's the truth. Not just it, actually, but one of it. So, starring Scarlett Gomez, Yomi Fash-Lanso, Carol King, Ray Adeka, Iremide Adoya, Ego Ihanacho, Mata Ihinome, Lanre Adediwura, Oluwaseyi Akinsola, Ropo Ewenla, Miracle Gabriel, and Tessie Akpata. I've literally called all the cast. So it follows the crumbling empire of Wura Amo Adeleke, who faces her greatest threat in her own daughter. So as her ruthless crimes are exposed, her husband Tony realizes that the criminal he's hunting lives in his home. While Dakota struggles for justice. I would have loved to give a preamble of this whole movie, but it's so long. I can't even, if I start talking about it, they will break sunshine. But yeah, season 3 is out and it's getting more tricky and intense. I'm just wondering how this is gonna turn out when Tony finds out. But yes, fingers crossed. I've recommended it to you. So up next is XO Kitty. I've been seeing this on social media and I'm like, what's this movie about? I've not even seen it. It's actually an American romantic comedy drama television series created by Jenny Han for Netflix that premiered on May 18, 2023. So it is a spin-off of the To All the Boys film series. It's an adaptation of Han's book trilogy, To All the Boys I've Loved Before, and marks the first Netflix television series to be spin-off from the Netflix original film. So XO Kitty season 3 follows Kitty's song Covey, returning to Kiss for her senior year to make final memories, prioritize academics, and navigate her relationship with Min Ho Moon. The final season features senior sunsets, goals, friendship drama, family growth, and a special visit from her sister Lara Jean. I literally do not have any idea about this movie, but it's been trending and I don't know why, because it just came up which day, just the way Beauty in Black came up a few hours ago and people have already finished seeing it. So I decided to recommend it to you and I. Let's go see this movie. Now this one is also a Nigerian movie that got my interest, When Love Prays. So, When Love Prays is an emotional Nollywood drama exploring the conflicts between love and religion. Starring Uche Montana as Ifunanya and Uzi Usman as Hamza. The story follows two people from different religious backgrounds who fall deeply in love but face intense family pressure, cultural expectations, and societal hurdles, forcing them to determine if their bond can survive. This movie was super intense. Why? This person is an Igbo girl and also a pastor's daughter. Now, this other person who is the guy is an Hausa guy and an Imam son. Now, you know this whole drama that is happening in Nigeria right now of the Muslim and the Christians. Now imagine when a pastor's daughter gets married to an imam's son or is in love with an imam's son. And not just that, she's Igbo and he's Hausa. You know the kind of tension that is going to bring in the home. Mind you, this relationship has been very, very private for the longest of time. Almost how many years, right? She found her way. I don't want to be a spoiler, but this movie is going to be an eye-opener for a lot of our parents. In fact, if they see this movie, they'll start looking at some of their children. Like, I hope you're not trying to go and marry this person from this tribe or some sort. Because, I mean, even in the Igbo region, even in the Southeast, some states do not appreciate marrying from another state that is also in the southeast, and I don't know why. All right, so it happens, and you hear them saying, make sure you don't marry an Imo State man, make sure you don't marry an Anambra State man, you know, stuff like that. Imagine it being that you're an Igbo girl and you're trying to marry an Hausa man. And again, to top it up, you are a pastor's daughter and you want to marry a man's son. It's intense. But what? The movie taught us that religion is beyond what we think it is and what we see, right? It taught us a whole lot, that we all speak, we serve the same God, but in different languages. Everybody is talking to one particular Chukwokika Biama, but in different languages. All right, I've recommended these 3 movies and I've kind of been a spoiler. So go home, sit tight and enjoy your weekend and of course your Easter. Up next is an interview we had with a guest. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy Easter in advance.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. It's just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Outside eyes.
It feels good to hear that. You did good.
Thank you.
You did good.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I want to say shout out to Signature TV, because to have people like you, like what you did now, is not something that the regular person would say they know about, and many times we know people don't like to research. People just go with the flow. So I commend you. Thank you.
Oh, my
Thank
pleasure.
you for having me.
My pleasure. All right, now let's talk about your craft. I mean, you have a whole lot on your playlist.
Always.
Artists.
Like when I have my abacha, I like it like that. Like the
Talking about
the
food.
kanda, everything, the place,
And the
food
pomo
all
and
the
everything.
time. Yes.
I'm actually talking about your career.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Say they know about, and many times we know people don't like to research. People just go with the flow. So I commend you. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. All right, now let's talk about your craft. I mean, you have a whole lot on your playlist.
Always.
Artists.
Like when I have my abacha, I like it like that. Like the pomo, the kanda, everything, the place,
And the
food
pomo
all
and
the
everything.
time. Yes.
I'm actually talking about your career. I want to know
I know.
how you actually tend to blend all these things together.
Okay, so first and foremost, what holds everything together is a culture. It's hip-hop culture. Especially, I like to say that it's African focus. It's Africa. Not US, not across board, not Europe, all them places. It's Africa. So it holds together in the sense that, so there's music, there's radio, there's TV, there's social media, there's arts and culture, there's events. So all that happens simultaneously, and especially when you're passionate about it, it's not a job anymore.
You know, it's fun, although it's work, believe me, because I like to commend my friends and my people that I know in the business. I'm like, dude, girl, you make it look easy. As I know it's not easy, but it appears like it's so. So it's passion makes it all hold together, like, you know, it's easy, but it's actually work.
So what interests you the most about music? I mean, we know that music speaks to the soul, lyrics resonates with people and all.
Correct.
But what actually interests you the most about music?
I like to say, for want of not getting into trouble with my Lord and Savior, I like to say hip-hop saved my life. You know.
How though?
So many people, a couple, well, many than few say, you know, music ran in our family, you know, my daddy played music. No,
that's the soundtrack I'm so used to.
It can be so untrue sometimes, many times.
Okay.
But my case, there was no music in my house. There was no kind of music. There were no speakers even. There were no tapes. There were no floppy disks. There were no VHS. Okay, well, there was VHS, but that was film. So I fell in love with the culture from just watching it and seeing what people were doing, because at the time I used to write, you know, till now I write, you know. Two things I don't go around without: my pen and my pad, small pad, and my headphones, you know. So from back in the day, I would write how I was feeling. It started with writing in a diary, you know, something that you didn't want to forget. Then from writing, you know, when you read it, you find yourself smiling. You know, when you're reading stuff and you're like, so it paints a picture in your head. From then, and then you watch music videos, you watch interviews where people are talking about hip-hop music. And from then we're like, okay, this is something this is not too special. This is something we can do, you know. So we began to, when I say we, I like to speak in plural. So being a friend of mine, Stephen and Aso, we began to write, you know, our music. At the time it wasn't rhyming, but the fun that we would write it and it would make sense, you know. Then from that, it started to rhyme. Then from rhyming, we realized that what we see on TV, we can put a beat behind it, we can make it sound nicer, because what the beat does is, originally, it makes you listen to the music, to the words. It's like a newspaper, right? Just words. But for music, it has a beat behind it. So it makes you listen to it over and over again.
Yeah.
Think about it, when you read the newspaper, it's gone. You know what you're reading. But with the music behind it now, you go back to it and over and over and over. It became, and fast forward to now, it became a business. So yeah, that's how it was for me. I fell in love with the culture and it's history. So I started to write music. I started to record for other people. So basically, it started like what I call a hip hop organization. So we have podcasts, we have radio, we have TV, but the main focus is to showcase the undersigned, the unsigned, the underground, and the independent artists, the ones that are not enjoying the media powerhouse, you know, the ones that don't have the $5 million budgets, the ones that don't have the studio in their houses to record and send it to someone in the US to mix, the guy that goes to the studio and borrows studio time, makes fantastic music, but no one is playing it. That's actually how my radio show started in ENUGU here, you know, in 2002. You know, on a sister station at the time. At the time, it was just 2 stations, you know. So I would hear people that would play music, and, you know, and it's fantastic, but no one is playing it. So I started the Rap Radio Africa show. There was no Africa at the time. Africa happened when I went to Lagos, but it was the Rap Radio show. So I would play those people that nobody would hear. So people would phone in, how can we get this music? I'm like, it's not in the market. Just listen to the show, that's how you can get it. So it was on air Fridays, 9 p.m. to midnight, and it was just hip-hop, African hip-hop, through and through, and it was just such a beautiful thing. And that's, fast forward to now, we became Lyrics Islam Nigeria, we became Rap Radio Africa, and we're opening more doors for new arts and people that you haven't heard about. So now we diversified to Africa. Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau, Algeria in the north, you know, Mauritius in the north, Uganda in the east. So that's all we're playing, even on the online radio station. Because people listen are like, these people are actually Africans, Nigerians. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, so why didn't you see them on radio? That's the $1 million question.
I mean,
so that's it's like my friend says, it's the Lord's work we're doing.
Yes, no. Interesting. Now, you started performing in secondary school.
Yep.
So what moments from those early days still inspires you till today?
The fact that one thing and one thing only, the fact that someone will say, I heard this song, and they'll tell you a phrase or a sentence or a word you said that and how it made them feel. There's something they say, people don't care what you say or do to them, but people don't remember what you did to them, but they remember
what
how
you
made no, not what you said,
how you made them
feel. They never forget. So it's either good or bad, right? So when someone would say, that's why I always say, even on my social media when I'm live, my show and stuff, I say, people are like, you have just 10 people on your live, people are like, how many followers do you have even? And I'm like, guys, calm down and think about it. Do some deep thinking. Once you have affected just one person, your job is done. Your job is done, and that's how it is for me. So when someone to answer your question directly, when someone says, wow, on this song you said this, and I remembered one time that something happened, and my job is done. So that's what keeps me, that you can reach that one person that it impacts. My job is done.
Absolutely. Now, how would you describe your evolution as an artist from the first official release in 2009? Why are you blushing?
I'm laughing. I'm not blushing.
2009 to now.
So it's not been, I don't know. So my opinion, it's not been much of an evolution in the sense that whatever happens in the world or whatever you do, there's the good and the bad. Even if you're inherently evil, there are people that will follow you. So I speak from my perspective as a creator, as the person that records the songs. The evolution for me is once again is passion, right? So nothing much has changed. So how I create hasn't changed. The music and people that inspire me hasn't changed. The friends I have, usually because of how I feel about them, hasn't changed. And so the evolution basically is just keep making the right music. Keep making music that has content, music that affects positively. So the evolution has been, it's just that I don't see it across board as I would want to, because there's still the other type of music that don't mean nothing, that doesn't elevate anyone, that doesn't teach. Because when we make music, when I create the records I create, I have the next generation in mind. I have a 11-year-old son, fantastic guy, his name is Chino. When I make music, I want him to listen to it.
Do you want him to be a musician like you? What are you thinking about?
Okay, so I think I don't want to get into anybody's bad books, okay? So I know an artist that went to Harvard and is a singer. His name is Ryan Leslie. My son is techie. He's premium smart.
Okay.
He's intelligent, extremely. I'm looking for words to describe him. So if he becomes a rapper, I think it would not do well for him. If he chooses to, that's fine by me. That's amazing. Okay, so on the track 3 is a song called Inferno. It's just me on the song. It features my daughter. My daughter is 6. And the intro goes, she just walked into my room, and how I got that is I told her to repeat. She walks into my room. She wakes me up every weekend, Saturday, Sunday. She wakes me up because weekdays I'm out of the house, And she walks into my room and she's like, I usually play old school rap and I play gospel rap, especially when they're in the house. So it's banging, and she walks in my room and she's like, I want to start rapping when I grow up. I was taken aback. I'm like, why? She said, because I want to be like you. My heart just melted. I grabbed my phone. I said, sweetheart, please just repeat what you just said again. So that's how I caught it.
For memory's sake.
And I actually put it on the song. So it's the intro of the song called Inferno.
Yeah, we are going to play that. We're going to play that.
So I remember to say that because if she has chosen that, I'm away at work and I get home, she has written 4 bars. She said, Daddy, check this out. It's on my Instagram. I posted it. And she did that on her own. So I said that to say, if my son wants to do that, then it's his choice. Then I would guide him. But I wouldn't say you have to because I do or I did, So
That's quite impressive. Now you've collaborated with legends, right? I like when you blush when I say these things.
It's a privilege because I remember it and I'm like, wow, you know.
So how was it like collaborating with Mode9 and Ferocious? I hope I got that.
Ferocious, yes.
Ferocious. How was it
so
like?
these two guys, so for me it's not much of a, when people say what they say, it's another reason why I smile. These guys are my friends.
Okay.
Right? So we talk and they're fantastic people. So it also doesn't take away from the fact that they are superstars and they're legends in the hip hop culture. You know, these are award winners. Mode9 won the Lyricist Lounge, Lyricist on the Road. So it's an award where they check lyrics. On the headies, Mode9 has won lyrics on the road for 7 years back to back. Like no one. What he says is, who is contesting this? Who's actually doing stuff that warrants? You know. Then Ferocious has produced one of the finest songs. He raps as well, and he's a hip hop producer that has my utmost respect, despite being friends. So it's one thing, you know, see finish is such a bad thing. I think it's evil from the pit of hell because you take the person for granted because probably your siblings, or you feel your friends, or maybe you've seen them at a bad time. Maybe you know they always drive around in the Lamborghini. Then that one day you see them in a bus. And you start to look down on them. That's something I always tell people, stay away from it, will destroy you. So I never let that affect what these men have achieved in their lives. So working with them is still my friend, but there's the respect I have for them, you know. And Ferocious did such a fantastic job on this album. He mixed and mastered everything, and he produced about 6 songs. Oh Lord. You know, I'll say, Ferocious, this song sounds a bit somehow. You know, I played it for so and so, and they're like, the mix. It's like, Manik, I got you. I'll send it tomorrow. I'll look into it tomorrow. Just give me some time. Who does that? Some people, you can't even reach them when you're calling them on the phone. Do you understand? Then Mode9 is crazy. Mode9, I had to beg Mode9. I said, Mode9, the album is coming. You have to be on it. I said, Manik, I know they do feature again. Like, please do it for the culture. You're not doing it for me. You're not even doing it for yourself. You're doing it for posterity. You're doing it for the people that are going to listen to it 10, 20 years. I walked on him. I'm like, dude, please, you know. And eventually he agreed to get on the album. He produced 2 songs and he rapped on one. It was me and him on track 4. It's called Run Them. Has him on it. He did a great job. And so working with them is bittersweet, you know. You're friends, but these guys are placed highly in culture and I don't take it for granted.
Absolutely. Okay, we're gonna play one of your songs right now. What's the name of that one that your daughter featured in?
Inferno.
Right? Inferno. All right, let's have one of his songs.
I want to start rapping when I grow up.
Why?
Because I want to be like you.
Let's get down with it. You're looking at the black Jim Capizzle. Yeah. I see no evil when I walk fast. For your rhyme, I've been penning hills through. Let's get down with it. You're looking at the black Jim Capizzle. I see no evil when I walk fast. For your rhyme, I've been penning hills through.
I'm shattering battlements, pattern immaculate and rapid. Advancements, adept to the pen, crafting enchantments. I'm cracking standards, the masses abandoned, I'm candid. With dopeness, I capture the culture, I'm granted advantage. My slang was demanding, my actions expanded, I brandish. Manuscripts, massive advancement, you can't understand it. I'm weaving my dreams into seams of the fabric, it's magic. And flawless, I'm transforming the struggle, the hustle's consistent. In a realm where the visions, I'm spitting or hitting, slaying doubts with precision, I glisten, fitting with the mission. Each lyric I pen is a testament of strength. Even in the shadows with a mindset giant, defying ills, no braggadocio. Your spirit is haunted, you stay killed because appointed. Anointed, every word I speak is a statement, I'm faking. Enhancing the chances of grasping the vantage. How manage your monoverse demanding how I romanticize a new anthem.
Let's get down with it. Yo. You're looking at the black Jim Capizzle. I see no evil when I walk fast. For your rhyme, I've been penning hills through. Let's get down with it. You're looking at the black Jim Capizzle. I see no evil when I walk fast.
See you, Bionic, right? I know I was saying something, but I'm going to repeat it on camera. Now, when they listen to your music and they tend to see you, in fact, let me give myself that. Let me say it for myself. Let me not speak for people.
Okay.
When I saw you after listening to your music, I was expecting, you know, there's this kind of look that artists tend to look,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And thinking that you do hip hop, I wasn't expecting you to look so gentle, all, I don't know, senator kitted and everything. I was expecting musical kind of outfit. What's up? What happened?
So, again, I like to say I'm anti-usualist, right? So I usually, many times when I'm experiencing people, I disappoint them in that regard, because you expect me to come a certain way, but I don't. And I also feel like many times, 9 times out of 10 actually, when people do that, they are trying to impress. When people do that, they're trying to, they feel they have to uphold a certain standard, a certain level, like stereotype. That's the word I'm looking for. Like you said, so when you hear artists, you're thinking dreadlocks, you're thinking earrings, you're thinking chain, yeah, or braids, or dreads, or or you're thinking necklaces. Right now it's not just one, it's 2 chains. So it's one, there's a second one, there's a third one. And I've come to learn that, and I've experienced, from experience, I've come to learn that many times the person is not real. They can't back it up. So many times the music is terrible. Many times they're badly behaved. And one of the things I say on my show is, we're Africans, we come from a place of rich culture. Respect is one of that. You cannot disrespect an elder. But, so they come that way, they're talking funny, they're talking with the gonna wanna, you know what I'm saying? They don't even know what they're saying, but they feel that it's a look, or it's a state of mind, it's a culture to promulgate and sell themselves. But that's not what, it's not doing you justice. So I just come as I am, especially because I've always written music. I'll always write music. From the first album and life, how life you. I've always written music, I've always recorded, and I'm always going to record and listen. So I just try to package it with the Lyrics Now Nigeria projects, and just have people on it that are true to themselves, lyric-wise, music-wise, rap-wise in Africa. So I just come to where I am. There's nothing to prove to anyone.
You said something about you had dreadlocks on before.
Yes.
So is it part of the reason why you had to cut down your
No. Of course, then I was young, and when I had dreads, not a lot of people had dreads. So I was in ENUGU at the time. This was early 2000. I was in a record deal in town here, when an 8-year record deal that went bad, didn't really work. Me, YJ, Shivago, The Real McCoy. At the time, Jim Martins made some production for us, but he wasn't on the record label at the time. So it was that early. So I had dreads. I had it for about 11 years. It was long to my chest. I used to trim it, but at the time it was how I felt. I just was like, I was a rebel at home. My mom was in the army. We grew up with her. My dad was in the army as well, but we grew up separately. And so I was an unruly child. I was crazy. So I grew the dreadlocks. For me, it was a fun thing. Not a lot of people had it at the time. So that's how I felt. But as one grew, you realize that all that was, one, youthful exuberance. Secondly, your different things are of importance now. Not the same thing that mattered to you at the time. And it's just how I am. I prefer the look. I like to burst people's bubble. I like to disappoint them when I meet them.
You actually burst my bubble. When I saw you, I'm like,
this is my guest. No, this is not my guest.
Personality, maybe that's the reason.
No,
but now there's a clear explanation
I just
for
like
that.
To be easy.
Impressive. All right, so I have a very interesting question for you.
Okay.
So as a broadcaster with nearly a decade, right,
yes,
of experience,
yes,
how has media helped amplify African hip-hop voice globally?
Wow. That sounds like a question that is a set-up question.
Sorry.
Okay, so how the media has helped? So for one of the things I've done is media, apart from a few people like you guys that believe and want to share with people, media hasn't done much for hip-hop. I must tell you, which is one of the reasons why you know how they say, stop asking for a place at the table, cross the road and create your own table and build your own table, which is what I'm doing with my platform. So because what I'm doing, what I'm interested in and what's important to the culture for me is not what's important for them.
Yeah.
So they'd rather play soft porn and music that is not edifying, music that's not conscious. Because think about it, there's something we call cypher in hip hop. You know, how did the cypher come about? Cypher is basically, hip hop was birthed from street reporting, like journalism, like what you're doing. It's just that now there's a house and it's packaged. But then when they meet, I'm coming from Ibaguanike.
Okay.
When we meet here, I'm telling stories because then we're speaking poetry. Hip hop came from days of slavery, but a story for another day. It's just packaged in the US and they say it was birthed in the Bronx in 76. Okay, we agree. But then when the slaves would get together, when the masters have gone to sleep, they would, what we now call ciphering. So I'll tell my story. I'm coming from, like I said, Ibagua. But if using the slave context, Mr. David Whipperson, his slaves, all the slaves meet at the place. So they're coming from different areas. So I come from Mr. David's and I'm telling my story. This is how he whipped me. This is what I did. And they are telling it. Some are crying. If it's sad news, they are teary eyes and they're telling the stories.
Yeah.
And they're telling it in rhyme. They're around the fire. Everybody's taking turns. That's what, fast forward to now, we call a cipher. You know when they say in a cipher, different people. So they tell their story. You now know what happened there. You don't have to have gone there. You tell your story coming from your end. This person tells their story coming from, so let's say Joss, the guy shows up from Joss, he's telling his story in Joss. His true story, he doesn't have any reason to lie. You know, you listen to it, you picture what Joss is like. So it's street reporting of what's actually happening. Then, fast forward to now, people are now made to create stories that are not real. Do you understand? Okay, tell them that Queenette came here and gave us 10 bags of rice, and make sure they believe it, make it believable. So the person comes and they're telling that story. But if you listen, if you're discerning, you could shoot holes. You can shoot holes in their story because it never adds up. So that's how it's been for. So we're creating independent platforms. People like the Lyricist Lounge that I do monthly, Lyricist Lounge Nigeria. It's every first Thursday of the month. I gather new because I know once I get back to Lagos I'll miss it, you know.
Oh, they don't sell that to Lagos.
Indulge.
Abby.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU Command disburses 52.9 million naira to families of fallen officers to mark 2026 Police Week. Tinubu orders 5,000 surveillance cameras after just killings. Trump removes U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. And GCC chief urges UN to halt Iranian attacks, protect Gulf waterways. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU State Police Command has disbursed 52.9 million naira to families of officers who paid the supreme price in the service of the nation. The presentation of the checks, which took place at the State Criminal Investigation Department in ENUGU, marks the grand finale of the 2026 National Police Week in the state. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam has the report.
Activities marking the 2026 National Police Week have been drawn to a close with the honoring of fallen officers whose families received financial assistance. At the event, the Commissioner of Police, Maman Giwa, described the initiative as part of an annual program instituted to appreciate the sacrifices of officers, particularly those who paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. The Commissioner, who represented the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, at the event, presented checks to families of deceased officers. He urged the beneficiaries to make prudent use of the funds and to invest in meaningful ventures while exercising great caution due to the rising case of fraud in the society.
So I want to appeal to you that when you collect these checks, when you go back, you reflect, pray over it, for God to give you direction as to which business you are supposed to do, so that you'll be able to add value to yourself.
The week-long activities began with sanitation exercises across the states, followed by a health walk tagged Walk Cutting and public sensitization campaigns. The officers visited motor parks, bus stops, and area command headquarters, where they educated citizens on the dangers of electoral violence, road safety, and compliance with traffic regulations. The outreach, held simultaneously across divisions, was aimed at strengthening public trust and fostering cooperation between police and the communities they serve. Speaking on behalf of the families, Igwe Charles Ugwago expressed gratitude to the police command for remembering the families of the fallen officers and providing them the much needed support.
We thank you for hard work you people are doing and for the regard you people have for our deceased members of the family.
The event underscored the commitment of the Nigerian police force to the welfare of its personnel and their families and reinforced the importance of building trust through community partnership in ENUGU. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
President Bola Tinubu has directed the installation of more than 5,000 surveillance cameras across Plateau State in response to the recent killings in Jos. Tinubu issued the directive during a meeting with political and traditional leaders in Jos, coming days after the Palm Sunday attack in Angwan Rukuba that claimed over 27 lives. The president, who said the initiative would strengthen security operations by enabling law enforcement agencies to swiftly identify and track perpetrators, told the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosu Tijani, to provide details of the plan. While acknowledging the pain of affected families, Tinubu noted that no amount of compensation could replace lost lives, but assured that the government would provide necessary support to victims. The president further announced plans to establish a committee to assess the extent of losses suffered by victims and recommend appropriate compensation. The Minister of Communications, Bosu Tijani, said the surveillance system would be powered by artificial intelligence and rolled out across the state, beginning with Jos. According to him, the technology will enhance real-time monitoring and enable quicker responses to security threats. The Kano State Police Command has distributed checks amounting to 8.4 million naira to 18 next of kin and 1 police officer, beneficiaries of the Group Life Assurance, Group Personnel Accidents and IGP Welfare Scheme. According to a statement on Friday by the Command's Public Relations Officer, SP Abdullahi Haruna, the State Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Bakori, presented the checks to the beneficiaries at the Command's headquarters, Bompai, Kano. The beneficiaries comprising families of injured police officers, officers who were victims of accidents, and relatives of those who died in the line of duty, received the financial support as a gesture of the Nigerian Police Force's care and concern for their well-being. A 4-day free medical outreach in Umomba community, ENUGU Aguachi in Oji River local government area of Enugu State, has recorded a massive turnout of residents and people from neighboring communities. The initiative, sponsored by philanthropist and engineer Christopher Ihobi, is in honor of his late mother, Harriet Ihobi, who passed on at the age of 93. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports that the outreach formed part of activities leading to her final burial.
Comprehensive expert medical services were brought to the doorsteps of the Omomba community in ENUGU Achi in Oji River local government area during a full-day medical outreach held at the community primary school Umuoworu. The medical outreach, sponsored by an illustrious son of the community and philanthropist, engineer Christopher Ihiobi, was part of activities lined up in honor of his late mother, Harriet Ihiobi, who passed on at the age of 93. What was meant to be a program for the Umomba community quickly turned into a hub for medical tourism as children, the youth, adults, and the aged from across Oji River local government area and beyond turned out in their numbers to access expert comprehensive Medicare. The outreach featured free expert consultations, laboratory tests, medications, dental and eye care, including surgeries, as well as gynecological and general surgical services. Beneficiaries expressed gratitude to the sponsor, describing the intervention as timely and impactful. At her funeral ceremony for Mama Harriet Ihiobi, attended by people from all walks of life, tributes poured in for a woman of faith who, along with her late husband, gave a parcel of land for the establishment of the Assemblies of God Church in Umuowuru. His first son, a renowned engineer, Christopher Ihiobi, and her daughter-in-law, Joy Ihiobi, spoke at length on the impactful and highly spiritual life of their late mother.
Faithfulness to God and commitment to God. She taught us by example. My father also taught us by example. My father always told me the story that himself, Edward Onusrike, and some other zealous young men in 1919 went and cleared the forest where they say don't enter or don't enter. The evil in that forest will kill you. They cleared it. That's where Anglican Church is sitting today.
Mama said that song continued. And she said, oh Lord, what is this? And she had an answer in her heart and in her spirit. Do you know what the Lord said to Mama? She told me that the Lord told her, this is the clapping, the singing, the choruses of Assemblies of God Church, Umuowuru. And then there was nothing like a church in that place. Although many years ago, my wonderful father-in-law, Benjamin Ihiobi, and my mama here, Harriet Ihiobi, had given that land to Assemblies of God Church.
The funeral service reflected her deep Christian faith as a devoted member of the Assemblies of God Church in Umuowuru, with the preacher urging all to re-examine their lives and depart from their evil ways with eternity in view.
Can we say like Brother Paul, I have fought a good fight, not minding what people are doing. I have fought a good fight, not minding what is happening in the church. I have fought a good fight. So many persons today are in the church, baptized, confirmed, but confused. And yet, there are still those who have determined in their own very heart, comes rain, comes sun. I must fight, I must run this race to the very end.
Family members and loved ones paid their final respects in a solemn but symbolic procession around the caskets. Emotions ran high as her remains were laid to rest amid prayers and emotional farewells. Mama Harriet Ihiobi Ni Ezeme was widely regarded as a highly spiritual woman who demonstrated an uncommon dedication, devotion, and commitment to the things of God throughout her lifetime. Born in 1932, she passed away on October 21, 2025, surrounded by loved ones and grounded in faith. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
A university professor, Sylvester Emeka Igwe, has called for an active maternal lifestyle during the childbearing years to help promote healthier pregnancy outcomes and motherhood in Nigeria. Professor Igwe made the call at the 237th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, which was held at the CBN Center for Economic and Finance Auditorium, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
Inaugural lectures continue to serve as a vital pillar of university tradition, offering distinguished scholars a platform to present their research, interrogate prevailing assumptions, and contribute meaningfully to public discourse. At the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, attention was directed toward maternal active lifestyle during the childbearing year. What began in 1976 as a modest academic lecture has grown into a sustained public academic health campaign spanning for decades. The 237th inaugural lecture of Professor Sylvester Emeka Igwe drew a diverse audience, including health professionals, academics, policymakers, business executives, students, community members, as well as children of the inaugural lecturer. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoanya, represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Dr. Josephat Omowere, while welcoming attendees, expressed happiness that the inaugural lecture is heavily loaded with intellectuals.
Our inaugural lectures are heavily loaded, heavily supported, very intellectual, very colorful. I welcome you all to this occasion, and on that note, I declare this inaugural lecture open. Thank you very much.
The inaugural lecturer, Professor Sylvester Emeka Igwe, is a sound academic whose expertise lies primarily in reproductive health, general physiotherapy, and medical rehabilitation. With over 25 years of experience, Professor Igwe is a dedicated teacher, researcher, and mentor who has supervised and trained students across multiple levels. A 5-time head of Department of Medical Rehabilitation, University of Nigeria, the longest HOD the department has produced so far. This rare experience and exposure came to the fore in his lecture titled The Magic of Maternal Active Lifestyle During the Childbearing Year, leveraging on the gains for healthier motherhood in Nigeria. Professor Igwe highlighted the vital role of an active maternal lifestyle during the childbearing years in promoting healthier pregnancy outcomes and motherhood in Nigeria.
So the childbearing year we talked about is from early onset of menstruation to menopause. And during this period, a woman is capable of reproduction. And pregnancy is a critical phase of that period. So what we need is for the women to do their own part.
Colleagues in academia praised the depth of the lecture and the relevance of his research to everyday health.
Yeah, I know Professor Igwe is a very good, decent, and cultured academician. I didn't expect anything less from what he delivered today. In fact, he is rooted on culture and people's behavior in most of the things he does.
Today he exposed the miracles of women delivering, like Hebrew women, spontaneously without much complications. He explained the benefit of physical exercises in relation to normal delivery. So he explains so many procedures, so many exercises.
Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited has confirmed the electrocution of one of its staff, Isaac Dike, a linesman attached to its Ogui district. The head of communications for the company, Emeka Eze, who disclosed this in a statement in ENUGU, said the incident occurred on Wednesday while the disease was carrying out an activity within a 300 kVA distribution substation located on Giraffe Street, Ekulu East Estate, Zoo Estate, Enugu. Eze said that preliminary findings revealed that the disease had gone to the location with a driver assigned to his team, who claimed to be unaware of the specific work activity that took them to the estate, as well as the identity of the customer who allegedly requested the service. He said the disease did not inform any member of his team about his movement to Ekulu East Estate for any work-related activity, and that no reported fault or record of any complaints from customers in Ekulu East Estate prior to the incident. According to him, the lifeless body was subsequently brought down from the high-tension pole and taken to the emergency unit of the ENUGU State University Teaching Hospital, Colliery, ENUGU, where he was confirmed dead. The World Bank has approved the $500 million International Development Association credit to boost Nigeria's agricultural sector under a new program targeting smallholder farmers, value chains, and food security. The funding will support the Nigeria Sustainable Agricultural Value Chains for Growth project, also known as AGRO, which aims to improve productivity, strengthen market linkages, and create jobs across the country. A press statement obtained from the World Bank's website on Thursday read, "The World Bank has approved a $500 million International Development Association credit for the Nigeria Sustainable Agricultural Value Chains for Growth project, aimed at increasing smallholder farmers' productivity, strengthening agricultural value chains, and creating jobs while improving food and nutrition security." According to the statement, the AGRO project will support agribusinesses that source produce from smallholder farmers through a results-based matching grant facility. Up next, Trump removes U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. GCC chief urges UN to halt Iranian attacks, protect Gulf waterways. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
U.S. President Donald Trump has removed Attorney General Pam Bondi, a longtime ally and fierce defender of his administration, from her post as America's top law enforcement officer. Trump praised her in a post on Truth Social and said she would be transitioning to a role in the private sector. Bundy's time leading the Justice Department was often overshadowed by its handling of the release of files relating to Jeffrey Epstein and its investigation into the convicted sex offender. She is the second Trump administration officer in recent weeks to be cut off from her post after Kristi Noem was ousted as Homeland Security Chief in March. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked Army Chief of Staff Randy George to step down from his post, according to CBS News. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said in a statement on social media that George will be retiring from his position as the 41st Chief of Staff of the Army, effective immediately. The Army Chief normally serves a 4-year term. George, a career military officer who graduated from the West Point Military Academy, was nominated for the role in 2023 by former President Joe Biden. The head of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, has called on the United Nations to act to immediately halt Iranian attacks across the region, condemning the strikes as a flagrant violation of international law and the United Nations Charter. Speaking at the UN Security Council on Thursday, GCC Secretary General Jassim al-Budaiwi urged the Council to take on necessary measures to bring an end to Iran's attack on Gulf countries. He said that the UNSC must take all necessary means to protect maritime corridors and guarantee the uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways in the region. The United States has reiterated that Washington is open to diplomacy with Tehran as the US-Israel war on Iran drags on, and as US President Donald Trump renews his threats to destroy the country's civilian infrastructure. US State Department spokesperson Tommy Bigot told Al Jazeera in a TV interview on Thursday that Trump pursued talks with Iran before the war, but accused Iran of continuing to pursue a nuclear weapon. Trump addressed the nation about Iran late on Wednesday, echoing his past statements that the US is winning the war. President Donald Trump is imposing a new 100% tariff on certain pharmaceutical companies that have not struck deals to sell their drugs directly to consumers as part of his most favored nation pricing initiative, the White House announced on Thursday. The forthcoming tariff will apply to import of patented drugs and their active ingredients in an effort to pressure foreign manufacturers to move their production to the US and negotiate agreements to sell their medicines directly to Americans. And that's it on the foreign news.
Next is entertainment news with Queeneth Wokonta.
Singer Omar Stanley Didia, known simply as Omar Lay, has expressed concern over what he described as a decline in Afrobeats, particularly in Western markets. Omar Lay, who made the remarks during his Lagos Way House session Thursday night, noted that the strong international reception the genre enjoyed in previous years appears to be waning. According to the artist, Afrobeats is experiencing a downturn overseas, adding that while Nigerian artists continue to perform impressively, the sound and influence associated with the genre between 2020 and 2024 have evolved and no longer reflects its current state. Omar Lay also revealed that he has been studying his musical influences in a bid to find ways to revive and reposition the Nigerian music scene, and that the forthcoming work is aimed at inspiring fellow artists to elevate their crafts and help restore Afrobeat's global momentum. Afrobeat singer Bella Shmurda has revealed that he nearly went bankrupt as a result of an extravagant lifestyle and poor financial decisions. Speaking during an interview with YouTuber Corti EO, the artist explained that his habits of accommodating and financially supporting friends who lived lavishly also contributed significantly to draining his resources. According to him, he once had substantial earnings but spent recklessly on unnecessary luxuries, including purchasing multiple cars at once and maintaining an expensive social lifestyle. He admitted that he lacked financial wisdom at the time and made impulsive decisions that affected his stability. Bella Shmurda also used the opportunity to advise fellow artists and fans to manage their finances wisely in order to avoid similar challenges and the consequences of poor money management. Nigerian rapper Zlatan Ibile has revealed that his parents were initially skeptical about his sudden rise to wealth and fame. Speaking during a recent episode of the YACN podcast, the Zanko Krona explained that after gaining prominence in 2019, he purchased a house for his parents in the upscale Lekki area of Lagos, which they declined at first due to concern about the source of his sudden wealth. He said the parents were not convinced that his music career alone could fund such expensive property and admitted that their reaction made him feel hurt as he was trying to prioritize their comfort while they questioned his intentions. The rapper also advised parents to take time to understand the source of their children's wealth before accepting expensive gifts, especially when such wealth appears sudden. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome again to News on Signature Television. Signature TV is coming live to you from on channel 265 of SLTV, and of course on all social media handles you can think about. Unless the one is new, Signature TV is on all social media handles. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I don't know whether it's by what they call it, by election or by selection, or do we say by intimidation, I've been made to be your chief anchor person on news. Well, take me the way I am, according to the hymn book of the Protestants. They say, take me the way I am. And pardon me if I am in your sitting rooms, you find me unwelcome, and please just bear with me. It will last just a brief second. Allow me to think and talk. I'm sure you're also thinking and talking, because a lot of things that are happening in this country, in the world at large, affects all of us. So once in a while, we pull out, sit down one place to think and talk about a few of them, just like I'm going to do from here. Welcome once again. I'm not going to just waste your time, just quickly think and talk about a few things. The irony is that some people talk and think, but here we think before we talk. And that's what we think should be the normal thing. But in democracy, anything goes, we find people who talk before they think, and they think is the right way. Let the popular opinion win the vote, okay? So today on news, we are going to look at the news. We had that INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, has planned to clean up voter register before 2027 election. I mean, somebody was thinking, so what is new? Why are we thinking and talking about it? It's just that when you say one thing, it reminds of another. Okay, INEC, usually, is statutory. You have to clean up the voter registration books and your records. Between 2023 and 2027 election, a lot of things have happened. Some people died. Some people got too old that they can't even go out. Some people are displaced and they're in the IDP camp. Some people are in prison housing, correction centers. Pardon me, is what we call it in Nigeria now. It's correction centers. Some people have jackpot. They traveled because they don't find anything interesting again about Nigeria. Or maybe they say they're going for better, greener pastures. Yes. Some people have been kidnapped and killed even after ransom paid. Some people were abducted, and they're still in the abductors' den, and bandits and terrorists and religious extremist camps. They are held there. Their ransom is being negotiated. We're praying even when their ransom are paid, they will come out alive, because some have paid ransom and didn't come back. Some people have been beheaded. Some people have been lie down on the ground, their ancestral homes, and shot at point blanks, and that's it. While voter registration exercise being prepared to be cleaned up,
nobody factored in those people who have died and their names are not going to appear in the voter register. And INEC is doing this for politicians in Nigeria who want in 2027 to contest, either to be returned in the different positions that either at the state houses of assembly, even in the councillors of local government, chairmen of local government, governors. Some people are going for federal houses and some people are going for Senate, the Red Chamber. Some people are even contesting to go for President of the Republic of Nigeria. Are they factoring, when INEC clean up his records, where are those who their names are not appearing in the records again? What happened to them? Have we asked ourselves? But that's life. They will see before. And the INEC will be busy cleaning up. If your name is not there, that's by the way, nobody remembers you. And something that reminds me about all those, if you are thinking from Borno, the number of people killed on daily basis, you come down to Zamfara, you go down to Benue, go to Kwara recently, go to Niger State, I keep calling Niger Report, whatever, but Niger State in Nigeria, Benue, Plateau, and all those states of Nigeria where killings have been done. Is the INEC thinking about how to stop so that they won't find more jobs? Because if more people's names are not appearing on your voter registration, you have more job to do. I'm just thinking and talking. The next thing to think and talk about is INEC is busy going to clean up voters register. Has INEC cleaned up the voting, the electoral process of Nigeria? And somebody will say it's not INEC's problem. But wouldn't INEC be concerned that if they finish the election in polling booth and they transmit results so that they will begin to gather whatever they can and go home safely? Because once they have the result with them, they are prone to risk. You remember those days where INEC officials will pursue thugs and armed men will pursue them. They will drag in voters' the election box or voting boxes, and they were dragging. Some of them were scattered, and the voters votes wasted and they burnt. Even some of the polling booths are burnt down, destroyed, and election officials will run for their safety. Has INEC planned about cleaning such things? Because, like my people say, if it's good for the barber, it will be good for the head. If it's good for the head, it will be good for the barber and the clipper as well. So we need to create an environment. What have INEC bothered to clean up? Because they're also Nigerians. Nobody working in INEC is a mercenary or brought from an expatriate. We're all Nigerians. Even when the argument is that 80% of INEC officials you find in the voting pools or during voting election days are not INEC officials. They are ad hoc. But they are still ad hoc staff of INEC. So INEC, as you are preparing to clean up your voters before 2027 election, clean up the electoral process, clean up the electoral environment, because it's not going to happen in isolation. You're going to conduct the election in Nigeria. Are you going to conduct the election in Borno states where a lot of people have been killed, and those communities, are they out of Nigerian system or is it? Are you going to conduct the election in Benue and all those places where people have been killed, in Zamfara, in Kwara, in Benue? Will election hold in Yawata? What happened to the voters register of people of Yawata and all the Kajuri people in Kaduna State, and all the recently, the name of that community in Kwara, where the worst happened recently and nobody's talking about it. And INEC has just come out. Why are we thinking and talking? Because one thing leads to another. Are we going to, the house will not collapse and we're thinking about the roof standing. So INEC, yes, you hold what is very sensitive Nigeria, the democratic system. But democracy in Nigeria cannot survive when killings and abductions and rape and murder, mass murder is taking place, and want to play it out. I'm sure that the federal government of Nigeria spend money, almost what is very near budget of INEC, to begin to clean up Nigerian image abroad, to say whether killings are happening, whether you call it genocide, mass killing, whether Christians or Muslims, whoever is being killed. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm discussing and thinking and talking here is INEC to clean up voter register before 2007. And that is usual. Go ahead, clean up. But do remember that, one thing will lead to another. When it is good for the head, it will be good for the clipper and even the barber. All of them work together. Like the Bible says, everything works together. And for those who works together, for those who love God, they also work together for those who hate God and those who hate Nigeria. So let's think about all of them together. Let us clean up the whole system so that everybody will work clean. And then the INEC will not come at last and stoop on the shit where some people have messed up the environment will sit down. As INEC is planning to clean up, some political parties have started electronic registration, asking for sensitive data of Nigerian populace. What are they going to do with it after this election? Where will those data be? Who will handle them? What of when the parties begin to split and they have splitters, and just like one of the parties are struggling who will occupy their national office in Abuja? If they have done e-registration, who will be in control of the data they will get? When you want people to register for a party in Nigeria, you ask for their VIN number, voter identification number, ask of their national identity number, ask of their bank identity number. What can't you ask for? You're asking for everything because you want them to see. Are we planning another rigging? This is a data theft. For whoever is handling it, what is constitutional about it? Is it not data theft? Because you are using one thing, you pull up everybody. Well, I'm thinking and talking, and people will say, that's what I think, I don't know what I'm right, but you are the judge. You are there. Think on your own and add up to what I'm thinking and talking. The next thing we are going to talk about today is about ENUGU Court fines British government £450 million. Ego Eliza. For the killing of coal miners in 1949 in Enugu, the coal city. Enugu is known as the coal city. In 1949, can you quickly do the mathematics? And some people came from different villages and communities in South is centered in Enugu, where the business of coal mine is the hottest. Then it was NNPC. It was, the mining sector of Nigeria. It should be what it was then. No. So now they were killed by the colonial masters who felt that they should die for disobeying them. So you find out that impunity did not start today. In Nigeria, when protesters say, we do not like the condition, and then the colonial masters gave order and said, you can deal with them, handle them. So the colonial masters, and we remember the British colonized Nigeria, and the number of coal miners in Enugu killed in 1949 remain on record and still haunting the British government. When we remember our colonial masters, somebody whose grandparents died during the protest in Enugu of coal miners, what were they asking for? Improve on our welfare. If we entered underground under Enugu hot climate to go and mine out the coal, which was the black gold then, and then because we disagree on welfare, what will be our own, they were killed. And now, salute the courage of Enugu Corps, all the people who have processed that thing to sue the colonial master, that have to pay the families of the people they killed 450 million British pounds. That is huge. And when say huge, what did I say? What can British government pay those families to make up for the families or the life of those lost? But there's one thing that is very clear about this. When you think and talk about it, it means that Okulu Chezo, Onyo Gwayanecheta, some people will say, what is this man talking about? When you talk, you can forget, but the person you told will remember. Those who killed the miners in Enugu in 1949 may have died and gone. Even their grandparents would have been in a position and they still be there, even in US and in UK, big positions occupying. That's if. But then, how many years after the people of Enugu, whose people were killed in that crash, I said, you have to pay us 450 million, not even because they said they went to court to sue. And the court of competent jurisdiction in Enugu has slammed British government, despite the fact that they are a colonial master. I said, whether in Igbo land and Katanisi if the traditional ruler is a booger man, he's doing head like this, nobody talk to me. Once in a while, you carry a basket and cover your face and tell him, what you did is wrong. So the British government or the people who represented you or your ally who came to Southeast Nigeria, colonized Nigeria, killed our grandparents or great-great-grandparents during 1949 coal mine massacre in Enugu. We are asking for compensation, and the court has slammed it and made it legitimate. So we are waiting for that thing to be paid. And somebody said, he said, hey, some of you will do it. Can they pay or not pay? British government have assets in Nigeria worth more than 450 million US pounds. That's my reminder. A barrister just told us that one on air. He said whether they pay or they have, because what you have in Nigeria is more than 450 million pounds. So you decide which one is. So let Nigerian people in high authorities, all the wickedness we are perpetuating out of impunity in Nigeria can come back to haunt Nigeria in many, many years to come. I've talked about it in different platforms. When we keep killing people, some of their children, offsprings will remain. And someday history will be told about how your great-great-grandchildren died. It's even the Igbos that taught us as black people how to trace our ancestry. If you start tracing your ancestry, you come to a point where it halts. You say, how did this man die? He was killed by bandits. He was abducted by terrorists. He was killed by Nigerian government. He was killed by British government, the American government. He was deported by Trump. And then it turned out to be in government and the Americans in Nigeria. Then Nigeria may be doing well then. He said, I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. British government or American government deported my parents. I'm going to deport all the Americans in Nigeria. Let's look at it. It's a circle of life. So turn by turn. And when it's your turn, you have your own pound of flesh. But can we exist? How long can we continue in sin and grace will abound? That is what the Bible asks. And I'm expecting the British government who killed the coal miners in Enugu to answer. Do we remain in the circle of killing people when they protest? Even in Nigeria, some protesters have been bombed with the tear gas, and some of them died and lost their life, even when their houses were destroyed in Owerri Shoki and Makoko in Lagos. And some workers in Abuja went to protest and they were threatened to go to court to be jailed, and set the army and the police against them. It happened even when the traders said we will not trade in Onitsha market. The governor said he must trade by force, close the market, and they started protesting, and some people who even lost their life and their properties then. Will they forget? What will make them forget? For how soon will they forget? Will it come back to haunt us in the future? The impunity will displace without minding people. It takes two to tango. It takes the electorate and the people they elected to be in a democracy. That's all I can think and talk on that topic. The next thing is shoot at sight. Bayo Onanuga, the presidential aide, ordered that anybody found vandalizing government property, there was a particular, those rail, expensive, heavy rail metals they used to construct Nigerian road. He said, you catch anybody, shoot at sight. The question has been, beautiful order, wonderful thing. After all, you can always, when you have that smelly thing they call, human beings drop. If you're smelling too much, you only carry sand to cover it. You will stop smelling. That's a good one from Onanuga. The questions are coming. The order has been given. Now, the question that we are thinking and talking, why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders for any bandit or terror caught to be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that any Nigerian politician found as corrupt with a lot of money in possession should be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that those who are doing us, that so many things, atrocities being committed in Nigeria, that we should have shoot at sight. And then we begin to solve this problem. I mean, and that's it. But the question is, does Bayo Onanuga have the right, legal, constitutional, by position or otherwise, to issue such orders? Is he also part of impunity, using impunity to cure impunity? I don't know whether he uses impunity to cure impunity. And that is one of the questions we should answer. And ask, and as we ask and think and talk, we want an answer. Bayo Onanuga is the presidential spokesman. Did the president give such orders for Bayo Onanuga as a spokesperson to issue the order? And when we hear Bayo Onanuga saying this, and he didn't say that the presidency has ordered me as director, you know those letters civil servants around. If you read letters of civil servants, you will know that Nigerian civil servants know how to speak Oyibo. I've been directed to tell you, to inform you that, you know, I've been directed. So the person will remove out the risk of taking responsibility to those who directed him. Now, that is why the question is not about the morality of the order. It's about the constitutionality and all things associated with the order. Because it will come to a point where SAs, SSSAs, PAs, to PAs will begin to issue orders like this and then. When we have such orders, few Nigeria, we now have a double wahala for dead body. If I offend anyone, he will only come out and say, I shall shoot aside. If you see Chris Maduka doing news on Signature Television, shoot aside. And then we begin to manage shoot aside orders with orders coming from whoever is coming from. It become another thing, another menace to manage in Nigeria. That's all that we are asked. And we say this program, we say we only here to think and talk, to muse about issues. Because it's not everything that looks right, that looks noble and constitutional. We have to follow things, because even in madness, there is order. You know, you don't get mad without following order of madness. Madness have an order. Without, actually, those who have been mad before. According to Idi Amin, he said, I am the world's strongest general. If you doubt, ask those who have had opportunity of boxing me. If you also doubt, ask my wives. If you're still in doubt, ask my girlfriends. And the world's strongest general, Idi Amin of those days, I like quoting him. Because I've not seen difference between Idi Amin and the existing leaders in Africa. So he could have been my model of quoting a reference to calling what the Nigerian and African leader once said. You know? Well, the next thing I will say about that is the FGA has declared its intention to share electricity subsidy costs with state governors and state governments. That's a wonderful one. That one is a dicey one. Federal government say, hey, we don't carry electricity bill alone or subsidy. State government have to share with us. Let's wonder when they came to customize a NEC in states. Even the state where I'm talking from have EC now, ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission. And that means if they share, they've customized the Electricity Commission and all the things that link with it. They now customize the subsidy bills with it. I mean, so they have to share the bills. But how will they share it? Will it be Nukwa Zubata Nukun Kobela Zubata Nukun? I don't know. They've not worked out the sharing. They only muted the idea that state government will now share the cost of subsidy, electricity subsidy with the federal government. What is the implication of that? That's what we are thinking about. What will it amount to? Now, the federal government is the person who decides to subsidize the electricity without consulting the state. Now, it has come to a point where they say they be your guard, they are running. Federal government, now you be your guard. Why are you bringing your responsibility on the federal government? And from the federal government, they transfer it to me and people like us. And now that's why our concern is wondering why we are thinking and talking about it. Because we know that when you touch the nose, you will touch the eye. Anything that touch the eye, you touch nose. Anything that touch nose, touch. And that's why we are worried. We are talking about it, musing about it. So tell us, that sharing of the cost, how will it affect us as ordinary Nigerians? Who will pay more, state or federal? Because like joke, federal government will shift everything, electricity, bam, it go land on the desk of the state governors. And because the state governors are all in thinking about, some of them are thinking about second tenure and defecting and all, strong political build-up of two. They won't remember that it's a responsibility until after 2027. That's when we say one of them will come out and say, federal government gave us the burden. If it's a burden of federal government or state government now, talk now. So the federal government will begin to talk about it and know your position. Though. Don't be accepting what you cannot accept after 2027 now, because your 2027 is starting. And whoever gave the idea is a wonderful political thinker, because it's coming at the point where state government might not, might not debate it. And say, whatever you give us now, we take. Whatever you give us now. You know, I want this thing to be clearly spelled out. But you know, whether head or tail, is the masses that will pay whatever is left of the subsidy. How much is federal government subsidizing electricity? What is the amount in our budget? What is left will be cleared. How will it be shared? Is it 50-50? Is it 70-30? Is it 80-20? Well, I don't know. Let's work it out. But whichever way, you know, when they shift, anything that's shifting closer to the grassroots, very soon, whether the local government will share from paying the electricity bill. And that's all I can say about that. Well, I can't muse about everything. There are a few things I've remembered to muse about today. If there's anything you don't want us to muse about, go to the comment section on our social media handles to tell us why not muse about this, so that we think and talk about it with you. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your host today. I hope I have tried to scratch the surface of Nigerian wahala that filled everywhere. I'll come your way next time. But before then, go to our online social media, subscribe, comment, share, and tell us what things we have done right, what things we have not done right. Tell others what we have done right. All things we have not done right, tell us so that we can correct ourselves, so that we won't be planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. On that note, I say, keep watching all the programs coming to you from Signature Television, SLTV Channel 265, and all our social media handles. Stay tuned and God bless you.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello guys, how are you doing today? I am so excited to welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV today. It's going to be an interesting show. Gather your friends and your family together. Let's enjoy today's wonderful package that we have for you today. Is going to be very, very lovely. Well, just as our flow is, can we just sing a little bit just to thank God for all the things that He has done for us? He has done great and mighty things that are uncountable. A songwriter said, count your blessings, name them one by one. You will see what the Lord has done. That's why I'm going to sing this song. It's a very simple one, and we are going to use it to thank the Lord. See what the Lord has done. See what the Lord has done. What we prayed for has come to pass. Hey, see what the Lord has done. Can you see what the Lord has done? I know you know the song, join us. Hey, see what the Lord has done. What we prayed for has come to pass. See what the Lord has done. For all you have done for us, oh God, we are grateful, oh Lord, for all you have done for us. We are grateful, oh Lord. Can you make it personal? Say, for all you have done for me, oh Lord, I am grateful, oh Lord. I am grateful. I don't know about you, for all the things that the Lord has done for me, the gift of life, provisions, protection, they are uncountable. And we say to God be all the glory in Jesus' precious name. Amen. Thank you very much for joining us, and I want to tell you something as we go over to the next segment of the program, which is reflection. The psalmist wrote something in Psalms 103 verse 105. He said, your word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. What it means is that if you walk in darkness, you will stumble. If you need direction in life, you need a guide. And that is why sometimes for you to move forward, you need to sit down and reflect and see the way you are taking, whether it's something that will bring something positive to you or negative. So in this time of reflection, I want you to open up your heart and then receive God's word, meditate on it. I'll be right back to continue the show with you.
allow me to share with you the beauty of visiting one another. Whenever a Christian shows up to another, God shows up with you. Each and every one of us, like Mary, we are carrying Jesus. Through our baptism, we are configured with Jesus, with God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So you are a Christ bearer. That's the meaning of the name Christopher. Do you believe that you are a Christ bearer? That when you show up, God shows up with you? Sadly, that might not be the case. Some of us, when we show up, it's not God that shows up. It is chaos that shows up. It is fight that shows up. It is pain that shows up. Mary visits her relative Elizabeth, and God comes with Mary. And how did Elizabeth know? Because the child in her womb began to leap for joy. Because this was not an ordinary child. This was the Son of God that Mary was carrying. And in this meeting of two women, all inspired by God, all filled with the power of God, all filled with goodwill toward each other, there is a radical, holy transformation that takes place, that the ancient call mysterium commercium. That is like a mysterious commerce of love, of joy, of blessing, of grace that takes place between these two women. So the message for us, especially as Christmas draws near, remember that God's visitation is always mediated through each and every one of us. How can God visit the poor, the lonely, the forgotten? Members of your family who are grieving the loss of a loved one this year? It is through your visit, your kind words. It is through your gifts as you come. But if you don't have gifts, have the kindness of good words of comfort and joy. Be an angel, a messenger of love, a messenger of peace. And then there is the second message, which is very important for us. I always say, and when you study the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, what you discover is that God is the God of the little guys. The prophet Micah says, and you, Bethlehem, you're not even small enough to be counted among the clans of Judah. Bethlehem, where Jesus was born, sadly, it is a place ravaged by war and violence today. It has always been a small city, inconsequential city, just like Elizabeth, just like Mary, ordinary women. God found them in their ordinariness. Bethlehem, this inconsequential city, Bethlehem of Ephrata, God from this little city found the one who will be the Savior of the world. So my message to you, do not think that you're too small and too inconsequential, that God will not use you. How many of us have been told you are bushmen? You come from the village. And for some, it enters into their head, well, you're a village boy. Some of you, some of us, village boys, God will use us to change the world. Just like from that little village called Bethlehem, that was far away from Jerusalem, far away from power, far away from commerce and wealth. From that small village, God chose a Savior. From that small village, God chose Mary. From that small village, God chose John the Baptist, Elizabeth. So all the people we see in the gospel today remind us that God is a God of the little guys. That God takes what is small, what is inconsequential, and uses it to do something extraordinary. So you are not inconsequential. You matter to God, and you matter a lot because God can use you. But are you ready to allow Jesus to use you? To take what is small in you and make it great? Like Tertullian said, the majesty and miracle and mystery of God's action in our world is how God takes ordinary things to produce extraordinary end. Isn't that what we celebrate at Christmas? That God takes ordinary things and then the ordinary birth of Jesus becomes in that inconsequential corner in Bethlehem, in a manger. Who would ever imagine that it's from these wretchedness and the dump of animals that God will emerge, the star that will shine for the whole world? You are that star in the making. Do not think that because things are not working well in your life, that God has forgotten you. Do not think you are inconsequential, that God cannot use you. This moment, this day, I ask you, open your heart to God. And as God visits you, be like Mary. Go and visit your brothers, your relatives. Maybe there are those you have not spoken to this year. Go and visit them. And as you go, carry Jesus with you like Mary. And as you carry Jesus, may this Jesus be your joy, a blessing unto you, a blessing unto your family, the source of your strength and your hope. He is the Messiah. He is the Savior. May the hand of the Lord be upon you. May God liberate you from all that holds you in bondage, all hopelessness. May God free you from anxieties. May God heal you of your sickness. And may God save and restore your fortune. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Thank you so much. And we took a trip and visited the office of a great man of God in the city. And we are talking about no other person than Reverend Ambassador Don Oduze, a second generational minister with unusual grace and scriptural insight. He is highly sought after conference speaker on issues bordering on family, leadership, relationship, youth, child support, and is a community recovery personnel across Africa. We call him Bishop, and he is fondly called Bishop and the Apostle of Grace. He's an anointed revivalist and a crusade preacher with unusual impact and testimonies across the nation, even across the continent of Africa. He is a full member of Assemblies of God Nigeria, a regular speaker at conferences, and a whole lot to say about him. Most importantly, I would like you to know he's an ambassador for peace of the United Nations, POLAC. He's a radio and TV speaker, author, songwriter, marriage and relationship counselor, and a life coach. He's married to Dr. Mrs. Queen Oduze, and the family is so blessed. Today, we are talking with the Apostle of Grace, Dr. Don Oduze. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today in Gospel Lounge.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, our viewers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a very great privilege to be with you today, sir, and we thank you for receiving us.
You're welcome.
There are so much misconceptions and misinterpretation in our world today as it concerns the bond between a man and a woman as husband and wife, their roles, and the purpose for their union, but a lot of things to say. Just want to ask you, what's your take on this?
Well, you look at this from different perspectives.
Okay.
One, you look at it from the scriptural perspective. Then you look at the social, you look at the cultural perspective. So when we are talking about the bond between a man and woman as husband and wife, this is a gospel lounge. I presume you are talking about scriptural perspective.
Yes, but it can get to everyone. We want everybody to understand what it means.
Well, marriage is a product of God.
Okay.
And has a manual. Every good product has a manual.
Yes,
and the manual is the scripture. I need to say this, that marriage first is between a man and a woman.
Yes, sir.
That is the way God made it. And that is the right way it's got to be. It's between Adam and Eve.
Yes, sir.
It's not between Adam and Steve. It's important we understand that this is between Adam and Eve. So we need to understand that this bond is made between a husband and wife to live together as long as they live.
Okay.
So the principles of marriage is talking about man and woman, one and one staying together as long as they live. So we need to put this right. That is the way God designed it to be.
Okay.
A lot of issues came up, and Jesus said to them, it is because of the hardness of your heart that certain things are happening. But if we go by the rules of God, this is what God wants it to be. Talking about the purpose. Let me read the scripture because that's just the best thing. You refer to the manual. Everything has a purpose. When you don't identify the purpose of a thing, you will abuse the purpose.
Yeah.
So it's important that we understand when the man and the woman are coming together, what is it for? Let me just read the scripture. Genesis chapter 2, verse 18. This is going to open the eyes of many. This is not a long broadcast, so we're going to be going straight to the point.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Lord God said, I'm reading from the Amplified Version. This will shock you. It is not good, beneficial for the man to be alone. I will make him a helper, one who balances him, a counterpart who is suitable and complementary for him.
Wow.
So now, the first thing you identify here is that the Lord said the man should not be alone. So marriage, the bond between a man and a woman, is first for companionship.
Okay.
I don't know if you have ever sat down to think about the kind of job that Adam had in the garden. I don't know if you understand the magnitude, the size of that garden. Adam is to tend the garden, take care of the animals, and yet he cannot communicate. He cannot be speaking to them.
Wow.
At the end of the day, he's exhausted. Adam is the profile of a 21st century man that needs more than 24 hours.
True, true.
So you can see this man working himself out. And when he comes home and he needs to rest, who is he there with? He needs to talk to somebody about confusion going on with some of these animals. He needs to talk to someone about challenges. He needs some encouragement. He needs some things to build him up, to inspire him. He needs someone to talk to. So marriage is primarily to bridge that gap, to fill that gap of loneliness.
Yeah.
We have a whole lot of lonely, successful men.
Wow.
And that's why you see a whole lot of, some have resorted to alcohol, some have resorted to flirting, Some have resorted to dumping themselves inside their work. They want to succeed. It's a way out of frustrations at home.
Yeah, yeah.
A whole lot of people are on drugs to sustain themselves. So God designed marriage that you will have someone, number one, you can confide in. Someone that can protect your secrets.
Yeah.
Number two, companionship is someone that you are not afraid of misbehaving. He won't throw you away. Someone who accepts you in spite of your weaknesses.
Yeah.
That's a companion.
Yes, sir.
Someone that can be able to tell you where you have gone wrong. Otherwise, you will keep repeating your mistakes.
Yeah.
Someone who should be able to inspire you when you are low. Tell you, oh, you can. We can. Let's try it again.
Yeah.
This is what marriage is all about. That's why he said two better than one.
Yes, sir.
Because they have a better results for their labor. So the first, having children is not even the first.
Oh.
It's not the first.
Wow.
By the way, by the time you finish having your children, when they are at most 30, 35, they have all left you.
Yeah, and you'll be alone again.
And you're alone again.
Wow.
So who are you with? It's still that same person. A lot of people don't look beyond their nose. There are even children that have gone in the age where we have sons that left their fathers and returned as girls.
Transgender.
We have people that left their house, and thank God for Africa. Now, let me say this. You will discover that in Africa we don't have old people's homes. If you go to the West, if you go to Europe, go to America, you will see men, women that labor to train their children, but their children can only see them on the day they will be buried. Their children will be told, your father is dead, come back for the burial. And yes, they won't see those children. Those children are married, they have grandchildren, but they have been abandoned in an old home. Because nobody wants to carry excess luggage.
Yeah.
And they are gone. That's one reason why I love Africa. You will bring your father to stay with you, no matter what is going through. And you want to extend that care. Now, that is the purpose. That's the first purpose of marriage. For
companionship.
Companionship. The moment you lose that companionship, you will get it in another person outside your marriage.